sees one look at the patience. He just has to send weight to the lineup. 1, 2. Oh, Doki, what a play. That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now. Now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella Striker, and they're not ready for with the Ella SMG.
He's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires. Hang on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge slam. Picks up two.
That's surprising that no, didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rodka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.
Hey, hi, hello, and welcome back to the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League. I'm still completely wired after what we witnessed last night. More on that a little later. Of course, I'm not in Chambers. He'll be returning soon. In the meantime, I'm your host, Simon Hill, and tonight, if it's going to be even 1/10 of what we witnessed last night, we're in for another banger of a show. Before we get into what took place, allow me to introduce to you my trusty squad of wonderful analysts who are way more qualified than I ever will be to bring you all the insights and everything Siege. We did possibly have the most unhinged debrief in the history of this show so far last night, guys. Dino, the yin and yang of the NPL, Grace, welcome both back to the show. How are we feeling today?
Yeah.
Pretty stoked.
Yeah, rested after last night, but we've got some more games going today to really get our blood going on this one.
There's a lot to get into today. First, Gracie, feeling all right? I know you were saying you were destined to throw up. Are you not going to do that live on air, are you?
Thanks for letting the audience know about that.
Anytime.
No, I have
I'm
just
here
had a lasagna the size of my head, so I do feel a little bit... Maybe that was too much before we went live, ladies and gentlemen. But no, otherwise, I'm stoked for tonight. I think we've got some really good games ahead of us, especially given how things were going last night. A little bit spicy. We're going to start with Ambush versus Coalesce, which, given Coalesce's performance last night, is going to be pretty decent.
Absolutely. Well, let's get the results up from last night and have a look what exactly went down. A lot really did. Plenty to discuss. I mean, you see there, as you mentioned, Coalesce coming out of the gate with that shock victory against MNM Academy. Dino, it was a shock to us all, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Coalesce, they've brought in 2 new players, and Nixon and Divided, and sort of as time has gone on, they've really just been able to put together a good sort of team bond, you know, working well together. And going to Villa, it was just a very convincing performance coming through from Coalesce, particularly when they moved on to their attacking half, and MNM Academy just seemed lost for a lot of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see how they fare up tonight. We'll be getting into their game very shortly. But the next game on the card was Riddle versus Victus. And we wanted Riddle to do really well here, didn't we, guys? And they had a plan in place, but Victus were just too powerful, Grace.
Yeah, Victus are, again, they're kind of in a league of their own at the moment. Obviously, they've had a roster change as well. So they are ironing out some creases here, there, and everywhere. And the only rounds they lost were on that same site too. So I think, you know, we did notice that the only issue they seemed to have was maybe the comms when executing onto that basement site, because of the timing and things like that, the way that they were gaining control of specific things. It was all a bit mishy-mashy at times. But Riddle did a really good job of trying to fend off Victus. It is just, you know, when you're dealing with a team like that, it's very difficult. They tried to come back with their own hyper-aggression, which at times was kind of nearly working out. But again, a little bit of a flick of the wrist from one of the Victus lads and it's game over.
And I made a bold prediction that Ambush would come out on top on this one with the W, and they had good ideas. It was just the execution wasn't quite there. But also when you're going against a team like Heroic, it's always an uphill battle, isn't it?
Yeah, they are, you know, one of the best teams in the world right now, and Ambush actually put in a really good showing. Obviously, Heroic weren't, you know, trying their absolute hardest. This isn't EUL or anything. They were just going out and playing for the sake of it, but Ambush actually put in a really good job and actually seemed very close in those rounds, just couldn't get it going, and that 7-1 scoreline is awfully unfair to them, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was the Coalesce. These are the highlights from last night. Coalesce really coming out the gate. I mean, this round was just absolutely mental.
It was, and then, as time went on and that side switch happened, I believe we did just see the statistics of KNB last night, a 6 KD, I believe, with a 90% cost. As soon as they went onto that tack, it was just a case of, haha, thing could go burr. Again, that LMG, just a little bit of an unfortunate gun to deal with at the moment. And then I think the excitement of watching an attack like that certainly continued onto this Riddle versus Victus. There you go, Kevin trying to get hyper-aggressive. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They were trying to meet that aggression with the same level of aggression, and it just wasn't really working that well for them.
No, sadly not. And Dino, again, we just spoke about it. Riddle did try and come out the gate here with something a bit different, but maybe the wrong tactics when you're against such a strong opposition.
I mean, against Victus, you just have to hope that you hit your shots and they miss theirs. They are just that kind of a team. When you've got Oscar on the board, Mr. Consistency, it's always going to be difficult for you to deal with. And, it wasn't going to be their day yesterday.
No, absolutely not. And finally, guys, match of the night, and arguably one of the best matches we've seen so far in the NPL this season. We got the barn well and truly burnt, Grace. TENSTAR picking up that win in overtime against Viperio 86.
They did, and it was really clean towards the end. I do believe the Viperio players are aware of what they felt was the issue last night, given some of the things posted on Twitter. They think it was a little bit of a communication issue towards the end. But regardless, again, it's two teams that they didn't have the best run of it to begin with in the first half of NPL, and now they've come back and they're both looking really good. It was just a case of who would really come out on top there. It was a close one, and it was certainly an entertaining one as well, wasn't it, Dino?
Yeah, Robbie had an exceptional individual performance. You can see 7 rounds in, he was already up to 15 kills, and it was just the team play from TENSTAR. Everyone showing up and getting important kills. Jags was obviously a standout for the team as well as leader, getting entry frags like we just see there. It was just a great performance all around from TENSTAR, and Viperio, they did their absolute best but just couldn't match it.
Well, let's have a look how that left our standings from last night. There we see Team Heroic again propping up top of the table. And Victus coming in second there, hot on the heels there, guys.
Yeah, I think the, again, general consensus was that we were probably going to see a kind of Heroic Victus dance at the top. I think the main thing for everyone now, as you can see, looking at the points on the right-hand side there, ladies and gentlemen, we have Ambush and Viperio both on 22 points, with TENSTAR very much at their heels on 21. So today is really going to potentially make or break that mid-table. And that's where a majority of the excitement really is for me personally, because it's, again, how that's going to shift between now and the end of the season. So lots of things to expect. Again, that TENSTAR Viperio game last night really helped Viperio to slightly sneak forward from TENSTAR, but I think they would have preferred to have got a few more points under their belt.
Heroic with another heroic performance last night. I know I already used that line yesterday, don't judge me. But Dino, that mid-table, as we just mentioned, it's looking tasty. It's looking spicy, as Grace would say.
Yeah, and there's a lot of movement that we can expect to see just off the games today. I'll highlight the final game of the night, TENSTAR versus MNM Academy. If MNM Academy wins that one without going to overtime, get the full 3 points, and you've got only a 3-point difference between those two teams, and that 6th spot is the spot that you have to absolutely be in or above to make it to the playoffs. So there's still a lot of potential for things to go a bit weird with this table.
Yeah, well, let's have a look how it's all going to go down today. We're going to be kicking things off with a match that I think will be really interesting after last night's showcase. Ambush will want to bounce back with a win, but Coalesce looked impressive last night and will want to gain some momentum here, Grace.
Yeah, definitely. Coalesce have certainly kind of found their footing a little bit, and I think they really, if they can beat Ambush tonight, that's really going to set them in stone as like another team to watch on the Nordic side, because obviously I think Ambush are probably Nordic's best hope at getting towards that top of the table. And if Coalesce can put a spanner in the works there, that's going to get a lot of mouths talking.
Then we go into this meaty encounter, Dino. Viperio 86 go up against Victus, which is a big game, and the win here is important for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Victus get this win, then they're just securing themselves at the top of the table and almost becoming unreachable. But it would put Viperio in a situation where they're desperately trying to get points to stay up towards the top, whereas, you know, if Viperio gets the win, then they're starting to look a bit more comfortable, and Victus has to be a little bit tighter for the rest of the season. It's a very season-defining game for both of these teams.
Absolutely. And then we'll have our David versus Goliath match of the evening as Heroic look to continue their winning ways against 8th placed SSP. Guys, this is a big game. Grace, how can you see this one going?
I mean, I think it's going to be a little bit of a steamroll, really, from Heroic side again. I think they're just going to go in and do another Heroic masterclass. I think SSP, you know, it's a nice roster, that roster, but they are going against one of the best teams in the world. I said this kind of every time Heroic have played. You know, if any of these other teams can cause an upset against Heroic, that's when people really will start paying attention and being like, oh, okay, that's quite serious stuff there. But regardless, it's as we were saying last night, I think me and Dino said quite a few times, even if you are going against a team, you're kind of going in expecting yourself to lose, you're not really losing because you're still gaining that experience of playing against a team like Heroic.
Spot on. And finally, TENSTAR will still be reeling and riding the highs of last night's insane encounter against the 86, but they'll need to keep level-headed against MNM Academy, Dino, in our final matchup of the evening.
Yeah, and this is one of the harder ones to call, I think, for me, because obviously MNM lost yesterday as well. They're going to be coming in absolutely firing, and TENSTAR, they've got a lot to fight for, and because of how close they are to each other in the table, I mean, I think TENSTAR should be able to get this one, but that really could go either way in my mind.
Yep, absolutely. Now, before I get to your predictions, guys, shall we do a few top fives? Yes, I can see how it's Why not? So let's get the first one up. And here we go. So, opening with the KD. Again, usual suspects there, guys. Jegs coming in hot. Oscar just unplayable at the moment. Grace, talk to me on your thoughts here.
I mean, of course we're seeing Oscar there. What can we say? Like, he is just so built different. It's unreal.
Oscar Stan account right here.
Genuinely,
yeah.
Oscar. I'm surprised at this point I just don't start making Oscar fan cams and like posting them to Twitter, honestly. But no, of course, as we say, the usual suspects. We've got Groovy there as well on Viperio 86, who has been significantly showing up, and I think that's something we're expecting to continue. And I do propose that probably that opening KD is only going to increase there.
Dino, again, you know, we look at Grubby coming in there as well. It's just a star-studded, slide, isn't it, that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to me, it's Azza and Jegs both being on TENSTAR and holding that second and third position. Like, those two, it's a lethal combination. And that's sort of one of the strengths of TENSTAR, because we know how important the opening kill is. You can just snowball around from there. And when you've got two players that you need to worry about who can just absolutely decimate you within the first minute of the round, it's a dangerous proposition for a lot of teams. Absolutely.
And more top five action as we see here. The cost. I know this is your favourite one, Grace, or definitely one of them. 74% for Gargano, though.
Yeah, and again, that's like low-key expected for a player of his caliber, but again, I do prefer looking at cost a lot of the time over things like KD, especially because it does really indicate the impact that player has had as a whole, not just about getting kills, but also, again, focusing on the objective, getting those all-important trades. I think trades is the most important one to think about, because even if your team aren't getting that opening pick, if you can quickly deliver that fight back within the first few seconds of it happening, that really indicates that the team is really communicating well. It indicates their positioning is good. Typically we say 60% to 70 is good, 70% or over is you're doing a good job there. Again, we do have it stunned that obviously Zenoxo and U4 have only played 3 games thus far, but the fact that they're already showing up with a very, very good and high cost like that is a really promising sign.
Absolutely. And Jegs again making another top 5. I think that's going to be my fan account, Grace, is a Jegs one. I mean, the guy, just watching him, he's such a talent, isn't he?
I mean, 100%. I think, TENSTAR have had this really lovely run where they are just getting these players and they're really refining them. It's like they're getting these diamonds and then they're just shining them up a little bit more, and they're allowing within that roster so much freedom for those players to just do what they do best. And again, Jegs having not only one of the highest opening KDs, but also one of the highest costs in the season. Definitely a player to watch out for.
Absolutely. And our next top 5 slide is going to be... There we go. KD ratio, of course. Gargano with 2.14. Way ahead of the pack at the moment. But Dino, what are you looking for on that?
I mean, again, it's Yorpo and Zenoxo having an appearance. The asterisk there is they've only played 3 games. So yes, there's not as large a sample size as some of these other players, but it's that immediate impact. They've been great pickups for both of their teams, and they've just been able to really excel them. Have been a big reason why we've seen some of the switch ups coming through. But again, we've got Oscar, we've got Benji, we've got Gorgona, names that we all know and love, of players who will just walk in and decimate you game after game. And it's all the usual suspects up there right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think during the break, Grace, I'm going to have a look if Oscar fan account handle is available. So we'll...
Grace has already taken it. I looked.
Yeah, it's reserved. Don't worry.
Oh, right, okay. So we've got that one on the back burner. Predictions, guys. I want to know where you're at and if I've come anywhere close to you. So let's have a look at today's predictions from the team. There we go. Pretty uniform apart from Coalesce. Now, I'm surprised here, Grace, because you're quite a fan of Coalesce. So what happened there? Are you feeling Ambush going to steal this?
This is it. I don't think that's something that Coalesce would agree with. I think they think that I hate them for some reason, which couldn't be further from the truth at all. Again, I was really stoked to see them pick up Nixon and Divided, and I think the way they played last night was just amazing. And I really think, and I hope, to be honest, I hope more than anything that this Ambush Coalesce game will be close. I'm again expecting maybe another overtime situation, but I do think ultimately Ambush will probably be the ones to sneak away with that win.
I would absolutely support that 100%. Dino, you've kind of gone uniform with everyone else. It looks like we're all on the same page here pretty much. How can you see that Coalesce Ambush one turning out despite the Ambush win that you've predicted?
I think that Coalesce, I think Villa was a really good map pick for them, and yesterday showed that. And I don't think any team will take them to Villa. And then, again, for the rest of the season. And then, based off of that, I expect Ambush to then have a better showing across the larger majority of the maps. I think it's going to be close, but I think just based upon the maps that we're likely to see, Ambush, I think, are going to have the edge there.
Grace, Victus, talk to me. Why?
I absolutely adore that Viperio 86 have come back after the break, and they are, going 0 to 100. Things are the most fluid I've ever seen. That roster iteration is probably one of the nicest roster iterations I've seen, in terms of the play style that they're choosing to bring to the table too. It's quite it's a little bit bread and butter, but I like that. I prefer it when people are a little bit old school with the way that they approach things, to be honest. I chose Victus to win because I'm obviously number one Victus stan, but I really feel that when they're playing against a team like Viperio, we might see them get a bit more revigorated. I do think it's been a little bit shaky at times for them lately because they have had a very last minute roster change, which probably rustled the jimmies a little bit, but again, I think that they're going to be quite comfortable playing against a team like Viperio, and I want to believe. I
want to believe. I love that statement. That needs to go on a tweet for our social media manager. But It looks like, besides Dino, you've got most of your 35 predictions right out of 50 is pretty good going. I'm a bit disappointed that I didn't even get 50% out of these two. We'll see how it goes after this one today. But it's going to be an interesting show again, guys. Lots of meaty matchups. A question that I have before we do hit a break. Now, we've had plenty of roster changes during the break. Was last night the first time we were able to see those changes really make an impact? And were we starting to see those new additions start to gel with their new teammates?
I don't think so. I think it was more last week, to be honest. I think, especially even for like a team like Riddle as an example, the way that we saw them change things within literally 24 hours last week. They lost on Chalet, and then they were like a completely different team the next day, and it showed that synergy is definitely working there. And even with Coalesce, it was like you could see the way that things were starting to fit in a little bit. Yes, it was a little bit janky in parts, and it's this idea of just really, you're starting to see the synergy that can come out of some of these pickups and the way that the team are working together, the way that they're playing around each other in particular as well. When you see certain things happening, like maybe, someone gets a pick and they fall back immediately, those comms are constantly coming through. And it's the little things like that that are quite exciting to see, for sure.
And Dino, you get the last word here. So we could see some different strategies implemented tonight. Obviously, again, we spoke about those big meaty matchups. Who are we most excited for and why?
I think Victus is going to be the most interesting one to watch today. I know a lot of us have gone against Victus in our predictions, and I think part of that is due to they lost Flexi really close to the start of the split. They picked up Upor, and Upor's had a really solid impact, but then can that be maintained? Has it just been sort of spurts here and there, or will it be a strong performance? And I know a lot of us have banked against them tonight. I think this is going to be a big statement game for Victus to show that this fit, it is a good fit, it is going to work, and it is going to last throughout the rest of the season, and it has to be a defining game for them in my eyes.
Absolutely. Well, we're just about ready for a break before we head into game time. When we come back, Ambush will be looking for that comeback. Coalesce will be looking for some momentum. And it's all going to happen right here after this.
Yes, guys.
Yes, guys.
Yes, guys.
Yes, guys.
Yes, guys.
Yes, guys.
In pillar, pushing up,
Picture
hallway,
that,
hallway last, hallway last. His left side hallway. Going long way.
Yeah, got me.
Nice.
Go, Grubby. Oh my god, you're so different.
You got this.
He knows that Leader is a bit far away, but here's the gunshot, so he knows that he's there to force him off, and Leader is
Hey, yeah.
So much better.
Let's go.
Let's go, boys. Just keep up.
We need to hurry up, guys. I'm ready to smoke.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to smoke.
I'm smoked off.
Let me smoke off.
I'm firing.
I'm dropping.
I'm smoking.
Smoking.
Firing.
I smoke closet. Watch out, rotate, Vito.
Pushing in. Yeah. Target that. Right.
Mind, mind.
Flanking.
Freezer. Freezer dead.
Watch it.
Let's go.
Go, lads. Well played.
Boys.
We have had him flanked then at the last second.
I'm gonna play hobo.
I take that one.
Nice.
Trophy door, left side, trophy door. Dead.
Be injured.
I want main bridge. Main bridge.
Drop that tick.
Trophy door. Trophy. 1 HP. Trophy pit.
Nice, let's go. You're so much better.
Nice.
Go, guys. We're so much
go.
better. This is what we needed. We needed momentum. He's in tower right now. He's making a rotate, punching a rotate. In attic. You can run. Might be on attic rotate.
Gunning is clear. I think I hear him on short.
Two.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm running short.
Chill now.
Let's go,
Play
guys.
your life.
Pillar.
Where?
Where is he?
One is hallway.
Dead. Yeah, zombie dead.
Nice. Let's go.
The Amari works.
Nice.
It's fine. Next round, boys. It's fine. We can't act like that, boys. It's fine. We have to go next round. It's good, boys. It's good. Stop stressing. Let's go next round. We got this.
Shelf. Trophy.
I can plant here, guys. I can plant.
They want shelf. Trophy dead.
Oh my god, man. Yeah! Such a team effort! Keep daddy!
What a comeback, boys.
Let's go!
With the merge of the UK and Ireland Nationals and the Nordic Championships into the new Northern Premier League, we get to see the best teams from both regions clash together. Now let's take a look down on Nordic teams and get to know them a bit more. First on the block we've got a Coalesce, who spent the last year in the Benelux region playing under KVM. But a couple of roster changes later, the team had a Swedish trio, and so they ended up in the Nordic Promotion Tournament, where a flawless run earned them a spot in the Northern Premier League. Sharp on their entry and lethal in the clutch, Coalesce like to get a bit funky and break away from the default operator fix. It's Fuses, Capitaos and Yings galore, and they are on the attack. Now Ambush, these titans of the north need no introduction. Runners-up in the Nordic Championships and two-time Finnish champions. Ambush are the team to look out for in the race for the Challenger League spots. Ruthless in their executes and fearsomely efficient even when down a man, you can never count them out. Recent additions of Rastin and Nick have added young firepower to the experienced core, and the explosive mix has lifted Ambush to new heights. They are sure to turn some heads and take off a couple others during the season. The perennial little brothers Arctic are chomping at the heels of Ambush and have been trading blows constantly for the past year. Now finally arriving at the nationals level after fighting their way through the Nordic Promotion Tournament, Arctic are looking to get one over their local rivals. Years of hard work has brought the team up through the ranks to fight among the best the region has to offer. Picking up South Park at the start of the year to round out their roster, Arctic are not going to play nice. Like a wolf, they wait for their chance to dethrone the king. Hailing from Norway, Riddle picked up a team who blitzed through the Norwegian Championships without dropping a map. Play under their license in the new Northern Premier League. Snatching the talented Ket from their local rivals to prepare for the competition, Riddle presents their opponents with a conundrum. Underestimate them at your peril, but you can't give them too much respect either, or you'll run down the clock. What they lack in experience, they make up for in raw potential, and their volatile playstyle can catch teams off guard. And that wraps it up for our Nordic competitors, who you can catch in action battling it out against their UK hopefuls during the Northern Premier League season.
I got
in. 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills coming.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Grandson steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills. All E1 DCUs.
What?
Hello and welcome back to the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League with me, Simon. We're just about to get into our first best of one, and of course I am joined by the dynamic duo of Dino and Grace. Guys, shall we break this first encounter down? Ambush versus Coalesce. Dino, it's going to be a thrill. Or Grace, whichever one. Go. I'll argue between yourself.
I'll let Dino take the stage, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
There we are.
See, I've made my reputation of just calling you out as being wrong. So now that I have to actually have an original idea, I'm going to struggle here a little bit.
There's a flaw with that, Dino. I'm never wrong.
You should have learnt that by now, Dino. We had this conversation last night.
We're arguing already. Excellent stuff. No, this should be a pretty nice matchup. Again, Ambush are pretty much like that tippity top of the Nordics teams at the moment, and given the changes to Coalesce and how they're coming back with this little bit of fight back now, we should see a little bit of a certified barn burner on our hands. But again, whether that will happen is yet to be determined. It really depends on who actually shows up in the lobby today, and if Coalesce are gonna have a nice little run with those LMGs yet again.
Coalesce did look good last night with that shock upset, which kicked off the show. Do we need to see more of the same, or do we expect them to take it up another notch here, Dino?
We need to see more of the same. We need to see them come out and do what they did yesterday, but even better. And I think a big part of what they did yesterday, I mean, Nixon is a great leader, and Villa is sort of becoming one of his defining maps. I don't think other teams are going to let them go to Villa, and so they need another map that they are that good at. And I don't know if they have that in their pool just yet, and that's why I'm not too confident about their chances tonight, but we'll have to wait and see.
Grace, have we seen enough from Nixon and Divided on that team yet, or do we expect them both to turn up the heat on this one?
I'm hoping we see them turn up the heat. Again, I think previously in other kind of tournaments and other leagues, Divided is definitely one of those players that I think people should keep their eye on, and I think we haven't really seen the best of him just yet, and that's been something that I've been a little bit grumbly about behind the scenes, because I'd really like to see him kind of show what he can do. Because again, that is like that, yeah, as well as Nixon, that was a really spicy pickup for me to see, and I really think that especially when they are going against Ambush, this could be a really nice stage kind of being set for them to show up and show what they can do, and show why they've been picked up by Coalesce.
Well, we are about ready for Ambush to go against Coalesce. Let's join our team. Before we do, though, let's have a look at... Well, we've got the squads to come up first, actually, before we do. Nice new graphics. The producer's been hard at work. Dino, what do we think about this?
I mean, I just want to look at the little stats at the bottom though. So we've got the total number of kills, the total number of wins, and then also the entry conversion for the season, which is a pretty spicy one. So that's when they get the opening kill in the round, how often do they close out the round? And 63% conversion rate is a pretty high number.
Yeah, it's above kind of standard, so that's pretty decent. I just want to quickly apologise to Kilios, because I do believe that a lot of us British casters have been pronouncing his name completely wrong. We've been saying Khalees, almost like the My Milkshake singer. So I do apologise. Kilios is not bringing the milkshakes to the yard, but perhaps if you ask him nicely, he could. But yeah, I think it's a nice little roster. It's a nice little roster. Again, the fact that they're able to kind of turn around and convert those entry kills at a pretty nice rate is always a promising sign for any team.
Well, let's have a look at the Coalesce lineup and see how they're looking. Again, they've got that momentum. They could build on that after last night's performance. Grace, What do we think here? Again, there's that entry conversion, 64%.
Yeah, I think it's again this idea that if you're getting those opening picks in the round, you are expected to convert that into the final kill, because the final, round win, because you are going in getting that opportunity to kind of have the advantage from the get-go. And in theory, the more players you have over the enemy, the better you can go for those pinches and pushes. Again, it's just going to be quite a nice, pleasant one. I think it's going to maybe be a bit more balanced than we're expecting it to be honest. Dino, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite a close-fought game, especially if Kane B shows up like he did yesterday. I mean, he said it was a life game, once in a million.
He had a stormer, didn't he?
Yeah, something like 6 KD went 18-3 or something like that. It's not a level of play that you can expect to consistently output, but if he can match even like 50-60% of that, then Coalesce are going to be in for a real good shot here tonight as well.
Well, let's have a look how these two shaped up when they met previously. This will tell us a lot, and will this give us an insight into tonight? Ambush coming out on top 7-2 against Coalesce. And again, you kind of look at the cost there, Grace, for both teams, miles apart.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a 100% cost, that's a little bit disgusting. That shows that Nick was just absolutely throwing them about, to be honest, on that server. And again, when you have a moment like that where you have had a player show up like that, you've had a loss like this, a 7-2 is quite a significant victory for the side of Ambush, especially when it is on more of an even Stevens playing field like Oregon. Coalesce will really be wanting to get that revenge win now, and I think they have a good chance at doing so, to be honest.
Dino, thoughts on that as well before we get into the veto? Again, you break down the KDRs as well there, and very interesting for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, Nick, as Grace was saying, just absolutely threw them about last time, and it was unfair, really. I mean, the big thing that I picked up on was the fact that Ambush, in their previous veto, had actually banned out Villa, which, I mean, I would expect them to do the same again here today, and that, as I've already mentioned twice before, and you're probably already sick of hearing it, I think that's going to be a really defining map for Coalesce, and if they're not able to play it, it's going to be more difficult games than they would like them to be.
Well, let's find out, shall we, Dino? Now that you've said that, we're ready for the veto?
Yeah.
Let's have let's have a look.
Okay.
Interesting. Grace.
So it would appear that they are indeed going to go back to Oregon, which is, I don't know, I think that's kind of spicy. Again, it's just, I guess that, there's a little bit of a plan going in here. It was Ambush that obviously banned out that bank. The fact that bank was going to the end too, I'm kind of wondering if Coalesce were kind of planning something there, maybe thinking that Ambush would ban out the Oregon, but it looks like we are indeed going to go there, so Ambush are feeling confident that they can once again get that win on that map. It's just, I guess, how much they think they're going to win by. Again, last time, a 7-2 victory, quite significant. I don't think Coalesce are going to let that happen again.
No. Dino, last thoughts on that as well?
I mean, they might not let it happen again, but it doesn't mean that the outcome's going to change. I think Oregon is going to inherently favour Ambush, and this 7-5. That's going to be my call. That's what I'm going with. 7-5 to Ambush.
7-5 to Ambush. And before we do get into the game now, Ambush might have tried to put up a battle last night, but ultimately we didn't see quite enough of them in that loss against Viperio 86. Grace, what will they need to do to get the win in this one?
I mean, again, it's just a case of just having communications on point. When it comes to a map like Oregon, everyone knows what to do on this map. It's all down to the map control and how you're gaining or maintaining that. So that's really going to be where the defining factor is, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Well, let's find out. We are now officially ready for Ambush against Coalesce. Let's join our casters. Hopefully my fellow Men in Black still. We've got Demo and Snurleaf on hand. Guys,
Thank you so much, Simon. And of course, me and Demo are still repping in black, and we saw Dino do it as well. And Grace, kinda with the black and white. So we're all pretty much the squad in black, I was going to say today. But Demo, back to Oregon before this matchup between Ambush and Coalesce, and the two of us casted a very, very heated matchup on Oregon last night. So how do you think this one's going to pan out?
It's certainly different sides that we have to take into account compared to what we've seen last night, Thomas. It's going to be a good game just because I think of where both the teams are kind of situated after what happened last night. Coalesce with a huge win against MNM Academy. They're going to be in Cloud 9, have a lot of momentum. Ambush, on the other hand, did they even show up yesterday? No, they didn't. So there's a bit of, I suppose, retribution for them to actually come out and show us how to play some Siege.
That's the thing, and we talked about Coalesce a lot yesterday because of Kane's life game, as you would call it, a whooping 18-3 performance there, and that's the problem kind of going into this matchup, though, for Coalesce, because you can't really count on him to have those kind of matches twice in a row. But what do you think is going to be the way back here for Coalesce?
Have fun, fellow gamers, with a smile.
I guess that solves the question. Like, just have fun. That's the answer to my question. Just have fun and it'll do well. So, did you notice, by the way, in the map video, which map Ambush banned immediately?
No.
Even before Villa? Chalet. Go figure. After a performance last night? And the performance before that? So yeah. Even before they were going to ban Villa, which Coalesce seems to thrive on, they just banned Chalet away. Didn't want to go there. Some traditional bans coming through here. I just want to do a little shout out to the production as well, letting us know that Kaid was, a matter of fact, the most banned operator for a couple of these teams, at least Ambush. The ghosts are working in the machinery apparently, and we asked them to call the Ghostbusters, but other than that, things are per usual in terms of bans here, and it's kind of surprising for me. We usually see some Nordic teams like to switch things around, but a lot of cookie cutter bans coming through here, Demo.
Yeah, very run-of-the-mill. No real surprises across the board. Obviously, with Mira being quarantined, that's usually a ban that we see come in quite frequently, but whenever she's already perma-banned, it does free up another slot. Valkyrie goes. And this is where Coalesce on the defense, probably the more favored side that you'd like to see them begin at, and they start off with basement defense. We've seen a lot of laundry freezer takes yesterday. That was a more general idea that teams want to attack this. I think Ambush would probably like to go in through elbow. I think whenever you're bringing the Flores into the lineup, you expect to see that playstyle come in. Just very, very strong with being able to destroy that shield with no mute in the lineup. Of Coalesce, it makes it even easier. So, yeah, I think certainly the kind of blue take is what you're after if you're Ambush for this lineup.
Yeah, we didn't really see many of those pushes last night, and even though we did see the Flores ones, it didn't really have the effect that we're hoping it to have here for Ambush, at least for the side of Ambush's sake. But one thing that we've seen a lot from these Finnish teams over the course of the Tier 3 tournaments is that they will usually clear out this map as a team, and here we go, Flores drone already at work, but it's not going to clear anything, not even an ADS, but Nick is going to open the show by clearing out Noah from the server side, and that's a great opener there for Ambush, with a little bit of drone work there to assist Nick on his way through showers.
Yeah, just the clean sweep from Ambush, making sure that they can hunt these roamers if there is anyone lurking around, and that's the warden gone. Wouldn't be that much of an impact operator whenever there is no real smokes in the lineup of Ambush, but certainly can be handy. There is 9 flashbangs, of course, you have to keep in mind you're going to be going up against. So Ambush just taking their time now to establish their control in towards that top floor. They're moving down into the mid floor, of course. With no Kaid, no issues at all with that hatch. I mean, obviously, if Kaid was up, you'd have a very difficult time with a Maverick ban and also the Thatcher ban. So Ambush, they've done themselves a big favor.
Yeah. Just making sure that they're not going to be playing the Maverick, so just make sure they ban the Kaid, so it's not going to be tricky for themselves, especially considering that Coalesce did in fact ban the Thatcher, and it would be pretty hard to open the hatch without the Thatcher with the Kaid open. So that's a little bit of a nice little ban duo there. I was going to say for anyone playing ranked, if Thatcher is banned, you might as well ban Kayid on these hatch-heavy maps. So, making advantage here of the map control here. Ambush just trying to set out a little bit of intel for themselves and clearing out some utility as they're working on it. And Rustin, as I say that, is going to keep clearing out some more players as well. Zeus is going to join his teammate Noah in the depths below. Just drove past a Goyo barrel earlier there. They flourished drone, so not clearing that one out, but they have set their sights on perhaps a push from Laundry Stairs instead here, Ambush.
Aston, as information knows, there's going to be one tucked in behind that wash machine. I mean, I feel like he's just been here on the Flores drones for pretty much the entire round right now, and there's the nade. That's a great, clean and crisp nade coming in from Ambush, and even Rody finds a second one, and now it's a 1v5 for Divided. Not even close for Coalesce. Ambush have just picked them off one by one by one by one. Divided, he gets one exit kill, but with Diffuser being planted, trying to retake this will be extremely difficult for himself. He does get another down, so it is into a 1 versus 3. But again, still, I think there's plenty of players still alive for Ambush. They can fall back, sit on that Diffuser almost, and just let Divided really beat themselves. Like, all 3 of them actually went upstairs, not letting anything the chance at all here, Thomas, and it's just a matter of time before the hatches get dropped, and as soon as he gets that Diffuser, it's going to be dropped not only from the freezer, but also from the Laundry, so having to fight 2 fronts at the same time, it's not going to work out for him. Dives across the hatch, but will be finished off. Ambush take a clean first round.
Very clean indeed, and Kilius, probably not happy with dying, but very happy that he gets to pad his plant stats even more. One of the top planters in the league, and it's just a testament to how Ambush likes to play Siege. And they like to play it just looking at executes, just going for the site, pulling off these executes, getting the plants down, play the post-plant situation, and Ambush just keeps thriving in these. And they've had a little bit of a rocky start after the break here. Ambush not going to be happy with a couple of their performances. Of course, against Heroic, you are expected to lose, but the manner of which they lost is probably going to be a massive letdown for them. So hopefully this will be a game where they bounce back and we get to see Kilius back on the interview here a little bit more, I was going to say elated that he can be. But against Coalesce, they are expected to win. They have shown throughout the season, Ambush that is, that they are the better Noric team, and definitely the Noric team to bet for in terms of reaching the playoffs. And Coalesce, having said that, with an MNM loss tonight, if Coalesce had managed to get some points against Ambush, they would be awfully close to MNM and pushing MNM down towards the relegation zone. So this is a very important matchup for Coalesce there, Demo.
Yeah, it is. You know, they've done well to get those points back against MNM and close that gap, but then them just to throw them away again and give, of course, MNM a chance of picking up points still here later on tonight, then, you know, all the hard work that they've done yesterday, it just goes for nothing. It just falls by the wayside. I mean, Ambush, I think, still in good shape. Again, I would say top 4 for this side is probably expected. I mean, obviously, they're going to try and challenge for that second place, as we know, but certainly I think in the top 4 is where I would put them as, where I would place them just off of how they've played so far this season.
Yep.
And, I mean, they should be beating sides at Coalesce. For the quality of this side, they should be coming in and they should be putting on good performances.
Upsets can happen, though, as we've seen in this league time and time again. And, again, it seems like Ambush are just doing the same start as they had previously, just droning out, trying to see if they can clear out the roamers here, trying to get some opening picks for themselves, working on that entry conversion stat that we had earlier. Look at this. Roston's just waiting for it, but he's looking at the wrong way, but Noah won't be able to close that shot off. That's a whiffed opportunity, and will be kicking himself, but it will at least be able to drain a little bit more time and so drones here as the push is coming from rare stage. Noah is reading into that, so well read by him, tossing an impact nade just to get some damage chipped off there. So Noah's actually doing relatively well here, even better so, getting the opening kill. Great hold there by Noah in some meeting. If you're going to get one in garage, no, Austin will clear him up, but first blood over to Noah and Coalesce, wasting valuable time for Ambush.
They'll let Ying on board. Probably who Ambush want to try and keep alive as long as they can. Really make that impact work with those Candelas. And this is very tricky now for Ambush because, yes, we know they're trying to gain control of that kitchen and that server, and if that's an easy one for him. Find Zeus lacking there, and that does give them the kitchen control, but they do not have a lot of time to really make this work. They've still got 2 nades that they can maybe utilize, but I mean, you look where Diff is right now, Thomas. He's over towards, you know, Big Tower. He needs to try and get himself in towards Kitchen and get those nades working. Instead, actually rotating now around with the rest of his team, potentially going onto that window on Kids, but with no attic control, that's going to be a risky one to do so. The Candelas now need to be good. They need to be able to be tossed into these key components. Primarily, just get one of the Kids. You can't hide from that Candela. If it just pops off right where the rotate is, Nixon's going to be blinded.
And the fella is actually rappelling up the top tower again, so let's see what the push is going to come from him, because there's less than 30 seconds, so this might be a little bit of a rushed execute as we see the shadow of the fella running on the roof there, going to rotate at the top upstairs, but they don't have trophy control, so he's going to be contested here. He's going to lose as well to Kane, who's going to get his first for the evening. He's just going to hold the armor stairs. 10 seconds left. This is looking like a botched execute for Ambush. As I say that, Nick jumps in to get a kill, but still, it's going to be Kane and Divided to clear it up for Coalesce, and Ambush just taking a little bit too much time clearing out in the initial start of the round, and the execute being botched as well means that Coalesce will be able to scratch one right back.
What is it about teams in NPL not wanting to push attic? There's so many times in Oregon where I've just seen a team just push one way and one way only. That is it.
Yeah.
And I don't know why.
I don't know why. I know that, and I'm a plat player.
Attic is one of the easiest positions to take. It really is. If you think about the actual structure of attic, holding Big Tower is virtually impossible because there's about 3 different windows you can get killed from. Holding into attic, again, is virtually impossible because there's a massive wall that can be opened up and a window beside it. The only way you can defend attic, is pit. Pit is a straight up 1v1 gunfight. That's all that is. There's nothing fancy to it. It is a one-way street. Fight, fight, fight. That is it. And whenever attackers still have nades, even pit isn't going to be a guaranteed engagement because you just get naded off. It's so easy to take control of that side of the map. And I don't understand why teams are not going for that. Because what that does, it just adds an extra level of pressure. Because the main position, if you think about Oregon Kids' bedroom as an actual site, the room that every single defender will favor is Kids' bedroom. That is the safest area in the map as a defender. As soon as that gets opened, that's no longer safe. That is the end all and be all, because the area that you're safe from double window, Thomas, you are not safe from attic.
Very true. Plus, you also get to apply pressure on trophy room, which is usually being like where Kane was holding up to where it's the army stairs there. So it's just about getting that map control, getting attic, and like I said, relatively cheap for the efforts that the teams can put in here. So 100% agree with you there, Demo, and a bit questionable there by Ambush and the way that they solved that round. And untypical of them, as they are known to have some really good adaptations, rotations, but as I say that, they also have some good nades. Nick with his second first blood of the evening, and they were successful on this laundry attack previously, and it seems like they have a good grasp on how to clear this roaming presence here from Coalesce, so at least that's a good sign for Ambush, but hopefully we'll be able to work a little bit on those mid-round rotations and adaptations here, as Nick still doing the same as it did earlier, clearing from west and just opening up some rotations here for Ambush.
And Noah being picked off in this basement defense is not a good beginning for Coalesce, and he just has to look at himself and think, okay, that's second time now. Let's, whatever he's doing, just stop. And find something new.
Yeah, potentially bring something else other than the Warden as well to give yourself some value down of sight.
I would say Ambush are going to do exactly the same as what they did last time. Exact same take. And I would say Coalesce are probably going to do the exact same thing and let them do it. Basement in Oregon is all about numbers advantage. That is what it's all about. Whoever has more men in the final 15 seconds usually win the round. That's just how it works. So already having an opening pick for Ambush puts them miles ahead of Coalesce right now. Coalesce, I think they were maybe looking for a double rotate up the tower stairs. I've actually fought against that because they feel that if they go for that play, then they might just be rushed, and Coalesce have been able to get 1 back and get 2 back, potentially 3, but Ambush have just went, you know what, let's put the 5th gear on and just run into the bomb site. They've done exactly that. However, Coalesce, they're holding firm. Divided has somehow found a flank and he's been able to kill a player. However, everyone else from site is starting to fall around him. Rody, he goes down. Nixon, the only player left. But look where Diffuser is. It's not in hands of the attackers at the moment. Rhodey needs to try and pick that up. I wonder if Nixon realizes that. Now Rhodey will try and get the plant down. This is where you're looking for Nick now to give that cover. A nade being tossed out. Divided will drop right into the nade. Why has he done that? I have no idea. Nixon finds one. Go down. Has the shotgun out. 10 seconds to go. He should be able to win this outright, and he does. What on earth is going on? Why is he sticking the plant there?
I mean, Nick did complain earlier on Twitter that his left ear is completely clogged up.
Stop trying to defend that.
No, I'm not trying to defend. I'm just trying to make a little bit of a meme or just having a little bit of fun at someone's expense, because that round didn't really make any sense. That round didn't make any sense. And it's very discomforting for me as someone who's been standing by as an ambush trail the entire season to see ambush kind of falling into old patterns where they become their own biggest enemy. Like, there was a decision that was made, and you said it yourself, that when you have a number advantage, having that numbers advantage is usually what wins you laundry pushes as an attacker, or a defender even as well. And somehow ambush just decides that, hey, you know what, there's going to be a gunfight. Let's just commit to it. And I understand that if there was a gunfight that just happened out of the blue, that you as a team need to commit to it. You need to back each other up. But the gunfights weren't won, and somehow Divided ended up being able to rotate into security. And even when they got rid of Divided by Divided just lopping down and probably hoping that the nade landed far enough away from the hatch that he wouldn't die from it and then prevent the plant. Even then, the plant didn't go down from the side of ambush, and they still managed to lose that round 2v1. And of course, all credit to the players of Coalesce to be able to clear that one out, but that round should never have gone the way that it did.
I just don't know why they've rushed that. I have no idea why. You know, they've just fired on the afterburners for no real reason. They had, 50 seconds? Laundry Freezer, we've mentioned before, is a very difficult execute. A lot of teams struggle with that execute. We see that clear as day yesterday. So I just think that you need to take that time. They've done so well to get that opening pick. And like I mentioned, if you have numbers advantage, you'll probably win that. But whenever you just start rushing in without getting utility cleared out, without, there's still nades, in the hands of some of those attackers. Why are those nades not being used to kill these anchors? It's very back to front for me. Very, very strange.
Very strange indeed, but at least Ambush are going to go for Attic this time around on this meeting attack, because you need Attic control if you're ever going to try and push meeting. You had a nice little speech about it last night when I asked you as to why meeting is preferred over dorms here, and you just need that second floor control if you're even going to consider starting to plant inside a meeting, or at least a hatch control, so that no one will be able to deny the plant stage prayer. And Rhodey is expecting the swing from Kane, and luckily for Rhodey, he's going to win that gunfight. Another opening pick going over to the side of ambush, but we're able to capitalize on it in the previous round. Hopefully for them, this round will be a bit different.
Throwing frag grenade.
Ambush, you're looking just to walk into the bomb site. I mean, they certainly could do that. Nixon, get the heads up. There's a yellow ping. Nick could easily just kill him, but no, misses the shots. Lets Nixon know that there's somebody knocking at the door, and he has to fall away. So Ambush, seeing the drone work can be done well. Cover up those flanks as best as they can, and I do like that from Rassen, just being able to lurk downstairs. The biggest issue that I think a lot of teams find is just holding on to those flanks on the back stairs. If a flank happens, it's usually down to a lack of information, and see that really set up and even have that second bit of security. Not only do you have the drone information, but just a player down there, it just makes you feel so much more safer as you start attacking this bomb site.
That's the thing. On the drone as well, just making sure that the drone is there, and sounds like you can hear on the drone that Divided is close by. Might have heard the shuffle sounds from the crouch there, so they know someone is in attic. But look at the time, 20 seconds left. If they're going to be consistent of clearing out everyone before they pull off this execute, they will be able to. And Divided with a good shot onto Killers, who was going to go for the plant. Fella with the trade though. 4v2, less than 15 seconds left. The push is going to have to come here. Rasta will pick one up, but Zeus will stop it. 10 seconds left. Red ping on the plant, but is protected by the table, and hopefully for them, for Ambush that is, they will have it covered, and they do. Plant goes down, and the planter gets the kill as well. So Ambush far better in this round compared to the previous one. Not that that was a hard task to surpass the previous round. Let's just be honest.
Better from Ambush. Again, just that opening kill factor. happens for Ambush, certainly something that Coalesce need to look at, because it is starting to affect them. You think about Oregon and defense, you should be looking, obviously, for a 4-2 split if you can, because you should be winning the basement, you should be winning the kids. It's the kind of the third bomb site where you lose the rounds in Oregon. So yeah, just that opening kill stat. Just Noah, really, isn't he? He's the culprit.
Yeah, it's not been having the best games in terms best game thus far in terms of entries, and I'm playing the Melusi on this site, and gonna bring a little bit of extra value there just by bringing the Melusi and bringing the woods, the subwoofers, whatever the heck you want to call them. Banshees, of course, I'm referring to, if no one had any idea what I was referring to. And the Azami being brought out here. And if I am not mistaken, Demo, that might be the first we've actually seen of her in this matchup thus far.
Certainly seems like it.
Okay.
And I think the thing with Azami and Oregon is... I wouldn't say it's her, like, best map. I think there certainly is tougher areas to hold, because Oregon, I think you can get away with holding, areas without shields, without the Azami barriers. I mean, you look at how they're using the Azami barriers at the moment. To block up barricades, just on windows. It's not the most creative way that we've seen it. It's something that shouldn't really hinder Ambush all too often. And especially if you look at how Ambush are setting up. I mean, he's just wasted to Azami barriers, does he not?
Arguably so, yeah. And, knowing that Ambush had been playing Sledge, she could have expected maybe a Sledge to be coming in and opening the barricades and cutting off the rotations there and buying yourself a little bit more time. But I agree, considering the value of these Asami barriers, like the Kiba barriers, and how valuable they can be, and we saw it last night.
Trophy, which is why I'm questioning, why is there nothing in Trophy right now?
Yeah. And another one in the window, so there you go.
Just window blockers.
Yeah.
You can just punch them off. If you punch in a window, you'll punch that anyway. It's...
Yeah. Well, there are big mosquitoes in Oregon, okay? That's probably why.
Oh.
Finnish mosquitoes.
Finnish mosquitoes? It's not like, cold there. Why would there be mosquitoes, huh? Yeah. Maybe stopping the reindeer getting in.
Yeah. That's the one. The Finnish reindeer who are now currently in Oregon. Yes. It's mad. Maybe the reindeer are mosquitoes. Have you ever think about that?
I like this bear from Ambush, Thomas.
Yes, go on. Better than reindeers and mosquitoes.
Attic is open. That was like the main issue that we kind of looked at, is there was no real pressure coming from that side of the map. But what's happened there? A C4 T case happened, but Nixon has found a kill. Also, Noah found an opening pick for the first time, but very swiftly being traded out, so it will be free for free. And yeah, the C4, I think they just tried to C4 from below and actually caught the guy who was playing close in the breach. I think that may be what happened. So yeah, unfortunate timing there from Coalesce, but I mean, they still have 40 seconds here to hold out on. They have a deployable shield up instead of Attic, which is so difficult to deal with, and I don't think there's any utility. Oh no, there is. There's 2 nades still on board with Rhodey. It just depends if those ADS has been burned up well enough for him to maybe slot in a grenade. He's just a little bit worried that somebody might be below, but nobody is below. Everyone is in the bomb site for Coalesce, and there's that shield from Rhodey. Just swings the shield. Fies divided. I thought surely a nade would be coming in, but nope, just takes the engagement and wins that. Will be down by the shotgun, but a great refrag has to be said from Diff. They've opened up into the other side of Attic, moving in towards Trophy, and Zeus just gets caught out. Diff, what a refrag, and great, I think, confidence there. Just go for that swing.
Great refrag there, and with the shield being positioned the way it was, the Jaeger was exposed from the Attic push, so a little bit unfortunate there for the side of Coalesce, but of course, like you said, a lot of guts to swing that, and rather than just throwing a nade, because a nade had landed in the area before, so you should be aware that there are no ADSs close by. Of course, the ADS could have recharged if there was potentially anything there, but chose to swing it instead with the gun, and they were successful. Like I said, though, massive refrag from Defeli, and that's kind of the ambush that I recognize. The ambush that play together as a team and go for these refrags, and, perhaps that's what happened with Laundry as well. It was just a botched refrag push attack from Laundry and Freezer drop that was just a little bit mistimed, and the gunfights were off. We're going to come down back to Laundry now, and Coalesce have been successful in one defense, whereas Ambush has been successful in one attack. So 50-50 each team's here, and we're going to see now in the final round of this half whether Ambush are going to be able to go up to 4-2 half, or Coalesce are going to go for 3-3, which is commendable on Oregon for defense against a team that is supposedly, well, have been much better than you this season.
Final round. Coalesce. You need this. You go into your next half whenever you're attacking Oregon and you're already down 4-2. Not a good start, Thomas. Not a good start at all. So this does seem a little bit do or die for Coalesce. And Kane had a great game yesterday. Will open up with an opening pick on Taras, and that Flores, which did cause him a couple of issues here or there, especially that man inside of blue, and just really
That's
everywhere.
a massive pick.
We've seen those drones just fire into pillar, trying to find whatever he could.
Yeah.
And that's better from Coalesce. You know, they've got that opening pick now.
And we remember Kane last night. He had a little bit of a, you know, what the heck moment before he all of a sudden activated in the second half of the game. Perhaps Kane is just starting to get warmed up here, and that's a worrying sign, of course, from Ambush. And again, the Flores pick, being the first pick of the round is a massive one for this side in particular, because it leaves Elbow so much harder to attack, and with the Nook pick as well. I mean, sure, you get the nades, but Nook is actually going to push down the tower stairs here. This is something that we haven't seen yet. Ambush trying something new this round and see if they are going to be successful. Going to bring the nades. They still have 6 nades available, divided. Still keeping an eye on the tower stairs. So timing is paramount here for DeFil. A little bit of luck, a little bit of timing. And that is sometimes a little bit of an underestimated feat here. I was going to say for gunfights, or taking a swing. Sometimes you're just lucky with where the position or where the defenders are facing. But right now, DeFil is just holding ground.
They can access a freezer, and last time they attacked this didn't work out well for them. Let's see if they can make the difference now. Of course, having that extra man for Coalesce, it just takes the ease off them, as usually they've been playing this position from behind. So having an extra man to hold a crossfire, extra utility, I think more than anything is probably what they were lacking. Only 1 C4 from Kane, and look at this from Diff, just walks down as a nuke, lets the kill go, and will get punished for it. Oh, Diff. He is messed that one up entirely as the nuke. You know, I think just panic with that proximity alarm going off, and it just made him fluster and tried to chase that kill. He gives himself away, and now Ambush. And a right old pickle. 5v3. They need some kills, need them back as quick as they can. There goes the nade. Nowhere. What? Well, just... yeah, sure, whatever. I think the Wamai disc actually caught the grenade there, Thomas, which allowed him to go for that swing. Even I was a little bit taken back, but then I heard the Wamai disc in the background.
Yep.
And Coalesce just locked this one out. Ambush, it seemed to be a few solo hero plays there, Thomas, that just backfired on them.
A bit of a tunnel vision there from DeFil, trying to chase that kill, and completely forgot about a player playing inside of Harry Potter. Is going to give Coalesce a flawless round to close out this half. And Ambush, I've said it before, I am worried about Ambush because we've seen some of these tendencies before in the Nordic Championship the previous seasons, where Ambush all of a sudden, like somewhere around the mid-end of the season, they just start making these mistakes. They're just having a little bit of a slump, and a team that has been so consistent throughout the season have every member on the team step up when needed. Nick being one of the top 5 players on almost on so many of these stats, looking like a shadow of their former selves. They're actually making this look competitive, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to Coalesce, but they kind of put it on themselves after having that showing they've had thus far in the season. But right now, let's see when we're swapping over to the attack where the Coalesce are going to look just as strong as it did last night. But you remember we were talking about Finka Crutches and Kane last night? Well, guess which operator he's got his hands on right now.
Oh boy. There she is. The Finka. Massive performance from him yesterday. I wonder if he can do the same. Very unlikely to see, you know, big back-to-back 18 drops. Very rare you would ever witness that. No offense to Kane, but you know, you have to remember the caliber of what he's playing in.
He said it himself. He said it himself.
Yeah. You know, whenever some of the best players in the world can't even do that consistently, then I'd be surprised if he does do it. I don't think he'll be on Coalesce much longer if he can do that consistently.
That's very true. That's very true.
I think he'll be off rubbing shoulders with the stars.
I mean, I don't even think Skitty and Savage managed to do that, and look where they're playing now. So, I mean, just saying. Of course, takes more than just kills to be a player at the top level, of course. Looks like it's going to be a Western clear coming through here from Coalesce as well, with a little bit of a manpower inside of Garage or close to Garage as well to try and cut off any potential rotations there. But right now the drone work is just going off here as Rhodey is trying to hold a sneaky little peek from the armory window, it seemed like. No, game room. My apologies. Not armory. Thank you, Medic. Nick, though, just waiting to see if someone's going to be able to swing this. But of course, the drone work's going to come out here. But this is all about stalling time now for ambush. There's no need to swing here. Just play these positions, divided with a drone, just making sure that, yes, they are actually people on site. So that's a good thing. And Mozzie drone's going to be able to pick up here. Oh, and Noah is just cleans out Nick, and great opening pick. Noah did not have the best of starts here in terms of the entries, but right now making up for himself, and Nick has the credit as well. That was indeed a nice shot.
Yeah, starts things off well for Coalesce in their attacks, and Noah, he knows somebody else is up here and will find Rhodey. Down he goes, and another one for Noah. Nixon also found one in the back, and all the action happens away from the bomb site. What kind of a round have we just witnessed? I have no idea. Ambush.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah, that previous round, that is such a motivation boost for Coalesce and can be intimidating for Ambush. Now, Ambush are probably not going to call a tactical timeout, but not just because they're Ambush, but also because, okay, how often do you see rounds end that way? Like, just in such a decisive manner. So Ambush are just going to shrug that one off, hopefully, and go, okay, guys, let's pick it together. Let's pick it up now. Let's not do that again. Let's just respect them now, because now it seems like Noah has been activated as well. He saw all the praise that Kane was getting last night. Now it's my turn to have a little bit of a bad first half and then just completely pop off in the second half, it seems like. So Coalesce making thus far a much stronger showing than they did in the previous matchup between these two, because they only managed 2 rounds against Ambush the previous time around, and right now they're in the lead, looking quite a lot stronger than the previous time around.
5 seconds left.
Coalesce, they're doing it. Really starting to gel together. Divided was a player who came into this roster, for me personally, I don't think has hit, you know, the expectations. And I think he came out on social media, I think yesterday, saying that he's not happy with his own performance. You know, he's not happy with how he's playing. And he's came out today. He's put in a good solid shift, 7 kills, 4 deaths at the moment. I mean, Coalesce is doing extremely well consistent-wise. I haven't even noticed. I'm so sorry, Goliath, but Mr. James Bond is here.
Oh, no.
0-7, and I thought he has been a top-notch player, very consistent for Ambush throughout the course of the season, and to see an 0-7 for where this team needs to be, he knows himself it's not good enough.
That's just not good enough. And even though he is just a hard support player, the planter is there, and everything, it's just he has also been able to step up on these crucial moments. And right now, man, speak of the devil, 29% cost, and he is just, it's not where you want to see him. I mean, yes, he doesn't have the highest cost stats, but Goliath is the hard support player of the team. He's the planter. He always goes in with the diffuse kit. Yeah, I was going to say.
Plant stats production, please.
Yeah, I mean, we're throwing under the bus. We need to give him the plant stats as well, just to give an image as to who he is. Yeah, but that's kind of the issue, though. Like, if Goliath is not being able to do what he's best at, which is kind of steering the team, or sort of commanding the team and getting the plants down and everything, and he's having a rough day.
Only 1 diffuse plant, I think, this game so far, I'm pretty sure. So
yeah,
maybe, no, 2.
I'm
pretty sure it was 2. Was it 2? Meeting
no, because it didn't stick it.
Was it not Meeting and the one in the basement that won in the first round?
But Goliath died trying to plant it, so it was someone else. So yeah, so it was Nick, I think, who got the plant down in Meeting, if I remember correctly. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The fact doesn't change the fact that he's 007. And while we've been talking, the round is just disappearing in front of our eyes.
Not much happens really, Thomas. So there's not much to miss. It. You know, basement. It takes a while, unless there's what we've seen in the last round, where just for some reason there's 5 roamers. It usually the same rinse and repeat setup. You clear upstairs, downstairs, hatches open, and then this is where now they figure out what they want to do. That is great from Ambush. Ambush knowing they need to get a kill back. You cannot allow attackers to have that full 5v5 aggression onto that laundry freezer.
Look at this.
And to get that kill back, yes, very, very important.
Just look at this, just holding the left
Divided?
button. There's Divided, is trying to push and rotate it. Ambush has no idea, but he's going to whip some shots, but they're not going to be knowing that he's there, because who does? And the Finka LMG is just raining hellfire upon Ambush, and Noah and the rest of Coalesce just decides to pull the trigger. Sure, you got one kill, but we're just going to go down here surrounded by hellfire and Finka LMGs and everything around, and right now, Ambush, 1 round away from Coalesce, taking at least a point away from you. This is not the form that we've gotten accustomed to here.
It is not just Divided just walks in. They have Goyo. Goyo is such a strong operator for Oregon. By far his best bomb site in the entire game. Just a sea of flames that you can cover off. And for them just to like pop it and then think that somebody can't walk through it, I think is very cocky. You're very, very cocky to see that happen. You still have to respect that. Lack of information seems to be a big issue for Ambush in these defenses.
Yep.
No bulletproofs being brought. Obviously, I don't know if the Valkyrie, if that has really hindered them. If it has hindered them, then what a ban from Coalesce. But information is a big lack right now. I'll look at Nick, for example. Does he need that barbed wire?
No. Not when you know you have a bulletproof, and you're playing dorms, and you have no other intel. You have so many intel operators in the defense there. It just seems like Ambush is just going like, no, we don't need the intel. That's not the issue. The issue is just we're losing our gunfights. Like Kilius couldn't even confirm the kill in that previous round. Poor guy.
You think about how Coalesce has just done that. They've just walked in without anyone knowing. Why is Malusi not seeing some play here?
Good point.
Brings the bulletproof, brings your information, and also it's a form of barbed wire. You know, barbed wire is there to let you know if somebody's crouch walking on you and slows them down. That's what the Banshee does. So surely that would be a suitable replacement.
Would have been.
Yeah, it's just weird.
It is weird indeed, because right now, Ambush are not winning their gunfights. This is Coalesce that people warned about, and it's, well, ironically enough, not the Coalesce that people did warn about, because Divided and Nixon has joined the team in the transfer window, but this is the Gunners Coalesce that we were warned about previously here from the Nordics, and I know that Zeus had a lot of confidence before the season. Yeah, of course, we're by far the best team coming in from the Nordics, and they just haven't shown up at all, but right now, this is probably what Zeus would have expected from the start of the season, and Ambush, sure, you could argue that Coalesce are catching him off in a very good timing in terms of Ambush struggling a bit in the season, and Noah with yet another opening picker is just making Ambush's night even worse here. The trades coming back and forth, I mean, you'd love to see a little bit of alternations coming through here, altercations even as well. And Kane just going to try and use this as zombie barrier for himself, but Demo, this round, just going left and right, this can go either way.
Oh,
0-9 for Kilius. Now the smoke's taken off the board. I just noticed.
That is a tricky scoreline now. 0-9 for Kilius. It's just going from bad to worse. Keep in mind that we did see a professional player go 0-12 in a competitive game, and his team won it. But I don't know. I don't know if Ambush can carry him through that right now. Kilius in the hot seat. Coalesce, though, have certainly been slowed down by those opening engagements. We've got the Lion, 1 charge still remaining, so they can try and utilize that into an execute. No nades, though, which is probably the biggest issue I think Coalesce are going to suffer from, is whenever Ambush are still in these strong positions and they don't have to worry about getting naded from below, then they can sit there and hold them. Keep in mind, whenever you jump in this double window, there is about 20 different angles you can get shot from, so you have to be careful of that. Here we go. Okay. LMG in hand. Flashbangs through the window. Lion scan, I'm sure to follow. There it goes. Kane just walks in, but unaware of the positioning.
There we go.
The jump in happens. Nick, a double kill. 3 kills in the round for himself. And now 1v2 for Zeus. 20 seconds to do so. Has to play for the kills. There's a feeling somebody's lurking inside a bedroom, which is the correct one. With 15 seconds. Does not have a lot of time to be waiting around and trying to bait out players with a Gemini and walk straight into Rhodey's pre-fire ambush. Hold on. They're back in it. 5-4. That gap has been narrowed.
First defensive win, though, after for this half for Ambush, and Coalesce immediately going to call the tactical timeout. And you know what? I like the timing of that, because they know they're only 1 single round away from securing the overtime, and Ambush just were able to close the gap by 1 round. And Ambush have been really struggling. I mean, Coalesce took 3 rounds in a row. The final defense round, and then 2 first ones on attack. And you know what? Want to make sure Ambush is not going to get back into it. Just try and stop the momentum a little bit. Try and get your defense here on Laundry as well. Keep that in mind. So it's a very strong defense here for Ambush. So it's a good timing for Coalesce to get the bearings for themselves and try to see how they're going to win this one round that can secure them a point. And Ambush, this is going to be a tactical timeout for them as well, of course, because they also get it. But, man, this is almost looking like Simon is the 200 IQ of the predictions here right now, Demo.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's still not over yet.
Nope.
Still not over yet. Certainly anything can happen. Can easily come away with an overtime. Or it is just that map that always seems to go to overtime. It's just one of those.
Yeah. It's almost like that's the reason why Coalesce brought Ambush here. Knowing it could swing either way. Oh well. Still no end.
Come on, Coalesce.
Yes. Go on.
Come on, Coalesce. Do something. Come on.
Well, he's doing something. It's just not getting kills.
I mean, like, he's playing elbow position, which at the moment has not been favoured from both sides of attacking it. We have not seen a blue push come in for the basement.
True.
Maybe this is where you should start thinking, okay, how about we start rotating some utility? Place the shield over for a laundry freezer. Sack off blue entirely. That's just my thoughts behind it.
Yeah, but then again, you come into the issue that you spoke of earlier with no intel, no info. And if you don't have anyone playing an elbow, like, when do you know? Are you just going to rely on that one player holding off from Harry Potter, and who then has to contest both tower stairs and the blue push, all in this lonesome? I'm not saying that I don't understand your point, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. I'm just, it's one of those conundrums.
I mean, the biggest issue with Oregon is typically teams will commit one way or the other. That's the way it happens. What a shot from Brody. Noah absolutely denied. Has been railed off the game, and yeah, like I was saying, on Oregon Basement, you'll know very quickly what the attack are going to do. It's very rare you would see teams last minute change up their ideas or try and hit them from behind. The only time you would see a team try and hit a bit of a flank would be down the tower stairs. If you're committing to laundry freezer, you don't go blue. That just doesn't happen. So it's a risk that you can take because attackers won't do it.
Demo? Sorry to interrupt, but there's a mute in play, and the barricade was still up on the blue door. Why did the Floristrong get all the way in and get the smoke and just force them off? That's a bit of a weird one. Oh well. I don't know, maybe it's something that I didn't see. I just assumed that the mute jammer would be there to just stop the Flores from taking and forcing Goliath out of elbow, but now at least Goliath doesn't have to worry about elbow much longer. But it is vital map control going over to the side of Coalesce if they decide to make use of it. And here Rostin has a bit of a nice angle thanks to his keeper barriers. There you go. That's how you can use a keeper barrier. You don't have to use it to block up windows. You can use it to block off and create some angles for yourself. And this, much better from Ambush. It might have used some of that tactical timeout to clear out some of that negativity from the mines. But Demo, the execute's coming closer. Less than a minute. Coalesce, 3 players left. Nick's going to clear out 1, so that means 2. Flank. Nixon and Kane B. The flank coming in here, though, from blue, because there's no one inside of blue anymore. Someone on the hatch, though. Nixon whiffs the first couple of shots, but will be able to take down Nick. But now they are fully aware of the push coming from this side of the map. Kane with the Finka LMG. If he can pull off what he did yesterday, you wouldn't expect him to not be able to pull off a 4K or even 3K. Bonapel's coming out, but the mute jammer's still on the wall, so it won't really help them at all. Kane's just going to have to force this, and he's actually going to win this, but Rostin, good on him for the refrag here. Nixon left in a 1v3 here, 20 seconds left. Gonna have to try and go and rotate through long. No one inside of freezer. All the defenders on the same side of the map. That could be big for Nixon if he gets that gunfight. He's gonna have to turn back though. This rotation is unexpected. Someone playing close with the shoddy though. There we go. Get himself in a bit of a pincer moment. Rustin with the pistol. That could have been nasty, but Gilius. It's just, I'm sorry. I mean, we don't mean to do this to you, but you're.
How did you not win that? That's like the. When do you not win that?
I don't know. Well, just now. Just now.
Oh, dear. Oh. That is somehow it's 5-5. Somehow.
I mean, the comfort here for Ambush is that they can still win 2 rounds in a row, get all 3 points, and they can just put this map out of their sort of system. Just be like, guys, let's just get rid of this let's just forget this week ever happened. We got the 3 points that we needed. And Coalesce, he can go back to a relaxing sit in a sauna. Just enjoy himself a little bit there and get all the O10 out of his system. You know? It's not... It's you know that feeling. You know it, Demo. You have a rank stack. You know that feeling where you just feel like you can't do anything right in a map, and it's the worst feeling in the world.
I don't feel it all too often. I mean, I don't know, like, what you think I am.
Well, I mean, you're not a professional player, so I assume that you have bad games when even professional players do, but I could be wrong. I mean,
but
you could be...
So you can just sit in a corner and get a kill. It's easy.
That's true. That's fair.
No, to be fair, the worst experience I've ever had is I went 0-6 on a cafe attack as entry. Worst feeling in my life.
There you go. See, you can relate, even though...
It's horrible. It's horrible.
I had one Ash game in a Norwegian league running in, and I was like, look at this, guys, I'm gonna enter, and I just got instantly a headshot. I got one tapped even from piano window, so that's my entry days over. Too old for this game.
High five! Tier Sherry bomb site now for ambush. This is the tricky one. This is where usually the overtimes are won and lost, isn't it? This is what decides if we're going to see an overtime or will teams take it inside of regular. Noah, with a bit of information from the drones being done, catches the wall bang through onto Nick. I mean, Nick, 5-5 on the bad bomb site, fishing for a kill. Is that the best play? It's always a risk. I mean, if you get the kill, you look like the hero. If not, you look like the villain.
Yep.
You'll always be... I always think you'll get called out more on the bad things you do than the good things. That's it. People always talk about the bad
100%.
things, never the good things. So
100%. Unless you get
like
unless you get like 18-3, you're gonna get called out on the bad things that you do. We almost forgot about the way that he just ran into Villa 90 last night, Kane. But he had to play. He had to pull off an 18-3.
This is the thing. He could have won V5, and people would be like, "Oh, well done, you've done great." But if he was the just give away a silly kill, he'd never hear the end of that. That would be talked about for days to come.
Noah's actually got 5 entry kills now after a little bit of a sloppy showing. I was going to say at the start of the game.
Too good, I think, at the moment though.
No, probably not. But he is that's the kind of role. Like, he's the first one to go in. He either dies or he wins, and winning 5 of them, at least a 50% win in terms of the entry duels that he's taken. Might even be more because he might not have been in those entry duels. But anyway, it's like I said, the entry deaths have not been the best either. But at least Coalesce and Ambush are equal in terms of the numbers on the board here. And look at the time being drained here. Yes, they might have gotten Nick, but look at this, Zulu. Coming in here now, Noah's going to try to apply a little bit of pressure. The Yinkandale's coming through here. It sounds like a bit of an execute. Noah's going to swing in, but he doesn't see the player, but the kills are coming left and right. And Kane, of course, with the Finka LMG, going to get himself a double. That's both Rhodey and Rustin off the board. He's injured, Kane that is, but he's Finka, so he might be able to boost him up later. Defella gets a kill with the DMR. Kilias has gotten himself a kill. Good on him. He's going to have to get more, though, unless he's going to make Defella make all the work in the 2v3 clutch situation in less than 30 seconds. Vertical's going to start opening up, and Kilias has gotten himself injured. So there we go. Curse him. That's just how things are. Defele with a little bit of HP and a big dream here now. 17 seconds left. 1v3. Plan's not gone down yet. The Finka boost, you can hear it. And look at this. Intel might be able to swing for 2. That's not the kit, though. They know where he is. He's in freeze it, though. So he's going to have to rotate one of those stairs. And Defele's going to have to try and swing this again. They're going to keep the eye trained on. He's going to have to win this gunfight, or at least get himself safely out there. Going to see if he can get a little bit of a cheap kill through the drone hole here. But the plant is down. 30 seconds to go now. He's going to have to win 2 crucial gunfights. They know roughly where he is. Or do they? They might not know that he's even crossed into Zulu. That audio should give it away, though. Yes, Ying is watching from security. A little bit of distraction coming through here. One in kitchen, one in security. He's going to have to pull off a massive play, but he's not seeing the player inside of security. And Nixon is going to put Coalesce up to match point, Demo.
They get another point. Another point for Coalesce. Takes points away from Ambush, of course. And I suppose if you're MNM right now, you're probably sitting here worrying quite a bit, because with every win that Coalesce gets, then MNM have to do the same. Yep. After how last night went. If Coalesce win this, just outright this next round, they take all 3 points, and they will be in the same points as MNM.
Yep.
I mean, think about that. Can dethrone them out of that top 6.
Think about that. Imagine a world where before the season, someone would say that MNM Academy would be relegated. or be in a relegation spot, or even be in a relegation contest.
I mean, there's still a big gap between everyone and Riddle. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but they're not directly relegated. I'm not that crazy. I'm not saying Riddle's going to have the comeback of the season, but they're going to play the qualifiers, right?
Yeah,
or
But you just auto relegation is what you want to avoid. Just stay away from 9th. That's all you want.
Playoff. Yeah, so you want playoff.
Yeah, you want playoff. You want a chance to go to CL. That's what that's all about for all these teams.
Exactly. So even losing out in top 6 with a squad such as MNM Academy is going to be a massive loss. That was kind of my point. Not that they would be directly relegated. Apologies to MNM Academy, of course, for my shocking statement there. But what is shocking is that Simon is currently 1 round away from making a massive leg up on all the big brain analysts and casters here in the NPL. Coalesce. I mean, the way that they've been looking the last couple of rounds as well, you wouldn't take it away from them. They've won, 4 out of the last 6 rounds and are looking sharp. Divided. If he wins this entry, no, Rody. Ah, man. From heaven to hell. Right there for Coalesce. Looking strong. Losing that opening kill. It's going to be a big whoop for them, especially considering the site that are attacking is going to be dorms. Still nades on the side of Coalesce, though, so a lot of work to do still here, isn't us? I say that, Nick. Yeah, this smells like overtime demo.
Yeah, I think it's going to go to overtime right now, Coalesce. Losing 2 players, 2 nades as well, right off the rip, is not a good beginning. Only 2 from Kane remains. I don't really know what Coalesce can do to pull it back. It's going to be down to Ambush just to give themselves up. And I think Ambush now, you just get back to site and you sit in your hands, Thomas. That's all you need to do. You've done the work. You don't have to worry about more men being spread out. Coalesce really have to pick their fights. Coalesce are probably just going to go double window and white stairs, which should be very easy to hold. If you're a defensive side now, you don't have to worry about attic, like we've mentioned. Main wall not being opened. I mean, there's not a single bit of hard breach, which is actually a point that we missed here, Thomas, from Coalesce. So they were always going to be handicapped into going for a double window and white stairs type, which I don't agree with. Not taking hard breach in Oregon is a big surprise.
Especially on dorms. Especially on dorms. I mean, just in Oregon in general, like you said, but... Ah, man, just been relying a little bit too much on their gunfights, I guess, and everyone was like, hey, just grab the good guns, get the nades, and it's like, hey, wait, who's bringing the hard breach? It's just like, shucks, I knew we forgot something. That's why I'm the dedicated hard breacher on my team, usually. But that, and also because I can't shoot. So, no offense to any other hard breach players, it's just who I am. At least I'm bringing some value here. Speaking of value, less than a minute. Nades still on the side of Coalesce. Only 1 left, though. Let's see if that one catches anything. Nope, it won't. So right now, we're going to see what Demo just called out earlier. It's going to have to be a gun push. And Road is actually sitting in attic. As I say that, Kane is going to clear out one inside of Zulu. Might have been through the vertical. And, of course, who else than Coalesce? Coalesce is just a bullet magnet, this map, this far. And the fella, luckily, though, able to clear back onto Nixon. So still a 2-man advantage here for Ambush. Kane's going to start working on the keep it barrier, so no secret as to where he's going to come. Very, very low on HP here. Still alive. It's going to boost him up a little bit. Road is going to get the kill to Zeus. It's going to be all up to Kane. And as is injured, we are going to go into overtime here at Demo. But it still means points drop for Ambush, and you don't want to see that for them, considering the good spot that they've had in the standings, or on the standings, sorry, throughout this entire season.
Yeah, both sides walking away with a point. At least, but yeah, Coalesce losing those opening two engagements, and then they just stagnated. They didn't really move. I mean, their attack from the get-go was a bit flawed with no hard breach. But yeah, Ambush, I think, did the correct thing. Sit in your hands, wait. They can't do anything. They have to push in through white stairs or double window, and yeah, they did that. They just sat back and let Coalesce sweat it out. So, overtime. Coalesce, they get the defensive start, though. Is that going to be the game changer? That's what you have to ask yourself.
Ask yourselves that. Laundry defense here. A little bit of extra hard breach, or at least hard breach coming through here for Ambush. And of course, they got an operator repicked as well, so they can just do whatever they want on the defense. A bit more difficult. We've seen the Warden being picked for a lot of these defensive rounds, and with the exception of, like, how many rounds have we seen? Like 1 or 2? 2, perhaps? I don't... Well, I mean, it's still good for the flashes, I guess, but still It's not really what you would expect the Warden to be. It's not enough, I would argue, to warrant bringing in a Warden when you have so many other strong operator picks that you can bring in. But it is what it is, and Noah has 10 kills, so he is obviously much better at this game than I am. And he's going to keep doing what he's been doing thus far this game. He's going to hold Zulu and Shower Corridor with the Warden, and has not been very successful on that part. But now that he has a little bit more confidence, got some more kills under the belt, and might turn things around. And with no mute jammers on the side of Coalesce, Defele should have an easy time clearing out here for Elbow. Oh, well,
Brilliant work.
Yep. That's a shield run. That is a crucial shield as well.
I mean, there is still one other that Noah
Yes.
has, but yeah, just removing that shield that was set up, ready for that laundry freezer take, has been denied. And you could tell by the way that the floors are orchestrating, you know, the maneuvering off that drone it's certainly eyeing up to be potentially another laundry freezer take from Ambush. Because, I mean, if you're going for blue, you're not worried about that shield. If you're going for a blue E-box take, that shield does nothing to you as an attacking side. So for him to pinpoint that shield specifically, then yeah, you expect to see them go for that laundry freezer again.
You would expect so, and Nick doing what he's been doing on all of these laundry attacks, pushing here from the west side with Achilles joining him in. Noah's not going to play as aggressive this time around. The way I say that, look at the time. He's been stalling just enough as it is, less than 2 minutes, and he's heading back down into freezer, and I think that's a good decision. It means it's 1:30 on the clock here for Ambush to work with, and now with the Flores drones heading out, it's going to take a little bit extra time as well, because the thing about Flores, it takes a long while to really use this drone and get all the utility away that you want to, so you're actually stalling a lot of time just by driving these Flores drones around. Again, with the same two players just holding freezer stairs there in case they need to trade. Saw that earlier from both Ambush as well, so... Time's taking out here, Demo. This seems like it's going to be another one of those hairy executes that we've seen this far, this matchup.
Still free Toxic Babes. Goyo Cancer still lurking. Ambush need to start moving and start burning away this utility. It's going to be difficult for them if they leave it any later than really in the next 10 seconds or so. So they need to start maneuvering in and finding some picks as best as they can. I just hope that they don't try and rush things, Thomas. Again, I hope they just don't think, okay, let's all rush into the bomb site. Nick has been flashed, but that still does not scare him away as he walks in now to freezer. This is a perfect position for him to be in. Will he swing? Yes, he will. He finds one. A second lines up, and this flank, this walk in from Nick has worked so well. 3 kills in the round. And he's still going. He still has the pistol. More pings come in. Nick's in, trapped in the closet. He will be taken out, and now a 1v5 is where we sit. Coalesce, they've done so well up to this point. It looks as if the lead is going to be gone from them now.
1v4 post plant. Less than 30 seconds to do it, considering the time that you need to defuse as well. Divide is going to have to go up here, and we're essentially just waiting for the confirmation to come through here that this round's going to go over to the side of Ambush. But wow. That play by Nick. And Rody, a bit surprised, but now knowing exactly where Nixon is, sorry, Divided is. Wrong countryman there, I was going to say. Just wait for him to drop the hatch, get the kill. And Nick, I mean, let's point something out here, because we've been very, well, we haven't been mean to Kilius. Kilius has kind of put himself in that position, I was going to say. But what Nick did seems to have been accompanied by a Kilius drone and just working on the intel that he got from Kilius. And I think that might have been why he had the guts to push through freezer as well. Look at this. Look at the drones here just in front of him, getting a little bit of that intel just to help and clear him out, as Nick is just swinging in here, though. And, yeah. Sure, Nick still has to win those gunfights, of course, and he still has to swing the timing there, but it might have been a little bit of work beforehand there by Kilius and the team.
After Nixon as well. Did you see him with a pistol and blue?
Yeah.
For the fourth as well, you know, but... I mean,
he saw the quad kill.
Yeah. And Nate's come in. I mean, Nixon was in. Whenever that happens, if you're Nixon, you know, because he's like the first wave, isn't he?
Yeah,
and then you're the first wave, and all of a sudden you see that the waves behind you have just been taken out, and he's stuck. He's stuck in there. He can't do anything.
It's like, hey guys, you guys want to join in as well? I'm in sight. So this is the perspective of the people that I play with that carry me up to plat. The people who just walk in and clear out the site, and I can just walk in like, I'm bringing the diffuser. I can plat now. So you know, it's nice to get that perspective once in a while as well. So Nick. That's what we've seen from him. This is the Nick that we're used to, and there you go. Look at those numbers. Nice.
Ooh. I mean, Nick just stepping up to the plate big time for his side. I mean, Rhodey, of course, you have to give a nod to him.
Oh, for sure.
Julius, he's, you know, at least he's not, you know, total dead weight.
He's droning and he's got 2 kills.
Is he being interviewed if they win this? I hope he is, because I would love.
He's usually the guy being interviewed from Ambush.
Yeah, I would love to hear like what he's gonna say.
He's usually a very honest guy, so I don't think he's gonna make a lot of excuses. But I mean, I could be wrong. He could be blaming the mouse or the sauna or something. I don't know.
I mean, if he wins, I don't think he'll care. He gets carried, he gets carried. You know, he's. Like I said, it was the same with Rise on Monday night. You know, he gets carried, but he don't care. He wins. He wins the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Gil's gonna look a little bit deflated though, or like extra jubilant and saying like I got carried. But anyway, let's not jump to conclusions here, because Coalesce could very much still win this. They are only 2 rounds away from taking it. Of course, Ambush with the overtime match point right now means that Coalesce is going to have to win on a laundry push here, and they have been successful in that earlier. So it's not like they don't know how to do it, but right now Ambush are playing very conservatively, letting the time tick here. Now 1 minute 30, none of the Ambush players have been picked off, not letting Noah and who else has been backing him up here on those entries? I was going to say Kane, getting one of those opening picks. Right now, Ambush are just relying on playing on the side here. But as I say that, Kane is going to push with Freezer, but Nick's going to be able to trade it back. He's not dead yet. Oh, he's going to go down now, though. So Noah will be able to get the kill. It's a number advantage here for Coalesce, and they will be happy with that. Of course, not happy with losing Kane, but they did get Freezer at the cost of 1 player, and they got 2. But Rustin's actually going to swim back, or if he gets this one, he does. And Freezer control is back on board for Ambush. No one's on his side of security, so this means that Freezer is still something I have to worry about. I say that Zeus has thrown it out, and Rustin has yeeted away from Freezer. Electrical hatch open here. Divide is just seeing if someone else is going to be rotating through here. The ping's coming out here, so they know someone's playing over by pillar. Less than 30 seconds now. 3-on-3 here. This is going to be, as Gracie likes to call him, a barn burner. She is, of course, not the trademark of that particular phrase. Rustin back inside of Freezer. Still on my desk, waiting for a hatch drop. It's not going to come. It's going to come down through the stairs. But look at Divided. He's currently on his side. He's going to kick up one. Nixon and Divided. UK massive for you right there, ladies and gentlemen. They just walk onto site and clear the entire shop. And we're all the way to round 15.
I've seen it happen so many times. So many times. One guy just drops down into E-box and just finds kills. They should not be getting anywhere near that.
Nope. Look at that. 14, 12, 11, and 10 for Coalesce. Well, I'm saying that, 15, 12, 10, 8. Well, it's been a long game, so never mind. I thought it was a lot of kills. I don't usually say that many kills. I got excited. I'm sorry.
15 for Oregon. What a surprise.
Defenders, protect your
Whew. Coalesce in the defense. Not going to the basement. They head upstairs into kids. This, it all comes down to Ambush and how they want to push this. This is who it comes down to. If we see them take Attic, I think I'll be a little bit more comfortable with their attack. If they try and do this thing where they just only take from double window and white stairs, I'll not be too happy. I think, you know, Attic is vital. I think it's a necessity. I'm waiting for the 6th pick onto the 0, because that's one thing that they've ran for these top floor attacks, has been that 0.
Nope, me and Yana said.
Oh. I feel ill. And it's Kilius as well. I mean, it's,
well, you don't need kills to throw Candelas.
No, but if his game is plague, like if he's having a cursed game,
fair enough.
You know, do you want to get unlucky with a Ying? Exactly.
A lot of bullets, at least. Oh, wow. Well, Kane doing the same thing with the Azami here, just a little bit of window padding here, but now they got the sledge, and the sledge surely should be able to get rid of those, no worries, but it will give Kane a little bit of time get away from there if temperature's rising. Noah and Zeus both playing in laundry here. Zeus just backing Noah up in case he dies, and Rhodey now gonna join out. This is stalling a lot of time here because now Ambush have to make sure that the basement is clear, the stage is clear, and Nick is still holding here around dining, waiting for the drones to work out whether or not it's actually clear. So a minute already of the round cleared out just because Ambush need to make sure that the roamers are actually gone.
See the drone work being done. Ambush now looking for their approach, and Thomas, the key thing for Ambush is don't give anyone away. Don't be giving up easy picks. And if you are going to aggress onto these roamers inside the server, make sure that you have a follow-up. Make sure you have somebody there for the refrag. An 8 kill will open things up, and Kane straight away, knowing that he needs to get a kill back, will be in hot pursuit. That man's gone. You know, he's gone from there, and he actually baits him in. Kane, that overextension you can understand, but surely if he's not in the shower's hallway, then you just go. You know, he could have been in small tower, he could have been in shower, which he was, but you don't chase that, you don't chase that kill, and that might have just costed Coalesce this game.
Might have cost them this game, and 2 points that are crucial for them to get themselves up to the playoff spots there. Kilius will be able to find a kill with a Candela to force Zeus to rotate. 1 minute left, 2 players left alive on the side of Coalesce. Surely Ambush aren't even able to whiff this one. Arguably did in the previous round. Right now, such a man advantage, and there we go. Kilius will get himself a second. Almost already doubled his kill count in just 1 round. I never thought I'd say that, but here we are, divided as a clutch aces if Coalesce are going to get 2 points, but surely not. Ambush has his numbers out, and Kilius decided that Ying was to play. 3 kills for them, and this game, though, oof, way too close for comfort here for Ambush, and definitely a scare for them heading into the rest of the season.
Another game for me and you, Thomas, where one side not looking impressively great, and they somehow still end up winning.
Yeah. No style points in Siege, right? I mean, you want Ambush, you want to get the 3 points here, but considering the way they've been playing and considering that Coalesce are arguably looking stronger, and I mean, I believe you guys touched on it last night with Nixon and Divided not looking the best. Like you guys have expected more from them coming in from the UK, but right now Divided at least had a really good game for himself at least, and I think Coalesce are just gonna grow, like just look to improve more and more throughout the season. But of course now They beat MNM Academy last night, and they put Ambush all the way to overtime. Sure, Ambush are looking a little bit rocky, but there are a lot of positives here for Coalesce, considering what their season has looked like.
I mean, they'll still probably feel as if they should have had all 3 points, which I think they should have. I think with how they were playing, you know, Ambush for 10 or 11 rounds were playing with, you know, 4 players essentially. Again, we're going to keep going to kill this, but, you know, he's very fortunate today that his team really stepped up. I mean, Nick, I highlighted Nick, I think, during the kind of opening weeks, that, yeah, this guy is really, really strong. And again, he's just showing that. So Ambush, not the greatest of weeks, but at least they get a win.
At least they get a win, and this entry right here from Nick, it's just like, nope. No, it's just enough. But it's like I said, though. You have to give a shout out to Rhodey as well. Rhodey had a really good game. Rustin also stepping up here with some of the kills. So it's not like Nick did everything by himself, but look at the kill count there for Nick, all the way up to 17-18 there, and kind of a performance that you need from a guy that has sort of been the spearhead for his team in terms of kills and getting those kills. So it's nice to see Nick continuing that form, and good teams need to win games on bad days as well. Demo, I guess that's the comfort for Ambush.
Yeah, we'll see how Ambush continue on next week. Coalesce look a lot better than where they were last, but let's roll back over to the desk. Simon, first game, we're seeing all 15 already.
How do we dissect that in just a short amount of time? I mean, you can't expect us all to have high energy when you kick things off that good. I mean, Grace, we were chatting on Discord during that. It was explosive, and we thought yesterday's advertisement for esports was good, but that, what a showcase from both teams.
100%. I mean, I think that went the way I thought it would. Again, I think, people feel that Ambush are maybe underperforming a little bit, but I also think we need to give credit to where credit's due. Coalesce are just turning around, and these attacks are getting very spicy on their end. I think their first attacking round, Noah gets his pick and then immediately wallbang someone from Attic. Large mood, to be honest, and I feel like that just shows the kind of ferocity that they're willing to bring on those attacking rounds. And then, yes, it did go to overtime as well. I think me and Dino were losing our minds a bit over the amount of times that Ambush actually let Divided just walk into sight on that basement site. I'm not entirely sure, I think Ambush will go back and look at that forward and kind of be a little bit Jimmy Russell by that, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Dino, I'm going to come to you with some more analysis in just a short while. But first, we've got an interview, so let's jump straight into this. And, wow. Well, I mean, they took you all the way, Kilius. And I know that our casters were talking about the performance there that you had. But, all in all, it was all about the team in the end.
Yeah, it's a team game, but I'm not gonna go from this week and say that I'm very happy of how I did, obviously. But we still got 2 points, which is important, and I gotta say, Coalesce played really well. I'm really impressed by how they were played today.
And although Coalesce called that timeout, that would have given you guys an opportunity to have a conversation. Was there a tactical change there around round 10 going into overtime for you guys?
No, not really. I mean, we just figure out a plan on what to do, and we tried to work out that. I mean, it was a rough one. I think all of the rounds, and most of the rounds were really tight either way. So, I mean, I don't think we needed anything big tactically in that game.
Well, you certainly put up a great fight, as did Coalesce. You've just given one of the most perfect advertisements for esports and the NPL. So go and celebrate your win. Obviously not the 3 points that you would have liked, but congratulations, and thanks for coming and joining us today. Yeah,
thank you. Have a great evening.
You too. Take care. Well, there we go, Dino. Thoughts on that? He's humble. He's aware that his performance hasn't been up to par, but it was great for them to get the win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very critical game for Ambush. They've got to maintain that position towards the top of the leaderboard moving forwards. And your support player sometimes doesn't have a great game, but that's happened to the best of us. Coalesce did have a very strong match. I thought that was going to go 7-5, and then for a large swathe of that, I was like, Ambush are going to throw this. Coalesce are going to take this before it even gets to overtime, before anything starts going their way. But, I mean, just great fight back from the guys on Ambush to secure those 2 points.
You should have seen the smirk. I reckon our producer would have seen it multiple times when Coalesce were up, because I was like, that prediction is going to go hard when we come back to the desk. But it was a great game, a great opener. But we've got 3 left, and next up is Viperio 86 against Victus. It's going to be tasty, meaty, and as Grace would say, spicy, and it's coming up right after this.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. The first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders, but limited hand movement. So I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA, that's 2 button modes and chin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after I'd been to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with, whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then I got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect. And I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Grizz steps up huge for Ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCUs. What?
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Siege Northern Premier League, and you can see I'm joined by 2 beautiful looking men, Snurleaf and Demo, fresh off that first encounter. Guys, what a way to open the show with Coalesce and Ambush there. Demo, it was a showcase, wasn't it?
Yeah, just another great game. I'm very happy to see Coalesce, put up those fights. You look back at how they performed against Ambush in the first place, night and day difference. So for Coalesce, it's not all doom and gloom. They're still in chasing position off MNM Academy. They just need to get other wins. Obviously, then hoping that MNM, they'll start to slip up, and then that's where they can gain points. So they're still chasing at the moment. They're not in control, but I'm not saying that the title race for top 6 is over.
And Snurleaf, we saw a bit more of Nixon and a bit more of Divided in that game, which was good. Obviously, Ambush did let Divided walk in a couple of times, have a bit of a stroll and pick off at his own leisure, but great to see those 2 kind of gelling in a little bit more now.
Yeah, sometimes it could take a little while for new players or new acquisitions to gel with the rest of the team, and especially when you have 5 players in the team and you get 2 new players, it's essentially like having a completely new team because you have synergies that needs to be reworked, and who knows what kind of roles that Pat and Lurie had in the previous team that then Divided and Nixon might have to replace, but then it's like maybe they're not comfortable in those positions. Maybe you have to work things around, and it takes a little while sometimes for that to gel. And other times it fits like a glove, and sometimes it just takes a while. And could be nerves as well on the side of Nixon. Divided, for all we know, shouldn't be at this level, but could be. But like you said, the sentiment stands. It's nice to see Divided and Nixon making a name for themselves out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're up next for Viperio 86 and Victus. Let's have a look at the lineup. This is going to be meaty. It's going to be an incredible battle. And that's the lineup. Obviously, these beautiful new graphics our producer's been hard at work at. Demo, what's your thoughts there?
It's difficult for 86 after what happened to them last night, where I believe that they should have beaten TENSTAR. I think that they threw 2 crucial rounds in that matchup. So that they'll feel disappointed in themselves. I think Grubby had a massive game yesterday, but if he didn't win it really means nothing at the end of the day. It's you can go out there and have the best stats, but if you don't win, you don't win. That's the sad truth about it. But I think 86, it's not going to be any easier. It's against another big side that they're going to be competing against. I mean, I really would just throw in Victus, 86, and TENSTAR. I think these 3 sides are so close. So close. I think they all have very similar elements to one another. I think they're all very smart teams that can adapt very quickly as well. So yeah, this will be a good old game of chess, I hope, Simon.
Yep, I hope so. Let's have a look at the Victus lineup as well. Snurleaf, talk us through this one. 74% entry conversion, as impressive as ever.
That is the biggest number we've seen yet tonight out of the 4 teams, and 74% just goes to show how good Victus are at taking a lead and making the most out of it. And guess which one of these players is usually at the forefront? It is, of course, Oscar, Grace's favorite player. Did you get that Oscar fan account handle, checked out? Yeah?
Do you know what?
Okay.
I did. It's available. So,
All right,
Grace,
there we go.
I know you'll be listening. You'll be hearing this out. So I reckon
All right.
we
Up
can
for
get that
grabs.
made up. It's up for grabs.
Up for grabs. No, but this matchup, it's just, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really happy that I get to just sit back and enjoying it, because these two teams, Viperio 86 after the transfer window, against Victus after the transfer window, is going to be such a closely contested matchup. And Uper as well has shown that as a new player on the team, he's come in and he's just making a name for himself already, but having 2 good games on the belt at least. And the other players on the team, YZN, Skydie, Skeptic, are also stepping up alongside Oscar to make sure things work. But if Oscar is having the same game as he has before, this is certainly going to be a barn burner.
It absolutely is going to be a barn burner. Let's have a look how things went down last time these two met. And, how will this fare for today's game? Victor's coming out 7-3 demo. What are your thoughts looking at that, and how will that play into the minds of both oppositions today?
I mean, this was a case of you don't take Victus to Villa. That was really the element that we looked at. We should have very bad banning phase from 86 all around, and you would hope that they've been able to learn from that. I don't know if we're going to be seeing Villa again. Not a lot of sides have really allowed Victus to play that, kind of since we've seen them dominate throughout the first couple of weeks. I think it might have been, Playday 6, whenever they played against Coalesce. That was it, the last time we've seen Villa be played by Victus. It has been a while, but I think the general gist is you just don't want to take Victus over there.
No, absolutely not. And Snurley, your thoughts there? Obviously, cost going 70% for Viperio, but 90% is a naughty number for Victus. How will that play in today as well?
I mean, Skydie with 90% cost just goes to show, and of course a 3 KDR as well, just goes to show how one-sided that matchup really was. And I just have no faith whatsoever that this game is going to look anywhere similar to this lopsided this time around. I think the teams are more even decided. I believe it was Kangaroo Kenny who just said that people just could not play map vetoes against Victus. They just kept giving them game or maps that Victus thrive on. And that's the thing with the best of one, just having that one map. I mean, having a couple of maps that you're good on, if opponents let you play on it, you can look like such a dominant team. And I'm really curious to see if Victus has the map pool going after this transfer window to really be able to hold the opposition at hand. Because keep in mind, with the win here for Viperio 86, they will leapfrog over Ambush and be only 2 points behind Victus if they get a 3-point win. So things are really heating up on the league standings here.
Absolutely. Well, we're just about ready for the veto. So let's have a look where we are going. Demo. This could be an exciting one. Will we see Villa again?
Ooh.
Oh.
First ban by 86, of course.
Yeah.
Cafe, another map that is usually favoured by Victus. I think the last time we seen them play it was against Heroic, which they did lose 7-4. I mean, it just shows how confident Victus are in that map if they're willing to try and challenge Heroic on that, which is another map that I think Heroic are kind of known for being a very solid side on. So yeah, to see 86 allow that Cafe to go through is certainly surprising. I mean, they had the choice between that or Theme Park. So no Theme Park. I mean, that's just teams are not a fan of Theme Park. Europe just as a region, we're not quite there yet with that map. So yeah, Cafe, I think both teams will be happy to play this. I think it'll be aggressive. That's for sure. Both of these sides will try and play that aggressive play style that we see a lot on Cafe. So yeah, it's certainly a curious one. I'm excited to see how this one's going to go down.
Snurleaf, you get the last word on this?
I mean, I've casted so many Nordic classics on Cafe. I wouldn't mind watching a potential future NPL classic in front of our eyes here on Cafe. But just like Demo, bit surprised to see it go to Cafe. It means that Viperio 86 must be comfortable with.
They've never played it.
Yeah, so hopefully Viperio has something up their sleeves. But I don't know. I just want to see Theme Park. I really like Theme Park.
Well, we're going to see how this one will shape out. It's Viperio 86 going against Victus. We're going to throw it over to our casters now. Grace and Dino, take it away. This one's going to be a belter.
Thank you very much. A belter indeed. Cafe. Yeah, that is going to be the interesting thing for me. The last 2 times, actually, not just against Heroic, but also against Ambush, Victus have played it, and they've lost. So... yeah...
I think, yeah, it's one of those things where 86 are probably either thinking now, okay, we have them kind of where we want them, you know, maybe taking them to a potential weaker map of theirs, but at the same time, if Victus have kind of established it, maybe they weren't having the best of times on Cafe, they can kind of, you know, iron out the creases, so to speak. I guess now is the time for us to find that out. Again, I think this is probably going to be another close matchup on paper, at least looking at it. It just, again, how important will that map pick be for both sides, to be honest, for both sides there. And again, you know, we speak of how aggressive you can actually play Cafe, and I think that really ties in well to how these two rosters can play. And I'd say, if anything, though, it'll be interesting to see how that more structured approach that 86 have been taking lately kind of comes into effect here as well, because it is kind of, you know, it's a gravity full map where you have to have your little checklist of how you're clearing and getting the control in it. So should be quite an interesting one to see how 86 choose to approach it, to be honest.
Yeah, and it's also going to be, I mean, it is the gravity full map. It is one of the standard maps that teams are very comfortable playing on, but it still requires quite a hefty bit of coordination. And obviously, we've seen a good deal of that already coming through from Victus, despite the new pickup. It's just, will that continue? How deep does the map pool for this new lineup really go? And Cafe historically has been good to Victus, but they haven't been perfect on it.
It's been rocky at times.
Yeah,
I think that's it. Yeah, it's been rocky at times. Starting things off, the Flores ban, again, I think that's quite a safe and comfortable opening ban to go for on this map. You know, Cafe and Flores go together really well. Nowadays, it's a really easy way of clearing out a lot of, you know, shield utility in particular. You know, you don't have to rely on the flashes anymore. You don't have to rely on burning out ADSs and one-wise as much, because you could just send that Flores in instead. Now, obviously, they are going to have to go a bit old school with it. They are going to have to burn out those ADSs and magnets. So the Thatcher ban coming through to a little bit standard, but it's to be expected. There's the Maestro ban. That's an interesting one too. Again, countering not only the intel, but the ability to potentially deny a plant in the late round as well. No Kaid ban as of yet, which would be quite an interesting one as we go along. And well, there we go. Azami ban too. That's pretty safe banning, to be honest, coming through from Victus. I think Azami would be such a pain for them to deal with on this map.
But it has left Valk open as well.
It has indeed.
And Kaid.
Interestingly enough, neither of those operators being picked by Victus just yet. So,
well, yeah.
Yeah, they're going for... We've got the Aruni Castle, which again indicates that little wombo combo on the double between Cigar and Piano. So that'd be quite an interesting one to see. Again, it's just this massive utility burn that the attackers are going to have to do. And again, when you've got the castle doubled up with the Aruni gates as well, it kind of creates this effect where it's not just delaying the approach of getting that map control, you're also cutting off those lines of sight where, you know, especially with these two teams, Dino, they will be able to use these lines of sight and just absolutely destroy each other using them. So that's going to be quite a useful one, I think, for Victus to start off with.
Yeah, obviously Mirror is currently unavailable to be played. If anyone has any about that, there is a current exploits, because we all know how impactful Mirror can be and how frequently we see Mirror on this top floor. And I think maybe that sort of lent somewhat into the strategy from Victus here, because they can be a bit more out there with their bans. They don't have to try and think, well, do we want to go up against the Mirror? They can play it safer, and yeah, that Azami. We've not seen any Azami on Cafe yet inside of NPL, but I can only imagine that it would be absolutely dreadful to try and deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, already, you know, we nearly just saw Groovy send a nade almost immediately towards that bathroom area. We see them eyeing up for those runouts at the bottom of white. So again, I think both these teams are going into it, especially Viperio, expecting very much hyper aggression. Especially again on the side of Victus, we've seen them just throw themselves out of all kinds of windows before, and I think it's unsurprising that Viperio would be wanting to constantly watch their 6, especially as I do believe Oscar's on the bottom floor and a bit of an extended roam there, and that could really come up tops as time progresses.
And just being patient for now as Viperio, they've gotten a lot of the external soft destruction open. There isn't as much sort of pressure being applied into Piano from that white hallway. Typically you see the shield a bit further out and more ADSs and even more my discs, but they've gone for a little bit of a safer hold. The nade's going to go on through. They destroy the drones and presumably the shields as well, as Viperio are making relatively good time on this. You know, minute and a half, they've cleared out Piano. They've gotten players pushed on into Cigar. YZN is also quite low already from a prior engagement. Just getting everything set up as more of those nades continue to be thrown out.
This is it too. I think Victus are kind of biding their time. Like, again, 2 minutes have gone nearly and neither team has had a casualty. So again, it's just a case of everyone playing it very patiently around each other and making sure they're not going too aggressively in what could be quite a bloody matchup, to be honest, as well. Again, look at these long lines of sight that Ruby can now hold from that eastern side. It's going to get pretty spicy pretty quickly. U4 pretty much trapped in that area. The C4 does indeed miss, so they are aware that there is this player on the window here and they want to do something about it because otherwise they can't really move. YZN also alerted, and that's going to be a little bit of a distraction as Astro pretty much for free can just waltz around under that new hatch. I think Oscar tried to go for a bit of a pick there, but it doesn't quite land. Toxic Babe coming out to kind of hold off that approach from the cigar shop, but again, Viperio want to start collapsing into the site. 20 seconds on the clock, Dino.
And it has to start coming on through, and there's the opening kill of the round in less than 20 seconds to go. Astro is going to get the first, and Hungry and Vito team up for one apiece. Diffuser goes down, and now it's a 2 versus 5. Oscar has been so far removed from the site for the entire round. He's going to be the last one to fall, attempting to flank up those red stairs. And 86, that was them just doing exactly what they wanted to do.
100%. Again, they set up around the site perfectly then. They took their time with it. Yes, it was coming down to an L a little bit, but because they took the time to make sure that they had all that control and all that clearance, it really did allow them to just immediately go in and plan pretty much uncontested. You know, they'd cut off a lot of the defense from actually being able to move without pretty much dying. Again, U4 in that really difficult position where you just have to either really win your one there, but again, the angle being held against you can be a little bit tricky. So really nice setup there by Viperio 86, and as a result, of course, they're going to get that round number 1 on the table.
Yeah, it really felt like Victus didn't have any pushback. They sort of just had all their utility set up and let Viperio work through it just systematically with complete impunity, and you can't do that against any team in this league, really, especially not against a team as coordinated as Viperio. So maybe we'll see more aggression coming through from Victus, as they aren't going to repeat the upstairs. They are going to go down to Reading and Fireplace, but the typical way that you hold that still requires quite a heavy upstairs presence, at least initially. Is Victus taking that aggression a bit to heart as they were going for some spawn peaks to start things off?
Yeah, which again, you know, 86 expected that from round 1, so I think it's wise of Victus to, you know, they've attempted it, they got a bit spooked, they've run off, and they've decided not to touch out of a barge pole, and I think that's the right point to make. But again, Viperio will still probably be looking out for that. They'll be looking for Victus to make these aggressive plays. Again, it looks like potentially they may try and avoid even clearing that top floor if they can. It could be a case of, if we get the opportunity to just immediately get into the side, let's just get stuck in, lads. So again, that can be very hit or miss though. You know, you really do want to get the control and at least get the player advantage in your favor, but I think Viperio are very heavily focusing the objective, which is something we've seen since, you know, the start of coming back after the break. Astro getting a beautiful pick there onto Oscar as Skeptic also falls to Groovy. So there we go, that might give them the breathing space they need to just immediately go for this dining plan.
Not waiting until the last 20 seconds to get the open kill this time around, as Do see Uport still upstairs, potentially trying to go for a little bit of a retake as Viperio putting a bit of pressure into that piano area, but Vito is going to get rid of Skyty, who was up there to support him. He's not ready for the follow-up, but the turnaround and flick. Hungry is going to steal that kill as YZN is now left up against the world here. 1 versus 5. Could this be back-to-back flawless rounds for Viperio to start this off? The flashbangs, the nades are going to go on out, but YZN does have quite a bit of space to work with here. The drop and the peak from Fireplace at the same time. Just, oh.
I mean, it's the fact that that's 2 flawlesses in a row, which again really shows how 86 are approaching this. They are just pulling Victus's defense apart, and when they go for that collapse finally, and it's working really well for them. And again, I think they're being, you know, I've reiterated this point a few times now, but it is a very different feel, this roster, compared to previous rosters in the past. It's a very kind of almost old school approach of taking things. It's really methodological, and I think that's been really lovely because you've got some gunners in that lineup. You know, we speak a lot of, you know, Groovy and even Astro as well, and having that kind of structure of players that can pop off a little bit, it's just a match made in heaven, to be honest. Same time, Victus, you know, it's obviously going to be a bit challenging for them. Probably maybe a bit more challenging. I was going to say maybe a bit more challenging than they expected, but I don't think that's true at all. I think Victus came in knowing that this was probably going to be a bit of a squiffy matchup for them. One that they really want to win, and they knew that Viperio are coming for that win too. And again, we've got 2... It's difficult when it's 2 of your favorite teams, I think.
Pick one.
It's difficult. I can't. Like, this is it. They're both golden boys of Yukin, so it's kind of like, what can you do as a Yukin caster watching these 2 teams go head to head, apart from just have a really good time watching them tear each other apart, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to see Victus get a kill at this point. Yeah. I think that's a little bit of the little bit of a red flag, but again, still 4 more rounds on this defense to go, you know? Maybe at least a singular kill will occur. I mean, I would definitely hope so. That would be the biggest nosedive off a cliff in Yukin and NPL history if that doesn't happen. But there we are. Oscar is gonna make an appearance. That's gonna be Astro off the table. He was able to get the opening picks in both of the first 2 rounds, but Grubby's right there with the trade, putting us back at a 4 versus 4, not letting things get out of hand.
Well, all in the end, that trade-off came through really, really quickly, which is what you want to see. And again, that indicates for structure that 86 are taking to these maps time and time and again. Really, really good stuff on them. It is so impressive. And again, bringing the Dokkaebi out as well, that's going to be quite useful. It's going to allow for them to hunt out any lurkers that may be roaming in the shadow somewhere. But for now, bit of a quiet before the storm again, just trying to get as much of his control as possible, really start to apply the pressure around that site, so when they go for this collapse, it's just a case of cleaning up those kills and trying to force that plant down. Ruby getting a little bit risky with it, trying to take out YZN, who has safely retreated back into Cloak, not taking any chances, and I think that's a fair shout for Victus to do right now. Interesting to see the usual high progression of Victus kind of dampened a little bit. They aren't willing to take these gunfights as much as they previously would. They just want to hold some angles and wait for this collapse to start coming through.
Yeah, just trying to play the time in this one. You know, you don't have the player advantage, so you can't get too aggressive, so it's going to sit on back and wait for Viperio to come to them, but that does give Viperio a lot of time to get everything set up. They've opened up a lot of the floor here. They haven't been able to find any kills from it directly, so it feels like they might be wasting a little bit of time, but we've already seen the drop actually come on through. One player's already inside of Freezer, drop down that hatch. Smoke canisters are going to go on out, and Skeptic's already used all 3 of them as the shotgun's being pulled out. The aggression, I think that's Curly actually inside of the Freezer. Vito still trying to get these angles from up above as Upor is going to eliminate Curly. 4 versus 3 now. The plant needs to start to go down, but no one's really in a position to do so. The hip fire from Hungry with the SMG-12. He recovers the diffuser and is going to go for the plant. He's only got 1 teammate left up to protect him, and that's going to be Vitaline as he gets eliminated immediately. Skyty as well coming on in with 1. Hungry gets the SMG-11 once more. And now it's a 1 versus 1 and Hungry with the 4K in the round. Oh my. Just decimates them. And Victus, they're going to call for a timeout after the first 3 rounds.
And that speaks volumes, to be honest. You know, they know that this is not going well for them at all. That, again, it looked like Victus were able to kind of pull this back a little bit. It looked like they were really going to try and play into the timer, and then it was just a case of Hungry, just turning around. There we are. Like, that was just disgusting behavior, Dino. I do think it's nice to try and see the adaptation from Victus, where they are trying to be a little bit more passive than what they usually do. They know that they should just wait for that execute to come through, but it's just when the execute came through, people were not hitting their shots properly, and that's where a lot of the chaos and manic shooting on both sides started coming through. And this is gonna be a really interesting one. Of course, the timeout being called by Victus, you'd assume there's some serious words being had right now, and how are they going to go into it now? It looks like they're going to actually go back to kitchen, Dino, which, I don't really like it when teams do that. I think sometimes it's a little bit too fresh in the muscle memory for those attackers, and it's kind of can be a little bit risky biscuits, but
if you're Victus, what other choice do you have? You got whitewashed from the other two. Flawless on both of your other defensive sites. This is the only one where you got a kill, let alone got it close. I think that for Victus, they need to have, if they're going to get success in the short term on this map, they're going to get it here, and they need to get it now. That timeout is very indicative of the mental state being a bit sort of, right lads, what's going on, we need to sort this.
Defo.
And yeah, like, you're then going to want to go for what you've already had some partial success on and try to build off of it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, I still feel it's a little bit too risky biscuits for my liking, but looks like they've kind of spread themselves a little bit wider this time. What's looking for? Again, these spawn peaks starting to come through now. They are trying to get a little bit more aggressive with it and maybe catch some of these opening picks for themselves, trying to convert that obviously as the time goes on, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I think we even got a little hint there of U4 potentially about to try and use a C4 within the first 30 seconds of a round, so that usually indicates that they want to get these opening picks in their favor, because I think they feel confident that they can convert that into the round win once they get it in their bag, but it's just getting it in that bag in the first place, Dino.
That's been the struggle as Newport is going to get rid of one of those Twitch drones. The smoke canisters being used up nice and early, as well as the C4 is going to go on out and not find anything. Viperio making a bit of noise around that front door and going, yay, you know what, not really about it. We'll try somewhere else, and they're going to go for, again, that full clear that we saw from them previously. Astro going to want to apply a bit of pressure on into Piano, and we don't actually have the buck this time coming through from Viperio 86. Vitaline did a really good job on that buck in the last round, getting so much of that floor open that, I mean, this is going to work a little bit, I feel, against Viperio. That was such an important part of what they were doing, but we'll have to see how it plays on out, as Wise then goes for a nice fun rotate out the fireplace window.
Fun is one way of putting it. I mean, I genuinely, so far I'm so impressed with not even Viperio's performance here. Like, yes, of course, this is speaking volumes, but the way that they've come back after that break, it's just like a completely, different roster almost. They're revigorated, they're energized, and they're playing some really classic and amazing Siege, and it's good to see. At the same time, I don't want it to be too much of a steamroll. I'd feel almost a little bit disappointed if this wasn't as close as, the other match we've had this evening. I think it's one of those evenings where I feel like a majority of the matchups could be quite close. They're sitting in a nade, potentially trying to bait out anyone lurking in that VIP area. Not quite doing anything just yet, though. Okay, so trying to get some intel. Groovy just tanking the barrier there, Dino. Goodness me, Curdy getting a pick on Skeptic too, as U4 trades it back onto Groovy.
Now less than 15 seconds to go. They need to get themselves on into the site. It's going to be the wallbang coming on through to get the down onto Upor, but Skyty is going to get his second kill in the, or Curly's going to get his second kill in the round as YZN as well chimes in. It's now a 1 versus 2. It's just Skyty and it's just the timer stopping Victus in that one as they faffed about a fair bit. Is probably the best way to put it. They had a lot of that control and they just sort of waited until the last 35 seconds.
Yeah, and I think
do anything.
I guess maybe Victus's plan, during the timeout was to kind of burn out that timer as long as possible. We saw the investment of those toxic babes, the investment of the C4 very early in the round, compared to what that kind of util is usually used for, and that indicates to me again they don't want that immediate approach to the site. They want to delay it for as long as possible, and a lot of the movements of how Victus were playing were really relying on this idea that if we can try and burn out that timer, it'll either be a manic rush at the end that maybe we can clean up, or they're just not going to get into site on time. Obviously the latter there happening.
But that has given Victus their first round. Going back down to kitchen did work out for them, as now they're going to go back to one of the sites where they got flawless on. In fact, the first site that they got flawless on, hopefully with that newfound confidence, that little bit of a mental realignment, they are going to be able to put up a better showing in this round. They might even be able to close it out, and there is still the potential that Victus enters on a 3-3 split, which is pretty important, because while I think a lot of people now regard Cafe to be more attacker-sided, you still need to be able to put in a very good shift on your defense, just because it's a big map, and big maps should favor the defenders, in my mind. And so, you need to be able to get at least 2 of those rounds, maybe even pushing it out to 3, to really be staying competitive. I think if Victus doesn't get any more rounds in his half, we're going to have a very short match on this one.
Which will be really disappointing, I think. But at the same time, again, I'm, Viperio, it feels almost like they've kept this one up their sleeve a little bit, to be honest. Again, just with how fluid they're coming through with everything, with the approaches, the way that they're executing, once they gain that control, the way they're actually getting the control in the first place, and the speed at which they're doing it. Again, Cafe, it's very reliant on you working to that timer. That's certainly going to benefit them as well. Those toxic babes being taken away as YZN gets taken out. So again, when we speak about how Victus's main task really is to delay that timer, that's going to be a bit of a pain in the rear end, to be honest, And
that drone spotting out Oscar is going to force him to abort the flank, is going to have to go all the way back over towards White Stairs, where we're seeing a lot of these Victus players start to stack up, as Upor is hanging around towards the lower half of these stairs as well. And Hungry, who chose not to destroy the shield, going to be able to use it against him as Skyty goes for the jump out. Hungry is going to get Oscar, who went for the follow-up, as now there's going to be a long rotation needing to come on through. Vice, who gets the kill onto Skeptic, and they can see both of these players are outside. They know that they have the site in its entirety, and they're going to be going for the plant. Upor does have a C4, so if they have the intel, they could deny the plant, but he's going to be far too far away to do that. And now it's a post-plant situation. Both the defenders having to come up from the middle floor to try and get something. Upor wait and see if anyone wants to jump out this window, as the air jab is going to alert them to Skyty's rotation, and Curly is just going to pick up a freebie on that one. Upor does eliminate Astro, 1 versus 3. Oh, the turn onto Hungry. What a flick coming out, but it might all be for nothing. There is still a bit of time for him to work with here. 20 seconds to go, but Curly gets both of those remaining players and secures another round for Viperio.
This is just so clean from Viperio.
Yeah.
Genuinely, this is just so clean. They have certainly put the work in here, and I cannot stress that enough. It is beautiful to see. The thing is as well, the implications that if Viperio would run away with this now, Dino, think about the standings, okay? We have a Viperio ambush close on the tails of Victus, and that's going to get very spicy the next few days, to be honest, as well, because we've already discussed about how I think between TENSTAR, Viperio, and Ambush, it's kind of this idea of the race to the top at this point. Viperio turning around, and if they're able to decimate Victus in the way that they currently are, spells a lot for the future. Certainly spells a lot for the future, Dino.
Yeah, as the standings are at the moment, if Viperio win this one without it going to overtime, they would actually bump themselves up into 3rd place and would only be sitting 2 points behind Victus. That means that for the rest of the season, they're basically going to be neck and neck, and they can't let any game slip, because those first 2 spots don't have to play that initial round of the playoffs. So the way that the playoffs will work is the 3rd position team will play the 6th position team, and the 4th and 5th will play each other, and then the winners of those games will then go and play the 1st and 2nd place team. So being in one of those first 2 spots actually is really beneficial, as it gives you a bye in that opening round. So, I mean, if Victor starts to slip, this one is ripe, or that 2nd position is ripe for Viperio to take.
Ripe like an apple on an autumn eve. Again, why is it N waiting patiently? This is, I think, there's a lot of patience from Victus in a bid to kind of combat the way that Viperio are bringing it to this map. And I think it's really interesting, again, given how we're used to seeing Victus play, is they have to change up that energy. And it's really interesting because I think, again, it's this idea of, you know, that the sudden change to their roster, it was indeed sudden. I was like 5 days before Playday 1 or something like that.
4 days, I think. Yeah.
That is a difficult situation to deal with. That is like so difficult to deal with, and the fact that they're able to even like put their heels in the sand, you know, shows the caliber of the players. But again, Viperio just turning up and ooh, this could be quite big, Dino. C4 is actually missed, but there we go. C4 lands, Astro taken out, but how much utility invested on both sides there around that little ring around the rosy of that cocktail area. Hungry searching for another head of a Victus player, but for now, again, a little bit of a standstill, biding their time a little bit on both sides.
Now, Victus have used all 3 of their C4s and 1 of Skyty's impacts already, so they won't be able to go for any of those kind of plays later on in the round. They also don't have a smoke this time, as Curly or Oscar wasn't holding the angle. He could have potentially had a freebie there, as Grubby and Curly are going to be starting to apply pressure through the middle floor. They are still aware that there could be players up towards Cocktail, but from the looks of it, no one from Victus is there at the moment, as Skythy is going to be there to eliminate Hungry. Curly gets Skeptic, and the flank is coming through now from Oscar. No one's quite paying attention, but Curly's been able to work his way deep inside of the site. Vital as well is going to pick up the kill onto YZN. It's a 2 versus 3. Oscar, he's normally Mr. Consistency, but he's been a bit vacant in this game, but he's going to show it when it's needed, as Oscar and Skyty get 1 apiece. And now it is just Curly left alone, the Thermite with the diffuser inside of the site. Has to try and force these players into engagements with only 15 seconds left on the clock, and he's got a wallbang Skyly for a triple kill in the round. He can start to play with the time a little bit, knowing that Oscar has to push him. He's going to go for a plant behind the bookcase. Oscar praying it's a bait, and he gets off the plant. He's going to run away. Oscar's trying to run a marathon here, and he's going to do so, avoiding the swing from Curly, and that is going to be the 2nd round on the board there for Victus.
That is, yeah, too close for comfort. Way too close for comfort right now for Victus. You can, again, it's the fact that you're forcing a team like Victus to play passively. If I could underline that in red marker pen, I would. You're forcing Victus to play passively, and that is a good sign for Viperio, certainly. And not a good sign for Victus. They're getting a little bit beaten up here, to be honest, but again, going on to that attacking half. Maybe they can try and bring the thunder a little bit. We're seeing the LMG massive coming out now, so maybe it's just going to be a little bit of ferocity needed on the side of Victus. But again, given how comfortable Viperio were playing around that timer on their own attack, maybe the defense, they'll be kind of playing around the timer also, and we'll also see that similar style of just constant delay from them, delaying Victus's approach, which again, when you've got that kind of gunpowder behind you, if you're not peaking that and they have to push you and get that way for all that utility, you know, again, it's the mute jammers, and you know how that can also impact the intel that Victus may need to actually bring a kind of aggressive attack. That's going to be very important too. Where are those mute jammers placed as an example? Is it just used to counteract the hard breach, or is it used to actually deny this information now to the side of Victus? They've also brought the Nook Dino, which is a little bit naughty, a little bit spicy. We're going to see probably a nice dimensional flank here from U4, trying to catch people off guard with their little sneakeroonie up the stairs, I reckon.
Yeah, I do like it when on these bigger maps, you know, Cafe Villa and the like, where there's lots of flaws and lots of potentials for, you know, the defenders to be roaming across several different floors. You just bring out that Nook to work a particular angle where there may be no cams or very limited cams that they can just walk past. As we're going to see here from Upor, he's going to sneak his way on in and pray that someone from Viperio wants to go for a white stairs rotation, as this is looking like a very heavy cocktail take coming through from Victus at the moment. The nade's going to come on through. The hatch is being held. People are really praying that someone's going to make this rotation, but Astro's coming on in through the fireplace. If he looks the right way, he could be able to secure that fight, as Victus, after using a lot of that utility, are just going to rotate away and not commit to it too heavily now.
A little bit of a standstill here. Astro actually taken out by U4. A little flick of the wrist, but again, rightfully so. Absolutely skedaddling out of that situation. Don't want to go for the repeak, but Curly ready and waiting for him. Looking to try and cause a little bit of carnage. Not quite, though. Nade goes out and doesn't land either from U4, so both players remaining with their lives for now at least.
Astro got 3 kills in the first 2 rounds, and he's only gotten 1 kill since then. He's been... I mean, it was such a big impact, and we know how important he can be in these rounds for Viperio, just being able to get those opening picks and being one of the leading fraggers. So him being a bit vacant here, not ideal for Viperio, but they're still ahead for now, as Vito has been putting on a massive shift, as has Curly, to keep them going. As with 30 seconds to go, 4 versus 5, not a lot of utility left on the side of Victus. They've got 1 nade on Oscar. All of the other secondary utility has been used. YZN hasn't used any of his stims so far. As soon as I say it, of course, it's when he uses his first one, and they won't have time to get the full use out of that operator, as he's concerned about someone going for a jump out with 10 seconds left to go, and they need to start working their way on in to go for the plant. Oscar is inside of the site, but it's Skeptic with the diffuser. He needs to be sticking the plant right now. The kill's going back and forth, and now all of a sudden, somehow, it's just Curly left alone. He does get the down onto 1. It's a 1 versus 2 in a post-plant situation. He sees that player go on for the repel on in. It's Upor. The Skeptic is over towards the cocktail bar. Could potentially have left a player on the roof to play this in the post-plant, but instead they're choosing to be both inside of the objective, as Curly again has to try and work this 1 versus 2, isolate these players, isolate these fights, and gets a little bit of chip damage onto Upor. Tags up Skeptic, but it's going to be the bearing 9 to get Skeptic his first kill here in this game and secure this first attacking round for Victus.
86 calling the timeout, and yes, even though Victus did get that round on the board, again, I think they're probably going to be feeling still a little bit frustrated with how potentially clunky it may be at times for them. Both sides really starting to bring the thunder. Again, this idea of eventually when the players were getting whittled down and down and down, Viperio were like, okay, let's just hold back now and hold these angles, because they have to push us through some very specific choke points, and if we can just line up those lines of sight, we can maybe do something about it. And ultimately Victus able to clear up a load of breathing room to actually get in and then stick that plant down, and that was really the defining factor, of course, because you get into a post plan where you have the player advantage, and in 9 times out of 10 you are indeed going to win that. But 86, of course, calling that timeout. They do not want Victus to catch up any more than they already have. 86 are looking to take this home, Dino.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
But need to get some of these defenses going. I mean, they've only played 1 and did come down right to the wires. I'm going to go back to the same site once again. Similar sort of setup coming through. They've got Astro this time on the Valk instead of the Aruni. They're not going for that same sort of Castle Aruni combo that we saw from Victus on their defenses. And all three ADSs being positioned around this White Stairs hallway. And Wamai is being used as well. This is going to be a hard piano hold coming through.
Yeah. Which, though, I think maybe what we may see is, you know, Victus, they did start off trying to get that piano control and then shifted over to the eastern kind of take, and I think they are going to try and commit to that potentially now, especially if they do catch wind of how much utility investment there is going on upstairs, Dino. We'll see what happens, though. Again, you know, it's going to be really a case of them probably trying to find an opening on that top floor, and then that's where they're going to force their attack from. Just trying to find the weak point in this defense.
Yeah. Viperio are being very aware of potential of a White Stairs flank. It's going to be YZN this time. Uport not going to stick with the Nook. Instead, been a little bit of a switch up of roles. Uport is going to be on the Nomad, and the flank watch is Skyty. This is a set nade that he's going for here. He's going to throw it on out, and I think that got immediately caught by an ADS or something. Because, yeah, I don't think they expected all three plus Wamais to be positioned there. So it's how much utility do they really want to burn? Skyty's not going to go for a second nade until they know that this is all clear. But with Vita playing here, another Wamai just goes out, and we can hear those ADSs coming back online. So all of that utility got them absolutely nothing.
Yeah. And again, this is kind of like the little quiet behind before the storm, hopefully, for Victus. You know, people lining up, getting ready to go in for some of these nades towards Cocktail. We've got YZN on the rotate as well. And again, maybe this is the moment I was talking about. Maybe this is where we start to see Victus go for a bit more of an eastern pressure instead and try and find the opening that way. Oscar getting the pick down to Vitaline as well. That's going to be a nice way to start things off and start to apply this pressure from both sides at least. And that's going to hopefully allow maybe YZN to get on that east window too and start to cut off some of these rotations and really pinch these players down so the rest of the boys can come in and really cause some chaos.
Yeah, it's Curly trying to be a bit aggressive. I don't know why. It's wasted so much time and so much utility. You don't need to continue holding on to piano, as Upor is going to get the kill onto Grubby. 30 seconds to go. It's a 5 versus 3 in favor of Victus. And it's just Curly, Astro, and Hungry here to try and hold this one down as Victus. They've got no flashes, no nades, no smokes or anything to work with. They just have to rush on in and try and go for the plant. But with Oscar covering you, it's always going to be a good time. Astro and Hungry going to get a kill apiece, and Astro as well going to double up. It's a 2 versus 2. The plant has been stopped. Uport is going to eliminate Astro. It's just Hungry left. He's got no more Toxic Babes. He has to go for this fight here. He doesn't know where the plant's happening, but he gets the timing onto Uport. And it's just a matter of business to get the kill onto Skeptic, who repositioned.
Repositioned into the line of sight. There's a hole in the bar.
He could have stuck the plant and like stood up afterwards. That is someone made the call. I can picture it. Someone made the call. Like, he's by planks, he's top white, and so they think he's going to push through Freezer. The reposition of the plant happens. Upor looks the wrong way. And just perfect timing coming through from the defenders. But that one is going to sting for Victus.
Certainly that's going to be a rustling of the jimmies. And again, Viperio edging closer and closer to that all-important match point. If you're Victus right now, you really need to be kind of having a chat with yourselves. Like, okay, what's going wrong here? Like, we need to be a bit more clear on what we are doing when approaching this. I think really it's just getting the information as to what they need to get rid of in order to get into that site at this point. I think these gunfights are very hit and miss at times on both sides, to be honest. You know, you've got some players just absolutely stampeding through. But then it's like, you know, you can get your one all you want. At the end of the day, if there's utility to clear that you need to get through, there's utility to clear, and you need to be focusing on that as well.
Yeah. And Victus's utility has been questionable. They've used all of their utility, but then it's sort of like they've just thrown it into the Viperio 86 utility sink that they've had set up, and then nothing's come of it. Like in that last round, there were no nade kills, there were still shields up at the end of the round, and all of the flashbangs were used. I think at least one of the air jabs were used to burn ADSs, and it's just... if you're investing that much, I feel like there needs to be a much more visible payoff for it.
Yeah, 100%. Oscar on the Jackal, an interesting one as well, because it's just hopefully going to allow a little bit more information as to the positioning of 86, and maybe we'll start to see a bit of cheeky Verti plays coming through, some little wall bangs now and again. Also, again, speaking of verticality, we do have a lot of utility on the side of Victus right now, where especially attacking this site, that's going to really benefit them, but they just need to get all of the map control first, which is why we're seeing these beautiful, two-dimensional pushes through this map. That's going to give... by now, they should kind of have figured out, okay, we do have a majority of this map control. We are able to kind of start going for these peaks that we want to go for. A little bit of a gunfight there on the red stairs. Oscar choosing to not actually try and gain that intel, instead trying to peek into that. But again, that's what I mean. 86 are forcing Victus to play it safe, and that again speaks volumes, Dino.
Yeah, Victus not able to get a lot of control that they want, although they do have complete control over this middle floor, and we're going to see Upor going to work with that skeleton key, opening up as many of these floorboards, trying to gain a lot of these angles. But I feel this is a bit of a fool's gold a lot of the time for many teams, is that there are so many safe spots to play where you can still deny the plant from inside the site that can't be challenged by these vertical angles. Or you can swiftly rotate between them without it being too much of an issue, as Grubby is going to get the kill onto YZN to start things off. Skyty, with the timing, walks through the smoke canisters and is going to get one, but gets downed immediately afterwards. Astro unable to progress further on that. The smokes from Victus denying his line of sight, but it is going to be Grubby to get the kill onto Oscar, as well as Skeptic is going to be able to eliminate Astro and get his teammate back on up with only 15 seconds left on the clock. It's a 3 versus 3, but Hungry doesn't like that, so he's going to put Skyty in the dirt. 2 versus 3 diffuser on Skeptic. He's got to find a way into the site. He's going to drop the freezer hatch, needs to work his way in, but Vito, ready and waiting, is going to play the time, and that is the life of an Echo player.
I mean, this is just a masterclass from 86 at this point. Yeah. They are playing this map so well, and again, the fact that we haven't really seen it from them, and now they're showing up like this against Victus of all people. Granted, yes, there was a roster change, but you still expect Victus to be able to bring a level of ferocity, especially if they're letting it go to Cafe again. A little bit of a naughty one, really, from Viperio. This was very sneaky, and it's certainly, it's making for some really entertaining siege, and this, we're match point now. This is the upset of a century if Viperio take it away here. And to be honest, they deserve it, because they had such a rough time of it during this first half of the season. Team synergy wasn't quite there at times. They had a lot of external factors as well, which is really unfortunate. And the fact that they've able to kind of brush themselves off and come back after this break and just kind of waltz through it all and get these dubs under their arm, and again turning up like this against Victus, it's really promising. It's really good to see 86 on top again.
Yeah, I mean, they've always been a very strong team within the Yukin scene, and like you say, some struggles leading in, but I mean, Hungry, just an exceptional pickup, and I think that's doing absolute wonders. He is currently leading the team in terms of kills as well at the moment, which, I mean, he's normally more in that support / flex role, so if he's just popping off and getting all the kills, then the whole team's having a good day.
Yeah, 100%.
Especially when 3 of the other players all have 8 kills as well. Like, it's been a very balanced performance, and yeah, just...
And that's important, Dino. Like, again, that's so important. Like, you know, sometimes in rosters you'll see like one player will just have the absolute game of their life and they run ahead with like the double digits. The fact that 86, again, showing up like this on a map they've kind of low-key hidden against Victus, and they're having relatively similar kind of kills going on. Masterclass from them. Absolute masterclass.
Yeah, I mean, I just reckon Grubby feels pretty relieved that he doesn't have to put in a shift, because yesterday he went 21-8 and they lost that game. So, you know, I reckon he's quite happy going 8-6 with this one looking relatively secure for now. Obviously, this is Siege. This is UK and NPL. You can never say never. You can never make a 100% bold statement, because teams do just love to come and ruin your predictions. As
that's how I felt the entire season. But do you know what, that is a good sign, though, to be honest. We don't want it to be predictable. You want the upsets to happen. You want people to be turning around and absolutely worrying the faces off of us, because that means that the scene, yet again, is absolutely at its strongest, and that's always a chef's kiss moment from me, Dino.
But with less than a minute to go, 45 seconds on the clock, Upor is going to get a second kill in the round. He's going to tank through that Aruna gate as well as Curly falls. Grubby is still on the site, but the timing as he looks away means that he gets lit up, and Skyty, they've just been able to fully surround the site, have Victus, and now they're going to be going for the plant. It's a 5 versus 2. Astro and Hungry with it all to do. And this is going to be an almost impossible situation, yet an impossible situation now, as Oscar is going to get the kill onto Hungry. Astro would have to 1 versus 5 ace clutch this for the map, but it's not going to be the case. Skyty with the angle is going to secure that one, and you know, this just goes to show you can't rest in your laurels. Just because you're 1 round away from winning doesn't mean that the other team will give it to you.
No, 100%. One more round on the table, hopefully trying to catch up as much as possible, push this to the all-important overtime. The overtime I expected from the get-go. Again, though, Viperio will be looking to make this a 7-4. They will be looking to take this away here and now.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah. They let this one go to overtime and don't get the full 3 points, obviously. And that would be a massive slip-up, losing 3 rounds on the trot against Victus, who's really just not looked like they've had any teeth to them today. Would be pretty disastrous for them, but they are going to go back up to this top floor, where Victus had a real struggle dealing with the utility. Although, saying that, Victus did get it down to a 2 versus 1, and then they threw the round. But, I mean, hopefully both of them have a better performance in this round than they did before. On this site.
It's just so interesting to see like how kind of slow and steady at times both sides are being. You know, I think every member of Talent and I expected this to be a really fast-paced, aggressive you know, game, and I think we thought they'd just go at each other all guns blazing, but there's so much patience on both sides at times. There's so much just thinking and really trying to be meticulous about how you're approaching each other, and I think that's really good too, because they're not allowing it to be a bit of a free-for-all. They're really going tactical about this, which again, you do expect it from these two. But it's been such a lovely game. Such a lovely game.
We might nearly be at the end. We are going to have the Valkyrie being brought on out by Astro. These cams all positioned on the inside thanks to the recent Valkyrie changes. As the nades from Oscar are going to be used, well, one of them is going to be used already. One's going to follow up as Wise at Ends nade is going to secure a kill onto Curly, as Vito is going to get the trade right back immediately onto Upor, and that's the Nomad gone. flashbangs if they were still in pocket and now no longer available to be used. And again, all of these nades, all these flashbangs just being burnt up with really no damage to the Viperio setup.
Damage indeed, and yet again we're at this little tentative moment where Victus needs to start getting some info on the table, but Viperio looking to not really give it to them. But again, being trapped in Pixel like that, not the best position to be in. You do have a little ADS situation to keep you a little bit safer, and again, Flores ban potentially biting Victus a little bit there because this utility burn has to come through, and they don't really have anything to do that with. They have to go for these pushes, and well, there we go. Oscar starting it off. Vitaline falling.
Oscar was able to get that kill the last time this site was played, as Grubby is still concerned about someone potentially pushing up white stairs. Nitro's going to go on out from Astro, but no one's there to be affected by it, so he's just going to push on into the bathroom. 35 seconds on the clock. Skeptic once again, the person with the diffuser, who's going to need to go for that plant as the final nades are being thrown on out. Grubby wants to get aggressive here, but the angle's being held. This timing could be so massive, but it's Curly and there's Astro going for the peak, and now it's just Grubby left alone, 1 versus 2. Skeptic is going to be going for the plant. The drone that was going to call out his position has been destroyed, but YZN holding it down from Cocktail is going to be able to get that kill, and now it's 6-5, and this is looking a little bit risky. 86 might be letting this one slip.
It's looking a little bit delicious, to be honest, Dino. Overtime maybe incoming. I hope so. Please give me overtime with these two. I need it. The audience need it. We all need it. Your nan needs it. Everyone needs it right now. Viperio versus Victus overtime. I want to see it. Bring the thunder, please, Victus, in this next round. At the same time, Viperio, once again, will be looking to secure it. They don't want to go to overtime. They want these points in their pocket. They want to dart up that standings board even more. And for now, again, you know, the Echo drone coming out and how important that was last time. An important reliance on this on this utility again on the side of 86, and you know, being in that kitchen site and how they're going to play around it and how they're going to position themselves. It's all to play for here. They want to be allowing for Victus to kind of be on this awkward moment where they're slowed down and they can't really push through without the utility investment on that attack. You know, last time we saw that they had to go and just take those gunfights immediately. Oscar running towards that pixel spot in the end because they just had burnt out all the util they had to use.
Yeah. Simply, yeah. They just didn't have enough util, or they didn't use their util correctly. As now Viperio are going to go back down into the kitchen. This did come down. This was a bit more of a boring round, I think, for Viperio the last time they were on this objective, in that it sort of just came down to burning as much of the time as possible, and then Vito pressing mouse 1 precisely once to stun Skeptic as he was going for the plant. And we might see a repeat of that again, as Victus are prone to sort of burn a little bit too much time in the middle of the rounds, as 2 nades are going to go in towards Astro, not able to secure the kill, but they're definitely trying to be more aggro at the start of this round.
Yeah, and that's absolutely why we're going to see Curly drop that Toxic Babe pretty much next to his feet, making sure that no swing around comes through that corner. No, the ring around the Rosie situation, please. More Toxic Babes going out to try and hold off even a push till the bottom of white. Again, the util on both sides really coming through thick and fast to try and get through what each other are bringing, and that makes for a very even Stevens playing field right now. Again, quiet before the storm, as both teams just waiting for the approach, waiting for these angles to be falling into their hands almost, but it's just not coming through on either side right now. No one's really engaging. Again, maybe Victor's trying to get a bit of information before they make these pushes, and there we go, the Lion Drone coming out, trying to pinpoint down some of these players. Oscar getting the pick there, but Astro trades it back. Curly with the pick onto Sky T also, and it's, well, there we go, Skeptic taking the pick onto Curly as well. Again, ring around the Rosie, around this coat area, Dino, and YZN looking to hold onto that staircase position too, just in case a flank comes through, but for now, well. They're not really aware of where the players at 86 are. Again, the intel is needed.
Yeah, Skeptic's going to be using those X-Kairos pellets to open up a rotation into Freezer as 3 versus 3. They are kind of spread out from the side of Victus at the moment. Grubby is going to be the one to hold down the bakery side of things as the push is no longer... Why is it then sort of struggling to make up his mind here? Can't decide if he wants to go through bakery or support his team pushing on through white, as his other teammates are going to go on through the coat check. Grubby's going to have his attention divided in just a moment. There could be a little bit of a timing here as Grubby goes for the swing. YZN loses a lot of HP, but isn't going to go down as Upor is going to be the one to get the kill onto Astro. As this take 10 seconds left to go is starting to come on through. Hungry coming up big once again for his team. Grubby is going to throw out that C4. It gets shot out before it can do any damage, but the prone angle is good for one. He's going to swing on out with the pistol. Double kill at the end. And Viperio 86, it was looking a little bit shaky, but they are going to secure this one and get all 3 points for it.
I can't even say that was shaky, to be honest, Dino. 86 absolutely are 100% back in the ring, and I love to see that for them. What a scorcher there. Like, again, the fact that they kept this kind of cafe almost hidden in their pocket. They brought it out against Victus, who again, admittedly a little bit of a shaky cafe already. They really exploited that. They brought the thunder, and thus they've carried away with that victory.
Yeah, I mean, there were those sort of the 2 of the last 3 rounds that Victus won. I was getting flashbacks to yesterday where, you know, TENSTAR were on the back foot and were able to put together a mighty comeback to push it all the way to overtime and then max overtime to secure that victory. I could see it happening again for Viperio, but they didn't let it happen this time around. Victus are gonna have to swallow that one. It's gonna be a tough pill for them.
Absolutely, and I mean, it was just so good to see. Just again, what felt like a very old school, traditional, lovely bunch of Siege. But again, the fact that, you know, the util game on both sides was just getting so on point. It was getting really close some of these rounds as well. I don't think we can say that, you know, it was an absolute steamroll through it for either side. You know, it was difficult on both sides. They really, again, we had these moments where they were just kind of in a little bit of a standstill waiting for the other to get aggressive. Again, even we all thought it was going to be super aggressive, and it just wasn't. Everyone was just so trying to play into each other's energy. It became this almost Mexican standoff of sorts.
Well, we could talk about this one for the rest of the night, but we're not going to. We're going to let Demo and Snurlyf and Simon take this one away. So, guys, tell us what you thought of that.
Well, I thought that I should have invited my Nan round because apparently she needed overtime. But what an incredible match that was. Snurlyf, again, were left sweating and wanting more. Esports is awesome.
These games are kind of tough for us boomers, Simon, because we just get sweaty for no reason anymore. Just looking at games just make us sweat and just like pouring. And Demo's just sitting there like side-eyeing like, oh, no, boomer issues. But
Boomer issues.
I mean, there's a thing about cafe games just wound up ending classics and becoming classics, and this is exactly the barn burn that we promised you guys. And even though V86 looked phenomenal on those first couple of rounds, I was happy to see Victus try to claw it back. Very unfortunate to not get an overtime.
Well, Victus called an early timeout before we went into round 4. Clearly, they knew that their plan wasn't working, and shots were being missed. Viperio were head and shoulders above what Victus came in with. Whatever was said during that timeout seemed to have worked for a short time, though, Demo.
Yeah, Victus got off to a horrible start, one of the worst start I think I've ever seen them have. Starting off with 2 flawless losses back-to-back. It's not a good way to begin things, and I thought 86, they've done so well to get those 4 attacks on Cafe. Cafe can be a bit of a difficult map to attack at the best of times, especially if you look towards that top floor. A lot of utility usage. It can be difficult for entries to really find a footing. So, yeah, to see even Victus stay in contention afterwards is, yeah, also props to them. But 86 still being able to get the win.
Absolutely. And we're going to hear from Viperio 86 HQ and see what's going on there with our interview. And what a performance. Probably not as easy as you thought it might be after the first few rounds, though, Hungry. How are you feeling?
I'm doing good. What about you?
I'm very well, thank you. Very well. And, I mean, talk to me. How was that? I mean, it looked like you guys were just, going for the clean sweep the first few rounds, and then, they made you work for it just a little bit more.
I mean, we played the attacks pretty well. I think we could have played them even better. I think we shouldn't have lost the 2 attacks. We could have ended like 6-0 in the first half. Same on defense. I think we played the defense pretty poorly, in my opinion. But still good. Communication was good today. Yeah, it was good, but it could have been better.
Well, you have gone up into 3rd place now in the table. Only 2 points difference between you and Victus, who are in 2nd. Obviously, this becomes now a really tasty battle throughout the rest of the season. How does that make you guys feel when you look at the rest of the second half of the season?
I mean, our goal is to get to top 2. Top 1 is kind of unreachable, unless Heroic throws some games. But I think it's not possible. Top 1 is a goal, and we're going to achieve it.
Brilliant. Well, we can't wait to see you in action even more. And thank you very much for joining us this evening. Congratulations on your victory, and long may it continue.
Yep, thanks for having me, and have a nice day, yeah?
You too. Well, there we go, guys. Plenty to say from Hungary. Demo, what do you take from that?
I mean, I thought he'd be a little bit more, excited because it's a big win. It's a big win for 86 in the grand scheme of things. That's one of your big rivals that you've been able to take down. It's not as if you've kind of seen off one of the Nordic teams down at the bottom. You've done very, very well to take down that great side of Victus. So yeah, a little bit underwhelmed, I'd say, by his interview there.
That's the calmness that you get from being a pro player. It's just we've had enough of those games, but. I just wanted to quickly point out the rest of the half for V86. It's looking good for them in terms of the fixtures here. I'm not gonna lie, they're good. Yeah, sure, they're facing off Heroic, Playday 17, which is the second last one, and then Ambush in the very final one. That could be a massive one, but up until then, they have more of those easier games. They have Riddle, SSP, and they of course had the forfeit win against Navi, and yeah. That's about it. No, sorry, I've said wrong on the Playday 17. They're facing MNM Academy on Playday 17. Sorry, Heroic Playday 16. So some very decent matches coming up here for V86 in terms of getting points, I would argue.
Well, we are going to be ready for 3. We promised you entertaining, explosive, enthralling esports at the start of this show, and we've delivered so far. 2 down, 2 to go. And we're going to be right back with it. Heroic versus SSP right after this.
My name's Nikki. I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before. Didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effects, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford, and so throughout the day we trialled lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games, until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities, so So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? Pretty fixable.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in, and Slothar just picks them apart to try and put some shots on in, and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills, all E1 DCs.
What?
Welcome back, and Grace, everyone and their nan wanted overtime, but what a performance that was from the 86. Really impressive, and again, game 2 living up to expectations.
No, 100%. Again, just like another close one for the evening. Things are getting spicy this half, to be honest with you. Like, it's getting really, really spicy. It's not really something I expected too much. Those roster changes, like all across the board, really having a massive impact. And it's only going to get better from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dino, next up, Heroic versus SSP. Heroic showcase once again why they're head and shoulders above the opposition last night with that bashing over ambush. Full of confidence, and this will be another day at the office, I expect.
Yeah. I mean, SSP, they've been one of the weaker teams throughout, and Heroic are not just one of the best teams in NPL, just one of the best teams in the world in general. So I don't expect that it'll be too long before you see us again on this one. It might be quite a quick turnaround.
Gracie, there's the squad for Victus, Heroic, and we've got those new graphics, that entry conversion there, very impressive.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They're getting those opening picks in their pocket. They're converting it into those wins. Again, we think of the caliber of those players. You do kind of expect that, especially players like Uno as an example, like been around the block a little bit at this point. And the fact that we're able to get a roster like this to play with against some of the UK and the Nordics teams as well, it's really, really good. It's a good little challenge for them to go up against a team like Heroic. And really kind of see where they are in terms of like that nice little benchmark point.
Sloth was once again in his groove last night. Will we see another standout performance from he and Benja here as well?
I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, Gorgona's probably going to show up. He's got the best KD in the NPL at the moment. I mean, any one of these players can, at this level, just put an entire round, an entire game on their backs and carry it through for them. So they're all probably going to be having a good night tonight. Probably Sloth and Gorgona are the ones to watch out for here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the SSP lineup and how they're going to shape up tonight against Heroic. Any surprises there, Grace?
I mean, again, not really. Like, again, it's one of these rosters where we just want to see a little bit more from them at the moment, I think, still. They certainly do have the potential to start doing that. Again, it's just really, I think this is going to be a bit of an uncomfortable matchup for them. You know, they've kind of gone in, they have to go against Heroic of all people, but it's this idea again of you're not really losing, you're still learning, so it should be fine regardless, and I think they should be very excited to go up against Heroic. And it is a nice little roster, you know, we've got Reaxis, we've got you know, a lot of these players that have been able to play so well around each other, even in the start of the season, and the added additions for the second half certainly should bring them from one step to another. It's just, I don't know, it's going to get a little bit rocky for them, but the main thing is that after today, it's where we want to see those rapid improvements come through.
Well, let's have a look how these guys went head-to-head last time, what the outcome was, 7-4 to Heroic. So we've seen that SSP can get on the board, you know, they can perform, Dino.
Yeah, I mean, they can occasionally get rounds on the board. I mean, it was Chalet, looking at the previous history, it was 2 rounds on defense, 2 rounds on attack, or Arctic as they were now SSP. So, I mean, I think that was as much Heroic sort of letting rounds slip as it was necessarily SSP besting them in those situations. And it might be a similar sort of situation again today where the scoreline doesn't tell the full story.
And you look at Grizzly there, Grace, KDR 1.83 and a cost of 81% on fire that day.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, really making it count, kind of, you know, waltzing around the map like it's nobody's business. Certainly trying to shut down the side of SSP, again at that time named Arctic. But I think it's more the fact of, you know, will they go back to that map? We've already seen a lot of Chalet, really, and it's this idea of maybe just expanding your pool a little bit more if you're SSP and trying to take something else, or even, to be honest, if they do take it to Chalet, it could be that they're going to try and, you know, play against that kind of default that Heroic might be taking.
Well, I think that's perfect seg, isn't it, Grace? Shall we find out? Let's have a look at the veto for today's game, and are there any surprises?
For goodness sake.
Yeah.
Well, there we are. There we are.
There we go. It's Chalet.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Dino, thoughts on that?
Heroic beat Ambush 7-1 on Chalet yesterday, and Ambush yesterday were second in the league, and SSP are 8th. I think that sort of sums up my feelings towards how this one's going to go. Short but sweet, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And Grace, you get the final word on this.
I mean, again, maybe it's going to help SSP in the sense that they can kind of be like, okay, maybe Heroic will bring some kind of default. We'll see a similar thing to what they've been bringing previously, and we'll start to try and counteract that with maybe something hidden up our sleeve a little bit. Only time can tell. Only time can tell.
Only time can tell, and that time is now. So let's hand it over to Snurleaf and Demo. Guys, this one is going to be an incredible matchup. Let's check it out.
Thank you, Simon. We will, and yet another Chalet game for Heroic. And Demo, I think they like it there up there in the French Alps, I was going to say. So a bit surprised that SSP will take them there, but of course, having taken 4 rounds off of them the previous matchup, maybe they want a rematch.
Maybe. I don't think Map really decides this at all. I'm not going to sit here, Thomas, and say, oh yeah, SSP can go out here and they can cause an upset, because...
What do you mean?
They're not. Just, you look at Heroic. Nobody has been able to take down Heroic. You know, even you know, Victus, TENSTAR, you know, they've all fell by the wayside of this team. And this little side SSP who's down there at the bottom, I don't think are going to change that. You know, Heroic, just the caliber of their players, even though they're playing that more of a lax play style, they're still just going to win. You know, obviously, I think Grace mentioned the last time they played each other, SSP managed to get 4 rounds. But if I recall, those 4 rounds were down to Heroic doing stupid stuff. So it wasn't necessarily on the SSP, it was Heroic just giving away rounds.
Did you ever consider that Heroic could have 7 stupid rounds today?
No. Don't be silly.
Okay. Okay. What, you mean as silly as Heroic needs to be in order to lose this game?
Yes.
Yes, there you go. We were really close to getting Theme Park, though. I was really hoping to see Theme Park. I know, but there was a hope, and it was enkindled and then abruptly.
Yep.
Just yeah.
I haven't spoken to Medics today. Medics, are you well? Since we're in the bands, Medics, you can have a little type. You can speak to us. Well, don't speak to me. Type it in chat. Let the chat know you're here. You know, like do the thing where you type it out, but you don't actually send it. Say, look, there he is.
Oh,
look. Do you want to say something to chat, Medics? Anything you want to say to the chat?
What about me? He said hello to demo.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
And to chat, I love you. And there you go.
There we go.
See, he only said hello to you, but he said he loved me.
You know, we always ask, what's the talent predictions? Medics, what's your predictions? What do you think?
Yes.
Who's winning? Give me a score. Medics. Give me a score as well. 13 wins. You're such a sellout. Okay, he says 7-2. He says 7-2 Heroic. Let's be honest.
7-2. Yeah, 7-2. Well, better team.
Lovely.
Jägerband.
Someone's getting naded.
Heroic with the Jägerbands 2 days in a row now, so someone just wanted to run around with nades. So that will be Thatcher and Eager. Sorry, just making notes, and I have to say it out loud because I'm really annoying. And that's Zami. There you go.
Okay, so Kaid's up, which is
Kaid's up.
Bit of a worry.
Yeah, especially with Thatcher band.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed if we didn't see a Kaid be brought.
There you go.
There he is.
Woo! Nicky Woot.
Obviously, with Kaid being up on Chalet and Thatcher being banned, it's going to enable the defense to have a lot more of a control on those main walls. A lot of the main walls that you see on Chalet are actually quite difficult to deal with to actually get, you know, utility off them. Just with how the layout is, like if you take bedroom walls, for example, or, you know, office walls for the bedroom bomb site, you have to then take kitchen, which means you have to take dining, which means you have to take trophy and weapon. You have to do all that before you can even go for up nades. You know, it's very similar to Clubhouse where it can be tricky because you have to take another portion of the map. And of course for downstairs as well, guide claws can be very tricky to deal with because there's no real easy way of getting rid of them apart from just nading through onto it. You can't really go above or just shoot it off the wall. You know, you have to really work to get these card claws off. So they almost do act like a bit of utility burn in a sense. So yeah, very, very strong, difficult to get off. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough one. If Heroic want to try and go for a much more plant-orientated, and Saplarks just went for a spawn peek, and he's got lucky. He's killed Gorgona. Osagon. I mean, look at the lineup, Thomas, from Heroic. They're looking for a glass Osa plant behind the shield, using the glass as cover, but they don't have those shields now.
But also it's gone. Yeah, exactly. They're looking for Riddle and Farfa with a second kill as well. This is reminiscent of the game that Riddle had last night where we just saw an explosive start to the game, and that's exactly what we need to see from these quote-unquote bottom tier teams against teams that they are expected to lose against. Just no respect at all. Just gotta wing it because you won't be able to repeat that. You won't be able to do that like 2 or 3 rounds in a row because Heroic will punish you. But Osa and Fink are taking off the boards. That's the nades and the Osa shield off the board. But you still have 5. No, actually, I can't count. 4 smoke nades still left for the glass here, though, if Grizzly is able to stay alive. So you can still work with something here. But your hard bridge is also still alive in case you want to rotate and go the other way around. But great start here for Sissi State Punks.
So Heroic maybe looking to change things up and rotate now towards the wine side of things, but you don't have a lot of time to really start thinking out another attack. They've already wasted half of their time just outside a snowmobile, and they haven't really gotten anything for it. Benja's on the glass, can certainly still make an impact. He has 1 smoke grenade in the pocket, and of course glass does have that Berry 9 that you can switch onto. This is going to be a free kill. Unfortunate timing to go into the cameras, but never mind. He comes off just at the perfect moment. That does scare Benja away, and Well, there's a pick. They will start to come now for Heroic. Husick gets caught out in that very thin angle, but he can be revived, so no harm, no foul. The smoke caster will be caught as Uno tried to walk in. Diffuser cold as well, and surely this has to be a lockout for SSP. There's not a lot Heroic can do. That smoke can only last for a certain period of time. Benjo will find one, drops in, ready to go, but nope, shut down immediately, and Grizzly all by himself. SSP lock it out.
Well, SSP got around. That's something. I would argue that's something. And they did it in even a more convincing manner than Ambush looked last night.
Spawn pick worked really well. You think about who they killed. You think about the idea for Heroic. Open up Snowmobile, plant using the Ossa shields with the smoke cover, with the glass. It's going to work. You take out the Ossa, the whole idea of the plan's gone. It's dead in the water right off the rip.
Yeah. But this is not something that I believe is going to work twice in a row. So now SSP has gotten, let's go almost a little bit of a freebie, right? Because we talk sometimes about the first couple of rounds being needed for some teams to really just get warm, get their teams, their head on the server, and just be prepared for things that are going to come out here. And now that we're going to head up to the second floor, now that Heroic are going to be knowing what to look for and expect, you're not going to be seeing, you know, Benja on the glass is going to go in a good old time favorite on the Twitch, and Sloth on the Finka. Lots of guns, and Gorgona on the Amaru as well. This is going to be an entirely different round, I'm sure of it, but let's see if SSP are able to withstand the barrage that is going to come their way.
Oh, no spawn picks this time. Heroic haven't lost anyone, which is a good start.
Oh, you stay that!
Oh, Grizzly's been caught out. He drops in the trench. I don't think he was ready for South Park to be as close as what he was. Benji, I think, just tried to walk into sight, and he's been shut down. And Heroic, just so fast that they're too fast for their own control.
They're drawing quicker than their own shadow, but their shadow is South Park, just looking out, just getting kills here, and Faro as well, just really stepping up here. And again, you could argue that this round, Heroic kind of gave SSP that advantage, but looking very similar to the previous round in terms of the man count here, so at least SSP will have a 2-man advantage to play around with, but was players such as Sloth, Uno, and Gorgona on the other side, you never feel comfortable in a 5v3. Still, a little bit of drone work coming out here from Uno to find his fellow countryman as South Park finds Sloth. I keep saying that you have to play with no respect against these teams and just raise the name of the team and players from your mind, and there you go. SSP right now are showing no respect over to Heroic, and of course, arguably Heroic are just waiting around, just hoping for SSP to make mistakes, but SSP are turning on all fires on the cylinders today. And yeah, Rixes and the rest of SSP. 1 kill away from a flawless against Heroic, and 1 kill away from taking 2 rounds.
This has been the one thing that we said about Heroic is if they lose rounds 90% of the time, it's going to be down to them doing something foolish. I mean, against the lower tier teams. I'll talk about, obviously, you know, I think, remember back to the TENSTAR game versus Heroic. You know, Heroic really had to work for that one, and TENSTAR obviously playing some great Siege, but from what we've seen, whenever we've seen Heroic obviously go up against SSP before, Riddle, Coalesce, you know, we see a lot of those times it's Heroic pulling off a maneuver, pulling off a stunt that they never do in a professional game. They'd never do that. But they'll do it here.
Yep. And you know as well, as soon as like a round or 3 is gonna go the enemy team's way, you know that Heroic are gonna be like, you know what? Let's just win this game. Let's just do this properly. Let's just get this over with, and then all of a sudden, it's you know, it's hell to play against. But there you go. SSP will grab round number 2, and sure enough, you could argue that these are mistakes being made by Heroic and giving a couple of rounds away to SSP, but SSP will take those rounds, and it's good on them because they still have to win those gunfights, and that they have. But this one, woo, a little bit too close to comfort here for South Park, but he still got it in the end. So heading over to Bar and Gaming. Now, how many rounds are you going to give Heroic before you think they're going to start turning the screws here?
I would say looking at their lineup, there's no operator there that you would consider, cheese, rat gameplay. So I would say that's probably now. I would say they'll probably be switched on. You hope so. Because, I mean, as much as Heroic know that it's, obviously an easier opponent than what they're used to playing in at a regular basis, you still have to give everyone you play with that bit of respect. And Heroic's going to be no different.
Yep. That's the thing. At this level, you are going to face off against players who know how to shoot back. They might not have the experience that you do in terms of competitive play, but they do have a lot of experience shooting people in this computer game. So, of course, Heroic, people like Benja, who's the infamous tier 3 killer, will have a lot of experience actually facing off against some of these players in the previous renditions of the Nordic Championship and similar. So, we'll be familiar to what they can do, but now let's see if the entirety of Heroic are going to try and get their heads back in place and actually play a little bit of game of Siege here. South Park contesting towards earlier mentioned Benjamaster here. See if he can find himself an opening pick, as Heroic certainly are taking things a bit slower now, trying to get a little bit more map control here, pushing in from Solarium's side. And just flicking through the cams that we're going to make sure that the cams are in place, ensuring that SSP are not running around all willy-nilly. And there we go, the playstyle from SSP as well seems to indicate that now we've had the first 2 rounds. Now things are eating up.
Nobody really wanting to give away that first pick. Everyone happy enough to play their angles and play their positions. It's up to Heroic. See where they will make the moves. Here comes that utility dump. Flashbangs go through, eat up ADSs, or not ADSs, the Lamai dish, should I say. And we'll be able to eliminate that shield, so Arrow has to back away, and there's still one more shield up for... Oh, no, never mind, as Benja picks up 2 kills, and Sloppy will find another. This is more like Heroic. This is what we're used to, the LMGs raining through. I thought that shield... another one staying up, but nope, just gets shot in the back, unfortunately, and that's a flawless from Heroic. Great way to respond.
Yeah, I mean, we don't mean any disrespect to SSP at all, but this is kind of what we've been talking about. It's like when you see those first 2 rounds, and all of a sudden you see Heroic just, all right, okay, let's we've had our fun. Let's just get this over with, and they just pull something like that out of the pocket, and it just goes to show why they are currently the best team in Europe and arguably one of the best teams in the world. I mean, representing EU, I know Fabian has had some harsh words about EU as a region currently, but still doesn't change the fact that they are currently, or at least have been recently, the best team in the EU. And Heroic needs that respect, and being able to flip a coin just like that from one round to the other just goes to show the potential and the talent that lives and breathes in this team as we're heading back to the garage on the defense here for SSP.
Back downstairs.
Yep.
And look at the lineup from Heroic. You can see we're not seeing that same operator selection. A lot more hard breachers being involved. The ace comes into the lineup. But the main issue with, bringing all this hard breach is you still have to go for these Kite Claws. You can't really utilize that if the electric claws are still there and stopping you from entering in. Maybe Heroic trying to rely on Grizzly with Twitch drone as their form of denial. Of course, Twitch is still a way of removing utility, but it's tricky because trying to get Twitch drones in through drone holes with somebody watching it's just not going to work.
There we go. Case in point.
And as soon as they're gone, then you're stumped. I've mentioned before, trying to open up these walls, you get the Kite Claws is so tricky. But it looks as if it's going to come in now. I think just waiting for his teammate to be ready in case Kai tries to throw down another one, so that wall will be successful. So great work from Grizzly. He has sacrificed 2 Twitch drones, but the end goal has been achieved. They have that breach open.
And now you have a great gun on the Twitch available as well, arguably
Smoke
one of the
still.
best ones in the game, and some smoke still as well, like you said. So the utility usage has been on par from Heroic. Barely using any utility the first couple of rounds because they weren't allowed to use them, and now we're seeing a masterclass in how to use them here. As Sloth is going to nade to try and make Reeks's move just so he can gun him down, and there we go. Clinical here from Heroic, and they're playing just right now.
Double
as they
flank.
are current. Yep, double flank from SSP. See if it's going to work out for them. Warden, though, is not playing where you would expect a Warden to play against a lineup such as this. Is Ben just going to find Nikabu with a nade? Well, it's one that leaves Kusik the only one left on site. And as soon as Heroic finds out, surely they're going to just go and execute for the site here as they heard Faro above. So they know that at least one of them is off site. Now South Park is back, so I beg your pardon. It's actually 2 now back on site as Warden has to try and contest this long range. Una's going to try and get the plant down here, though. The MPX is a P shooter at this range, and Gorgona is just lethal with these guns as Kusik is now stuck in a post-plant situation. He's going to have to ace clutch against the best team in Europe, and right now there's just no way in hell that he'll be able to as he swings with the pistol. Heroic with a flawless round, and right now it just seems like Heroic has decided to try and get us back on schedule here for tonight.
2 flawless rounds in a row. Heroic had their fun in the opening 2 rounds, but like we mentioned, whenever they want to try, you just what do you do? What do you do, Thomas?
I don't know.
And again,
It's hard.
I'm trying really hard to make this sound as if I'm not trying to discredit SSP, right? Because this isn't just SSP's fault.
No.
You have to everyone has to remember who Heroic are, what this team is, what this team has achieved, and look at what they're playing in. Obviously, they're going to be beating these teams. That's not a disrespect to the other teams in the league.
Nope.
It's you know, I can't make it any more obvious. Heroic.
I think a way that you can look at it as well is it's just a nice way to just see. Like let's say for a relatively untrained eye, it could be difficult sometimes to say like, okay, but what's really like how big is really the gap between like tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 teams? Well, SSP is a tier 3 team making their debut in tier 3 at this level, playing out now against a tier 1 team, and there you have it, folks. The last 2 rounds is a clear example of just that. But it's still good for SSP to be able to get to play and kind of feel that sort of level of play on their body. I was going to say like, oh, okay, so this is kind of the level that these guys are playing at. They're just insane. There's a reason why Heroic are at the top % of the teams in Europe. Is because they're just that good. And Uno through the drone hole is going to find Nikawoot. Now, that doesn't have to be a pro play. That is something you can see in ranked as well, but teams like these will punish you if you forget to respect these kind of angles.
See the Flores drones being able to some lines of sight, pick off utility, of course, and still this heavy top floor presence right now from SSP, but it will start to be pressured. That man in double window is going to cause them a lot of issues. Double window, a great way of cutting down anyone who may want to make rotations into bedroom and try and play that hatch. And even Grizzly looking maybe not so much for the picks and the guys upstairs, but actually being able to take advantage of the upside down rappelling and looking down onto the players inside a kitchen. Ben just found one, almost finds a second onto the man inside a piano, and Nade gets tossed in. Fraro not ready for it, caught the reload animation. Benja almost takes himself out with an aid and finds another 3 flawless rounds in a row for Heroic. Might be the first time I think I've ever seen that in any competition. 3 flawless rounds in a row. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I cannot remember. Like 2 flawless rounds in a row is rare enough.
It happened earlier.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean,
I've never seen like, 3. I don't think I can recall seeing 3. Anyone, phone up, ring up, let us know. Have you seen 3 flawless rounds in a row? Because I haven't.
I certainly haven't. If Demo hasn't, and considering how many games you've cast in terms of Challenger League, qualifiers, etc., if you can't remember a single 3 flawless rounds in a row, I'm pretty sure it will be a first. So there you have it. Heroic setting records. And again, you could argue, oh, it's a National League, but still, it just goes to show how good Heroic are, not just executing, but also winning these gunfights. They are just clinical. And there's just not much else to say. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Just, it's no disrespect at all to SSP, but this is the tournament that they kind of signed up for. It's like, okay, yay, we qualified for the NPL. Let's go. And they were happy just to be in the NPL because let's be honest, they weren't expecting to be in a competition such as the MPL because they hadn't been announced yet. They were expecting to be playing in a Nordic Championship. All of a sudden, they're at the very top premier division in the Nordic region and, of course, in the UK. Fighting teams such as Heroic, they're going to take all the experience they can get, soak it up, hope that they could survive a season. If not, they're going to take it down to the Nordic Championship next season.
Heroic, once again, trying to get that main wall, and it will be Kide Trick, not just once, but it seems to be second time as well. I don't think the Fervent, is it going to go off in time? Oh, it does just about. That was very, very close. But at least they have that main breach open. So that is it's a good start for Heroic at least, and of course with bringing in that ace, they still have more hard breach to try and target those back walls in towards Wine as well. So it looks to be Heroic setting up for pretty much the exact same way they attacked it last time. But with a bit more added roam presence, seems to be. You see more defenders out and about rather than being stuck in the bomb site and looking for those long rotations up. They're looking to challenge on these Heroic players. Don't give them that freedom to gain control of that main hatch inside of Dining right off the rip.
They're relatively low health bars on the side of Heroic as well. Every single team player have taken a little bit of chip damage there, whereas all the SSB players are breathing alive and well with 100 HP. But of course, the Finka boosts are going to help out a little bit, but still going to be enough of HP difference there for it to be an advantage for SSP, in addition to, of course, holding this with the impact trick as well going off, and Gorgona just swinging. He's going off as well, taking off the head of Kusik, and all of a sudden the HP differential doesn't matter in the game where it's a one-click headshot. But Faro will take down Uno. A little bit lower in HP there, and you're facing a DMR. That's what's going to happen. But now, all the other players on Heroic, with the exception of Benja, have been finkered up all the way up to full HP, but that means that there shouldn't be any stims left for the execute.
It's tricky now for how Heroic want to approach that. Two roamers does leave a potential site rush as an option for them. As long as they have control of Dining and they have that hatch, nobody from Heroic can get into Wine, look for a plant, so they might need to rotate over and start looking to push down in towards the snowmobile, which seems to be the setup. You're seeing Heroic now start getting players in position. Grizzly taking a trip towards Blue Stairs, I believe, and well, there's Nicky from below actually eliminates Benj. You didn't see that happening, but what a great kill for him to achieve. Now that puts Heroic in a bit of a rough position, but Gorg gets one back. Now a 3 versus 3. That Blue Stairs is being targeted. Sloth of that LMG should be able to just to swing pre-fire his way through, and he does that. Great stuff from Sloth, and like you said, they're in the bomb site. This is the issue with leaving so many players upstairs. Heroic, they know that, and they can abuse the man advantage that they have at their disposal. South Park's the last one up. Makes himself known with that kill under Gorgona, but look where the diffuser is. Look where Sloth is. Look where Grizzly is. A perfect crossfire being established. There is no way South Park is retaking this. All Heroic need to do is sit in their hands, wait for the refrag opportunity. That should be all she wrote.
And even if South Park knew of the player above, that's so hard to win that. Like, he's going to have to leap out of that window and get the drop on both of them, and it's just not going to happen. There we go. Peeks out. There we go. Easy peasy. Easiest post-plant to win in the world there for Heroic. Not a flawless this time around, so we got the streak broken at least, but 3 in a row. And again, DM demo, if you can ever remember 3 flawless rounds in a row in any competition that we have heard of, that would be, you know, favorable, but we'll take it. Back to Garage. And it's going to be Heroic on the defense this time around. So a 4-2.5 for SSP. On paper, not too bad. But considering how those rounds went, business as usual, I would say, when it comes to Heroic games.
Bomb located by attackers.
Or 2. I mean,
or 2.
Chalet is attacker-sided.
Yep.
So there is certainly options for SSP. But Heroic just keep on winning their gunfights. You know, we mentioned before, Sloth and Benja are killing. Even the best team in the world can't really deal with that. Like, those two had an incredible stage 1 in EUL. And, yeah. I mean, it's just first in the pudding, isn't it? You know, they finished first, losing to only one team.
Yeah.
Just, what do you do? Same thing happened yesterday. Remember, it was Benja and Sloth showing up.
It's a Sloth and Benja show. I mean, they were talking about having a TV show with me and you, but imagine a TV show with Benja and Sloth. That would be,
should make a travel series in Heroic.
Travel. That'll be the longest series ever, but at least it will have enough drama and events occurring for it to be entertaining, that's for sure. Hoping for an entertaining first kill here as well from Rixis, as we hear C4's being lobbed out here, but then, and most likely to try and get Rixis, that sloth from below, but to no avail. Rixis is still alive, the only non-finished player on the side of SSP. Newest addition after the transfer window, and he's been doing quite well for himself. Of course, you can't really judge him from his kill count against Heroic, but not been looking out of form, I was going to say, on the side of SSP, when we've had 2 full finished rosters, and we usually said that, well, a massive advantage that they have is that they can communicate in their native tongue, but now, heading over to English communication, unless, of course, Rixis is fluent in Finnish, which I somehow doubt, no offense to Rixis, but Finnish is very hard to learn. Let's just put it that way.
Slow approach. See right off the rip that SSP just... You can tell that they're a little bit worried, you know, against Heroic.
Yeah.
Already half the round to go. They're not even really in the building at this moment, Thomas. Also, there's still numerous roamers still lurking around the map. And it just seems of SSP, they don't really know what they want to do. I mean, whenever I'm looking at a basement attack and I'm seeing a Thermite on the rooftop, I automatically worry. So it's not a strong beginning. Let's put it that way for SSP.
I think Thermite is still waiting for an answer.
But I think this is a bedroom attack. Like, well, there's a minute to go, and they have to attack downstairs.
Yeah, but they wanna flash out the roamer with the Thermite.
How's that working for them?
Well, not well. There you go.
Like, he's just spraying.
Ooh, that was Kusik actually. I thought it was Faro there, but it was Kusik. Is that all the shots in the world, and you're still relying on Kusik holding the angle from the window? You love to see it, but that's team play for you. Oh, Kusik. A little bit lucky there to still be alive, considering who they're playing against. I hate to harp on it, but you don't see a lot of those missed shots coming through from Heroic, and you haven't done that so far this game either. Less than 30 seconds, and
walls are still jammed.
They've actually spent more time on the roof than they have trying to get the breach open. But there we go. They're going to go for a wine push instead. So that's breach is open.
No, they missed the nade.
The nade missed on the mute jammer, and then Benja's just going to swing down on one of his clinical swings. I was going to say, and that's Nikki gets some kills. Exit frags. When you even miss the mute jammer with a nade, you know this round isn't going to go your way. And Santa Claus apparently has a thing for Thermite. Looking if Santa Claus just left some presents up there, or whether or not Heroic was going to allow them to enter the building. Imagine being so scared of Heroic that you're actually spending time on the roof that you don't want to go to a wall that has been reinforced. I know that's not what happened, but it's just... Don't hate me, SSP.
Yeah, just bad fundamentals. You know, it's a basement attack. It's just, yeah. I mean...
Rule number 1, be on the same level of the ground as the wall that you want to open.
I mean, if they're worried about flanks, Nomad is open. Gridlock is open. Those are operators that can assist you. If you think about basement as a general attack, if you're coming from wine side, all you need is dining control, and then you just need to open up the main walls, and that's it. Like, this West Main dining trophy, that little pocket of those kind of 3 rooms are what you need to control, because that's the only place you can get flanked from, right? Because you have to come down either in through dining from the dining corridor to get the West Main, or you go down the trophy stairs into West Main. So those are the only 2 flanks, and typically on most attacks and most sites, there's going to be 2 flanks, and that's your 2 flanks you have to worry about. So for them to go and do a full hunt, it's just a little bit strange.
It is, but it's also, arguably something that we're seeing even higher level teams struggle with, to just understand that you can just start pushing from the north side and not have to worry about these flanks, rather than going chasing around the entire building or struggling getting one garage wall open when you actually have options going into wine. So I'm hoping, of course, that SSP can learn from their mistakes, but now, as we're looking on a kitchen attack, we're seeing SSP starting the other way around. It's going to start from the bottom up clear, and it makes more sense at least. I'm applying a little bit of pressure from below here with a buck. It's trying to force players away and out from trophy just so they can try and establish a little bit of a foothold on that side of the building, and I like that from SSP. Also with a man advantage. Again, any advantage that you can get, especially now with Nikki Wood finding Grizzly as well. Great start here on the round for SSP.
Yeah, strong start. Heroic. Just, again, it's, we mentioned before, it's their own downfall sometimes. So they will have to come back on a 3 versus 5. SSP, of course, having those 2 opening kills. This is where, I mean, they shouldn't be scared. If you've got those 2 opening picks, you just flood in, you just get the refrags as best as you can. Half the round gone, still no real firm control in towards the top floor. Really Sloth, you can see him trying to challenge on to Nikki on that back from balcony, but Sloth takes the shots through the barrier and walks back, and Benja a double C4, and well, that has leveled up the playing fields entirely, but then 2 kills from South Park line up for him, one with an aid, one with the LMG, and that is a big old roller coaster that we are riding on right now. Sloth challenging from above, Diffuser going down, has to make this move, but that man in double window is not moving an inch, sees the gun and swings across. That UMP is not working out for Sloth, and SSP look as if they're ready to take their first attack. Surely they don't lose it from this position. Sloth with arguably one of the worst guns that you can have on the defense against 3 very strong guns for the attackers, and he's just going to keep getting stalled out here with the flashbangs. He just wants he just wants a kill. That's all he wants, is a kill. Drops the hatch into an immediate rain of bullets. And, well, SSP. I mean, that was what Benja pulled them back, and then, nope, South Park right back into it.
Gotta give SSP credit for that one. I actually have to say, ooh, timeout. Ooh.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, because, I mean, obviously SSP hadn't won a single round ever since Heroic kind of like started turning the screws here. But for them to actually win a round, and when Benja got a double C4, like, I don't know how many times I've casted, I see Benja get a double C4, like, on console and stuff like that. The guy is just ridiculous with any kind of weapon that you give him. But anyway, for South Park to be able to get that nade kill and an immediate follow-up, because he was in the animation, he got that kill instantly after he threw that nade. And for SSP to be able to capitalize on that and get around, you know, credit where credit's due. And this is the kind of thing that we're talking about when you want to look back at the games that you lose against tougher opponents and see, you know what, this is something that we did well, and this is what we did poorly. Like, this is something you need to work on. But there's all about drawing positives and negatives from the games that you play. Like, no one is realistically expecting SSP to beat Heroic, but they can still work on fundamentals. They can still work on communication, and, you know, put on a good showing for themselves. And I have to say, with Ambush, how they got shellacked by Heroic last night, I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't, you know, bet on SSP to do any better, but of course, with Ambush having a little bit of a slump, and SSP just kind of coming out swinging, winning some of those crucial gunfights in the first, or actually spawn picks in the first 2 rounds, nets them a nice little 3 rounds on the board here, and not every team that has played Heroic can say that they've actually taken 3 rounds off of Heroic, even though if 2 of them have been assisted by Heroic themselves.
There's a comparison between Sloth and South Park. Best player for either team. Well, I wouldn't say, well, to be fair, Benja's playing a lot better than Sloth at the moment. But we've chosen to compare them.
Probably the closest ones in terms of stats, maybe?
Yes. Then you could just compare, like, Uno and... you know,
and Rixie or Farrell?
Pick any of them for SSP, you know.
Fair enough.
Yes, can we get a comparison between Grizzly and Kusik? You know, can we get that in the stream?
Oh man. Man, mention if they did a like. Well, anyway, I'm not even gonna mention it. We're done with that game. There we go. Way.
Like production. That's just mean. Like, what are you doing? That's not nice. Why are you being evil?
Wow.
Why are you being mean for? Why are you being rude?
As soon as you said it, just like whoop.
I think this is.
Oh man. Oof, Kusik.
Just a slow approach from SSP, just clearing away castle barricades, getting some information on with the drone work. I mean, there is quite a lot that you have to wade through. You've got the barriers coming in from castle, laser gates as well from the Iruni, and I mean, even clearing away the shields and the Wamai disc are going to be tricky for SSP to go through. So there is quite a lot of utility dump that they need to take in consideration, and they will try and first of all target that shield inside a closet. That helps the defender hold on to bedroom as best as they can, and also hold on to anyone wanting to move in towards Solar, because you of course have that peeker's advantage. burning through the Wamai disc, and well, Sloth, who is that Wamai, decided to leave that position. Maybe look for another option. There's still one player upstairs. But it looks to me like the majority of Heroic, they're kind of off the site, aren't they? They're actually not really looking to play into bedroom at all, and this does give free range for SSB just to take control of Solar.
Oh, Benja was able to swing. That's a little bit late there, but that's South Park who's watching the trophy window, so they have no one to watch the stairs. And Benja, if you don't have eyes on him, he's going to set his eyes and gun towards you. And South Park, rightly so, giving him the credit that he deserves for that nice shot. And that was the hope that you had. South Park holding that trophy window. That's why he was holding the angle that far behind as well, because he had a gun advantage. But even with the SMG, Benja was still able to kill him. Nicky was able to take down Uno, but Benja really wants this jump out because he knows someone's on that window and there's no one there to gun him back, and there you go. Just Benja things. Is he gonna get another one? Of course he is, because he's on the rappel.
Another
quad
ace.
kill. He has a couple of aces before in this season. He's gonna know where Nicky is, and he's gonna be charging towards it. They want to bait out this ace for him, surely. Grizzly is there, gonna try and reply a little bit. Nicky's really low though. So just a couple of shots here from Benja, surely. No, it's not Benja. Triple kill for Nicky. Is Benja even going to go for this now, or just to make sure they're going to secure the round? He's got the diffuser, yeah. So Benja's just waiting for him, but with the time running out, Benja's not going to be able to get that ace, but also close. So all the deaths on the side of SSB by the hands of Benja. And again, winning that gunfight and trophy window, like unless South Park went much closer, winning that gunfight from such range with the SMG-11, that's just crosshair placement.
It did feel as if his team didn't want him to get the ace because he started trying to get the kill before him. Benja wasn't interested. I mean, Benja did the smart thing. Didn't chase the kill. Knows he has diffuser, and yeah, just plays it from there.
Even I got excited for the ace and wanted him to chase. I'm usually the guy who's like, I just play discipline. Yeah. I'm usually the boring kind. It's like, no, play discipline. But right now I was like, it's so close. Maybe that's why. Maybe we jinxed it. Match point though for Heroic, and it does seem like this is heading the way that we all anticipated it to do. And Heroic are gonna try and do their best to end it now. So Benja is 16-5. Like, I don't know how many kills in total he's had. There we go. 2.8 KDs tonight. Is this gonna be like, and again, with the disrespect and everything, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but would you give Benja an MVP for tonight with a scoreline like this, considering the matchup, or would you consider someone else? Of course, still matches being played, of course, but what's your thoughts on that? Do you consider the opponents?
No, I think Nick at the moment has to be, not this Nick.
Yeah,
Nicky,
the other Nick.
The other Nick.
No.
I think has to be for me.
Thus far. Oh no. Well,
It's okay. Don't worry. Don't panic.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. What's the C4? Oh, okay.
Panic. What's Gorg doing? Like, let's be honest. What is he like? What's he doing?
Well, I don't know. Maybe we're gonna use the C4 to get the Claymore away and just run out and get 2 kills. I don't know.
He's just sitting there.
South Park in a trophy window. We've gotten 8 kills from it before. Gotta swing it. Sloth. Long gone though.
You have to remember, Thomas, this is the basement, right? And look at Heroic. Again, there's roaming presence. They're all over the place. And SSP, I just hope that they don't fall into that.
No, but they are on the north side this time around, though.
They are,
like, the
which, I think that's the correct approach. But still, doing the drone work, which I don't think is a necessity to say. You know, Heroic, they have every hatch open. They can rotate back to the bomb site very easily. One thing about the basement, all the staircases lead down there anyway, and 2 of them are kind of situated towards the side of the map that SSP are not pushing. We play C4. Waiting for some information to be fed. That will be a clone. Is it going to be enough to trigger? Nope. Just waiting here to see if Sloth can get this kill that he is hunting for at the moment. A minute to go. No walls opened as of yet. Remember that there will be mute jammers that they still have to burn for. Is this going to be a double kill, perhaps from Sloth? There we go, one at least. Oh, I think Raxus is very fortunate to also not go down with him. But that's a good kill for Sloth to get back at least.
Yep. Nice discipline there, or trigger discipline, I was going to say, on the side of Sloth. Get the C4 kill. I was going to say that he didn't blow it early. Oh, no! Oh, South Park! Dear. Surely you were looking at that one at the bottom of your screen, and it just goes, you gotta go fast. But luckily for them, there's no heroic player around. There's an MVP, well, I was gonna say friendly close by, but Reeks is gonna be picked off and still a bit worried there. But now they're gonna be able to open up wine at least. And with this roaming presence that you spoke of, this could have been a quick execute, but the problem is they don't have hatch control. If they had hatch control here, that would have made the major difference. Look at this, Gris is even holding it from 2 floors above.
Needs to go in. Ooh. Sick. And start Bark. And start Bark again. Now a 2 versus 1. And look where Uno is. He will catch the player above. Diffuser is in the hand of South Park. Has to rush it. Has to stick to defuse.
Look at time.
Surely Uno can just drop the hatch now. Rush to whoever's planted the diffuser. Should be an easy one for Uno. You can see him. There he is. Heroic. Will finish it off. It was a close round, but still heroic. They take the win. Are we surprised, Thomas? I don't think we are.
Nah. that was actually close to Medici's prediction. I gotta give him credit for that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's probably the closest we've been with the predictions in that sense. So I'll give you that, Medic. I'll give you that. You made a cowboy yeehaw before he left.
A yeehaw.
Running off into the sunset, off to the production channel, where he resides.
Indeed he does, until we see him again. But yeah, Medic still has one more game to do. So he's not done yet. He'll be back, and he'll say hello to everyone again. But yeah, just heroic. I mean, putting in the performance that they're expected. 3 flawless rounds in a row kind of sums up for me the game in a nutshell. And you look at heroic, they lost the first 2 rounds. It was down to them. It was, what can you say? It's just heroic. That's how they usually start things off. But then head screwed on, and what a statement to make. SSP, I would say, they looked scared in some instances, didn't they? Some of the attacks, you could tell that they didn't want to push, they didn't want to do this, they didn't want to do that. There are still areas that SSP need to improve on, but...
Sorry, that kill.
The good news for SSP is nobody beats heroic, so you don't really lose points in a sense, because everyone's going to lose points to heroic. That's
exactly.
It's a guarantee.
I mean, Navi is a free win this season, and Heroic is a free loss. So it's kind of even. So it's like it's balanced the way the thing should be. Yeah. So it's like but positives though. SSP proved in a couple of those gunfights and those hectic gunfights, like especially South Park, a player that we sometimes keep mentioning when it comes to SSP when we're trying to highlight individual players from that team. He shows that he can shoot gun and if he keeps up performances like that, he's again another great thing about being at this level of play and proving that you can at least shoot back is that you never know what can happen in the future. Maybe there will be an opening on a team, maybe something happens with SSP, you never know. Of course, hoping that SSP will stick together and make a good showing for themselves in the future as well. But Demo, we've been trying to ride this into the sunset for long enough. Let's let the desk finish the job instead and throw it back to Simon, Gracie, and Dino.
Well, heroic doing heroic things, Grace. What a performance. SSP came out the gate lighting heroic up in a way that we've not quite seen before. It was looking promising to begin with for SSP.
I mean, I respect the bolshiness to just kind of be like, do you know what, it's monkey time, we're just gonna fling out of those windows and go for the spawn peaks. And I was here for it completely. I think it's often with teams, they either go one or two ways. They're going to be really strict and by the book with it, going against heroic, and they're going to see where their own strats will match up, kind of almost like, I guess, an official scrim. Or they kind of go the other way where they're like, let's just throw everything at them and see what we can do, see how many rounds we can get on the table. And I think that's the approach SSP took. I think they kind of tried to have a bit of fun with it, see what they could do, have a few nutty moments. There were a few stinky moments from heroic though, weren't there, Dino?
Yeah, I mean, those opening 2 rounds, losing 2 players in both of those rounds within the first 30 seconds, a bit sort of... but then you can just imagine that Sloth basically in the Discord after the second round went, come on guys, let's stop messing about. Let's just get this over and done with.
Yeah.
And then, there was back-to-back flawless rounds after that coming through from heroic, and it was just sort of, at that point you felt like, yeah, they let SSP have a bit of fun, and now they're just going to make sure that this one isn't going to run away from them.
I mean, the comeback did begin with 3 back-to-back flawless rounds. I would really be interested if that has happened before, or if we're just making waves here in the Northern Premier League. So hit us up on Twitter, Rainbow6_UK, and let us know if that's happened anywhere else. But, you know, Heroic just came out the bag with that then. So 3 flawless back-to-back rounds, and it was game time from then on, Grace.
Yeah, 100%. You know, they just were like, let's just clean this up as quick as we can. Pedal to the metal, bish bash bosh. Again, some of the positioning at times was a little bit cheeky on their side, and they were caught out by that on occasion by SSP, but I think that just shows that SSP were trying their hardest there. They were trying to drone out and see these positions. It was like a really funny moment where they'd kind of claymored the run out of Garage, and Gorgona was just kind of crouched on a table waiting, and then I think they kind of clocked that he was there and just went for the pre-fire through the doorway and actually killed him. So it was like, okay, there we are. That was quite an amusing moment to see. But yeah, ultimately Heroic are Heroic, and of course they secure that dub.
Absolutely. Well, we've got Sloth waiting for us for another chat, and we'll see what's going down at Heroic. So let's get him on. Sloth, yet again, another heroic performance from you guys.
Yeah, can't complain, mate. Can't complain.
How did you find that? Obviously, SSP coming out the bag, hitting hard first 2 rounds. Did that shock you guys from the beginning?
Oh no, we were blatantly trolling. Like we not on purpose, but like, you know, we just we played absolutely horrific that first 2 rounds, and then you know, after the first 2 rounds, I was like, you know, we can't be losing to these, you know, so we need to pick it up.
And then you're starting to make history with 3 back-to-back flawless rounds, and that must have been your tick then to go, right, okay, we're on this. This is it. We're going to pick up the W after this.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't really paying attention to the round count, you know, we were just laughing, having a bit of fun after that. But you know, we were picking up rounds, and it was good, you know. I know what you mean though, yeah. Like, after, I didn't notice there were flawless rounds, to be honest. I just knew we were winning rounds. But yeah, that's nice to know. Actually, I didn't know there were 3 flawless.
Yep, 3 flawless rounds, and you're staying as humble as you can there, Sloth. But I mean, you've got some great individuals in your team now, but it seems as though the team mentality is at its strongest it's ever been from Heroic.
Yeah, no, it's actually really good at the minute, yeah. Especially with recent events, etc. We came back and we started playing a lot better. But yeah, I can't complain. To be honest, though, like you know, if we're the only pro league team in the league, if we're not winning, there's a problem.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, well made. But long may it continue, Sloth, and long may it continue that we see you hitting those boards as well. Impressive individual play from yourself. So congratulations on this evening, and we'll see you again real soon. Thanks for coming on, man.
Cheers, fella.
Well, there you go. I mean, you know, again, I'll kind of go back to the previous interview before that as well. I would have liked to have seen some real excitement. You know, look, I know they're professionals and it was SSP, but, you know, they got that win, and those 3 back-to-back flawless rounds as well were pretty impressive. But, Dino, all in all, a great performance from Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we expect to see from them. Just going out, getting the job done. I mean, you heard it from Sloth himself a bit. They were rolling a little bit to start off with, and then there was the, right, come on guys, let's straighten up and make sure that we get these rounds, and it was just only going to end one way from there. As soon as they decided that they wanted to win, that's what was going to happen.
We will highlight SSP here. I mean, they still came out with a fight, with a plan. For me, South Bart looked impressive all the way through, Grace. You know, it was definitely trying to get on the boards there as well with a good KD, but you know, I think that they can do damage in the future. As you said earlier, it's about learning, and that's what it looks like SSP are doing right now.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely one thing that I always find exciting about maybe some of these more underdog teams is that it becomes more clear the work that they do as the season progresses and how those improvements start to fit into place. And I personally find that really lovely and exciting and wholesome. So definitely going to be keeping my eyes on that.
Absolutely. Well, we will be back for Game 4 in just a short while. It's TENSTAR to go up against MNM Academy, and that's going to be our last explosive game. Big, beefy, brutal battles is what I would sum up of NPL tonight, and it's going to get even beefier. We'll be right back after this.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Grizz steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCUs. What?
If you could hear the chat that's going on right now before we go live, I swear to God. Right, guys, welcome back. What a performance from Heroic, yet again doing heroic things demo.
Yeah, I think Sloth said if they're not beating teams in this league, what are they doing? You know, it's expected. It's like firing any Premier League football team into the third division. You know, that's what's going to happen. And if they're losing games, then yeah, they're going to be under scrutiny. But you know, they're not going to. They're going to win all these games.
They absolutely are. And Snurley, some impressive individual performances from Heroic as well.
As always. I mean, there's no hiding it. One of the reasons why Heroic is such a good team is because they have individual players who can just really just put out massive performances. Like, even when Gorgona is a bit quiet, he will have just standout performances another day. Like, and Benja is perhaps consistent, but there are times where he can be in a bit of a slump. I mean, I remember casting him a Des in a Villa game where he was actually in such a negative game that he actually just went over in Capcan and just actually got more kills from getting a Capcan trap up. So he can bleed, he's mortal. But then you have players such as Sloth and Gorgona and Uno and Grizzly just step up the pace. So it is a team full of very, very talented gunners. And even though a couple of them run away with the headlines like every now and then, you just can't put into words how talented this roster really is.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we do get into our fourth and final game, you two are joining me on the Ask Me Anything for the debrief. So it's going to be all guns blazing and no holds barred. So make sure you get your questions in, drop them in the comments, or head to Twitter, rainbow6_UK, and ask us anything. You can find out what, apparently the tweet was, what does Demo have on his beans, or something like that.
How does he like his beans? I think it was.
How do you like your beans? Don't answer it yet. You can answer
No,
it
no,
after this.
we got to save it.
We've got to save it. He looks so impressed. Right, let's get into our next game. TENSTAR versus MNM Academy. TENSTAR with a pretty young team. I mean, what are your thoughts there, Demos? You know, Jegs was just on fire last night.
I'm not surprised by that. Jegs has been a real standout for me in that lineup. I've been very impressed with what that team was able to do last night. Coming back whenever they just didn't look in it for the majority of that game. There was a couple of questionable plays here or there from TENSTAR, but still, I think that clutch factor is one thing that I think they've always had, and they just keep showing us that every single time. I think that now this is where you can start looking at the two new players. You know, there's been enough time. I think the changes have worked out well for them. I think Zenoxo, even though he made a very questionable tier 3 tower roam game that he should be berated for, I think he's definitely shown his worth. I think Yunka coming in with that experience, that tier 1 experience, which is maybe something that I think this team was always lacking, was actually someone who's kind of been there, knows what it's like to be at the top level. Because remember who were the two players in that position? It was Rolo and it was Savage, both of which not having that experience. This team had no experience even inside of tier 2 up until until Yunka's joined. So certainly I think this side with that experience, this is where things are really starting to click for them.
And for you as well, I mean, can we expect the same impressive performance from Jegs and Yunka? Obviously, Jegs came in with one of my plays of the night yesterday, which you can see on our Twitter, our social media manager, putting some wonderful content out for fun. We'd love to see it. But yeah, more of the same from these guys tonight.
Sorry. I assumed it was me since you had Demo right. They're going to have to. I mean, MNM Academy, not going to be happy with their performances last night, but of course, the tricky thing about MNM Academy is that they're a team that you don't really know where you got. Like, one day they can be absolutely just gobsmacked into the ground by the team they're playing, and the other day they could look like one of the absolute top-tier teams in this division. So it depends on what kind of map and what kind of MNM Academy really shows up today, because TENSTAR, they're going to have to perform every day if they're going to be in the playoffs and if they're going to be for that Challenger League spot. Looking at MNM Academy here, Daya has made a big staple for himself after joining this team, and still a couple of good performances coming out from Relaxing and other players here to just show how MNM Academy are still not completely out of contention for the playoffs yet. They are currently 6th with 15 points, only 2 points ahead of Coalesce if this table has been updated. So MNM Academy, they're going to have to start putting some points together. And the thing is, TENSTAR is technically the team just above them. So, yeah, it might seem like a little bit of a stomp on paper, considering the form that TENSTAR has had recently. But TENSTAR is realistically one of the teams that they have to beat if they're going to make sure that they actually get that playoff spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Let's have a look how these both went at it last time. The result, of course, going in favour of TENSTAR 7-5. Demo, more of the same tonight, do you think?
I don't know, because obviously you look at the best player from MNM is Skitty. Once again, this has been a recurring theme, is obviously MNM Academy losing their best player to Navi. And where does that really put them? I wouldn't say that MNM have looked the greatest of sides. As of recent, I've been really shaken by them after their loss against Coalesce yesterday. I think that's been a massive hit to them. I think Nerf, he's kind of came out on social media and he said that he has not been happy at all with his performance. He can't shoot back. He can't do anything right now. So he's certainly in a slump and he needs to get out of that. Because he can't just keep going on like that. You just cannot keep having these bad games and it's going to cost your team rounds. And yeah, I think there's some people in MNM just need to find a bit of a flow, need to find a bit of a mojo. Because right now they are on a had a losing streak right now. What's this? Four losses in a row? Or it could be 4 losses in a row if they lose tonight. So, yeah, they need to start figuring out what they can do.
And Snurleaf, you see there, we've mentioned him already. Jegs on their last encounter, cost of 91%, bit naughty,
Yep.
KDR 1.57, and expect to see the same this evening.
It's a naughty KDR and cost for a naughty boy. I mean, Jegs is definitely one of the names to look out for, one of the hot prospects from the tier 3 level, and arguably I'd say that he's well deserving of being at a tier 2 level at least, and he's been showing that with his consistent performances alongside players such as Skiddy and Oscar and several others. Of course, we're not going to mention all of them because we simply don't have time for it, but Jegs is just capable of having those standout performances and just shows the amount of talent that Finland keeps producing in terms of Siege players. Like, yeah, sure, we haven't had like a really good, like, full finished roster for quite some while. I mean, with Ambush, of course, but I mean,
Since
like, in the top
2018, you mean?
Sorry?
Since 2018.
Yeah, exactly. So, but there hasn't been a lack of good Finnish players.
How many Finns is there in UL at the moment?
Just.
How many you got?
Don't do it like this.
Well, let me check.
Talking,
well, let me just quickly.
Production said we're going to go to Vito. Let's go to Vito.
You've got
Shut
three.
Up, Demo.
You've got 3. There you go. You got 3. You got 3
yeah,
players.
3 from Finland. It's a country with like what, 8 million people.
Okay.
Have you two
Chalet.
finished? Look, so here we go. Right, Chalet. Demo.
Chalet, it's a map that we see MNM, they're happy enough to play on. Last time they played it, they did lose 8-7 to Ambush. You look at TENSTAR, I think they'll be happy to go with this map. We've seen them beat Riddle on it 7 rounds to 3 on that same day that MNM lost to Ambush. So both these sides, they're going to know this map. Both these sides are going to be happy, I would say, playing this map. So it's just really up to them.
Well, Snurleaf, you get the last word on this without being upset about the Finnish population.
I'm just saying that the UK has like what, 4 countries to pick from, so the comparison is unfair. And I like to see these 2 teams playing on Chalet. It's gonna be a good one, and may the best team win.
Well, there we go. We're about ready for game time. So let's hand it over to our casters. Grace and Dino are back. This is our 4th and final game. Guys, it's going to be a barn burner.
Barn burner indeed. Is a heated pre-show. Hopefully means we're going to have a heated matchup between these 2 teams. I mean, there's a lot to play for these guys.
Oh, 100%. Again, MNM want to kind of put their feet in the sand to kind of be like, no, we're not going to get, battered around here. We're going to try and show up again and pull some of this energy back a little bit. And TENSTAR, they've come into the second half with their eyes on the prize. They really want to pull their way through the second half of the season and take themselves to playoffs. So, again, very, very serious game for both teams right now, and both will be wanting to take that win, and ultimately it is just going to be whoever shows up in the lobby. We do, many times in the past we've seen the big brains come out on both of these sides, and it's really carried them through. We've seen a very clear and beautiful strategy on both sides, and that's what we want to see. Classic Maverick Band start things off, Dino.
The El Clasico. I mean, both of these teams, they're going to not want to risk too much here, so I reckon the bands are going to be pretty standard. Probably going to see the Thatcher and then a Kaid band coming through as well, but instead, I should just stop talking, as Eminem's actually going to get rid of the Nomad, wanting to really exploit the flank potential that this map has on offer, as it's going to be the one Mai to go as well.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting one. Again, maybe just trying to work around the setup that they're expecting TENSTAR to bring here. And again, getting rid of those air jabs means that they have lots of opportunities for slightly safer flanks if they want to go for it. It's going to mean a reliance on TENSTAR to be constantly checking those flank cams or lack of. Again, it's not just about picking up that information on the camera. If your camera gets shot out, you can assume that someone is indeed around the area. So, eyes on the prize now. Azami being left on the board, of course we're going to see Jegs pick her up, and many times already in the last 2 weeks we've seen how powerful that operator can be on this map, so no doubt we're going to see a little bit of an Azami masterclass again, especially around that library area where you can create some nice little barriers, again, top of fireplace as well. Covering from Flick Window is what we would assume to see.
Yeah, and of course, the frost is going to come out on this site as well. Chalet, but what else do you really expect to see?
It's nice and classic. Well, I say classic, but you know, it's a relatively, you know, new composition still, in my opinion. But it's the fact that we get to see the Azami and Frost. So you not only get those Azami covers, you get the shield on the Frost, you get the shotty to give an extra little bit of rotation and flexibility when you're trying to refurbish, shall I say, the interior of this map. But for now, it looks like MNM getting nice and stuck in, positioning themselves around this library area on multiple sides, even trying to apply an additional little pressure, maybe eventually between bathroom / piano, and try and go for a little pincheroonie.
Being able to get multiple layers of pressure while attacking here is very important, as Azza trying to go for a little bit of a spawn peek. Has been spotted out on the drone. He is going to spot those drones and move out of the way before Relaxing can make his move, but Relaxing is still in a position where he could deal some damage if Azza lets his guard down for just a moment, and there is still the potential that he could throw a nade up from beneath if Azza is standing on any destructible bit of floor. But as that stalemate continues to progress, there is still this fight that's going to be happening around the library. Jegs, you can see those Azami kunai blades going up everywhere as Relaxing gets the kill onto Azza. Patience is a virtue that pays off there for MNM.
Absolutely, again, just holding that angle for ages until that push came through. They're very aware that Jegs will be holding this position, so again, trying to... Was that a little bit of verticality then? Where was that shot from? Oh, the win.
Yeah.
Again, Capital, I'm sure you're pleased to see that, Dino. Maybe
I love it.
A little bit of fire to lure Jegs out of his position is in order.
I think this is actually a really good way to deal with the Azami, because you can set up so many of those temporary walls just around you. I mean, we see Jegs is basically fully fortified in here, and you can maybe lace one of those firebolts over towards the doorway and force Jegs out into a wider angle than he would want to hold. But Akari, he's at an angle that he's not enjoying right now. He's being pressured from below the hatch. He's worked his way inside of the library, but doesn't have much control with him. He's just basically at the mercy of anyone from TENSTAR if they choose to challenge him right now.
Absolutely. And again, we're at a little bit of a standstill. It's this idea of both teams kind of trying to bide their time and wait for the other to approach, but of course that is slightly more uncomfortable for the attack. As little trade coming through there as Akari takes down Jegs, but Jonka's there for the immediate trade back. And this is where, you know, MNM, yes, they do have the player advantage, but they have to get a little bit of a move on because this execute needs to start coming through.
Oh, yeah, it does. And Relaxing, he's going to start getting a move on with it as he eliminates the knock. So Jonka's still inside of the site, and that's a huge kill to take down Relaxing. Nerf is the one with the diffuser as Eco gets caught in a frost mat. This is going to burn even more time. Dyer's managed to find his way inside of the site, but he's got to deal with all of these angles and it's Leader to hit the shot. Nerf is inside of the objective, but it's Jonka, and now it's just Eco against the time, and it's not going to work out despite the player advantage. Like you said, there was a two-man advantage with the last 20 seconds to go, and just MNM Academy tripped up over themselves.
This is it. You can have the player advantage, but if you can't collapse cleanly, it's gonna just kind of unravel a little bit. And TENSTAR kind of just held their angles there and waited for the collapse to come through. Of course, a little showdown on the staircase was going to happen because you got to either swing or be swung at that point. But I mean, again, potentially this is going to be another close one. I don't want to call it too early, like that being the first round already, and it kind of coming down to the nail a little bit. Might set a bit of a precedent for how the rest of the map's going to go, but again, it really depends on the differences that they decide to bring as these site rotations go through. Again, we're choosing to go for this full extension where you're holding even library at the tippity top with the investment of that utility, even though it is the basement side. This indicates that TENSTAR are expecting a full roam clear from MNM.
Yeah, and with the time being an issue in the last round, if they have to go for a full roam clear here again, I wouldn't be... I'm a bit alarmed that MNM might get tripped up again, but it's also looking like they're going to go for a fast and furious approach through the big garage, as Daya is going to be leading the charge here on that Finker, trying to get up close and aggressive as leader with the shotgun, is going to hold down this doorway, making sure that it gets kept in place, as there is potential for a flank to come on through, and Daya's concerned about the peak coming from all the way up on the top floor, as I think MNM are now going to have to slow down and rethink things just a little bit.
Just a little bit indeed. It's again interesting to see that they kind of went a bit more direct. You have all that really long line of sight is lovely. But again, it's the extension that TENSTAR have brought to this defense, and how, you know, there's been no immediate kind of, okay, maybe we can take advantage of this if they have to rotate back. If we can take the site control really quickly, then it will be a quick retake for TENSTAR to be forced into. But for now, Xenoxo has something to say about that, because Daya is indeed going to fall, Dino.
Yeah, we also saw one of those electric claws get repositioned to destroy the Selma charge that was on that wine cellar wall. So Ronka using his utility wisely, realizing no one's coming from Snowmobile, so he could afford to move one of those claws over there. And that's going to really hamper this push from MNM Academy, as they've not tried to gain any control of the middle floor, which means that the hatch above wine cellar is going to be a real strong point for them to use, as the mute jammer does get destroyed, so there's Selma charges on the side wall are going to open up, and it's not really going to leave them unless they want to use thermite charges, which again means they have to get rid of that electro claw. They're not really going to be able to open up any additional angles on it into the site, and TENSTAR can just wait for this collapse to come on through. They do destroy the electrical actually, so now they can in theory if they want to, but there's less than a minute to go here.
And this is it, you know, timer is ticking, they're trying to set up the execute. TENSTAR are just waiting so patiently. It's very similar to, you know, the end of the last round, Jegs getting the pick there onto Nerf as well, so some util taken away for this collapse as John Course takes out Eco. Relaxing falls too. It's all left down to Akari, and what can you do? A flawless round there by TENSTAR.
Yeah, this is... yeah, that was not a good attack strategy coming through from MNM Academy. They didn't...
They just faffed, Dino.
Well,
they just faffed.
It's not even that they fiffed and faffed. They just didn't do anything, really. They sort of went, oh, no one's playing Big Garage, let's go into Trench. And it's like, okay, now what? You've got 5 players standing around in a hallway where the defenders can challenge you from 50 different angles, can rotate on you, can do all this other stuff, and they, you know, wasted 2 minutes just trying to get the walls open. And it's like, open Snowmobile as well. Do something. Do something else, please.
I think they're going to be disappointed with the way that they've approached, again, these executes at the end, because they should have a clean-cut idea of how they want to go about doing it, and I do assume that they do, but then it's just kind of laying that plan out and doing it. That seems to be where the issue is. It's kind of waiting for, you know, the opportunity to start to, you know, open up these walls. Maybe, yeah, you do have the second dimension, because again, this is it's as you know, if you only have a one-dimensional attack, it does allow the defense to have that opportunity to move around some of that utility. If you go for a two-dimensional push, yes, you lose players, so maybe it could be a bit risky biscuits in terms of getting refrags and things like that. Or maybe you want more firepower concentrated on one side, but ultimately, if you're applying pressure from multiple points of the site, that's going to really help to cut off rotations. It's going to help to keep the pressure really on that defense, and you can set up a lot cleaner for the execute, to be honest. Dividing attention is what it is, do you know? It's important.
Divide and conquer.
Exactly.
We'll see if MNM decide to pick up on that. We are seeing a bit more of a spread about attack this time around, as got some players repelling over towards Solar. We've got Relaxing holding a long angle on towards the bathroom window. We've got Eco on the double window of bedroom, as Firebots are going to go on out to try and force Sinoxo into a little bit of a difficult situation. You can really see that my ban from MNM Academy was constructed around getting nerf onto this Capitao as Akari. Oh, he worked his way on in, but didn't get the shot when he wanted it. And that means that his position is known and no kills are going to go his way as Relaxing loses a lot of health in return, but the perfect nade from Akari doesn't give Yonka a chance to get engaged in that fight.
Absolutely not, but nonetheless, that castle utility can still be lurking around, although I do think a majority of it is already taken out. Potential for a C4 from Jegs here could be massive, does actually miss. Eco going back for the re-peek, getting severely damaged there, not taking any prisoners as Anoxo takes out Akari. There we go, Eco falling too. Getting a little bit chewed here, but we do still have 3 remaining players of MNM, and they're looking to cause a little bit of havoc. They do have majority bedroom control. Dare gets to pick onto leader as well, and that's going to free up a little bit more breathing room. As there we go, as the F follow falls too. Plan is going down, and no one can contest it. They are getting the pick onto Jegs as well as down to Zanoxo, but they have his number. There we go. Relaxing with that final pick. A nice clean execute finally from MNM.
Yeah, I really thought that we would see TENSTAR hold on to that. You know, they had that upstairs control, and the verticality on this objective is so important, but just MNM were able to challenge the players who were directly holding down the site, and it caused all of those rotations from TENSTAR. And that was, a well set up attack from MNM Academy. Hopefully we'll see more of those going forwards, as we are going to have TENSTAR go back over towards this bar and gaming site. And this was one where MNM had a 4-2 player advantage with 20 seconds to go and lost it on the time. So it's I mean, maybe it was just the first round getting settled in. Some teams do need that extra little bit of time to get ready, but hopefully they won't have the same issue this time around.
No, hopefully not, but MNM will really want to be making this even Stevens. They want it to, again, I think it would be a shame if either team kind of carries away with this. Yes, MNM have had a few difficulties lately, but both these rosters are stacked, Dino, and again, especially on the side of MNM, when they released the Academy team, I was like, well, first of all, that's a great idea. Second of all, that's a little bit OP. We've got players. Akari's a perfect example. Akari's been around the block a bit. You do expect both these sides to know how to approach everything, any situation, to be honest. And well, there we go. Jeg starting it off with a nice pick there onto Dea, so that is the Thinker gone, that little health boost for double of the grenades, the all-important at the moment powerful LMG. No more aggressive pushes and swing around the corners from Dea.
Now we've seen how important Thinker can be as an operator when in the right hands. 100 bullets, no recoil, 2 nades, and that can be games won or lost just off the back of that. It's not the only LMG on the side of MNM Academy. Akari is still up and kicking in, has that Capitao LMG in hand, as Eco over towards this fluke balcony is probably trying to wait to see if anyone from TENSTAR wants to rotate, but they're all very well set into their positions, and there's nothing really forcing them out of their spots at the moment.
No, not for now at least, but again, it's this thing that we keep seeing. A lot of these matchups have been quite spicy this evening, but one thing we're seeing is just players just really biding their time and waiting for these peaks to come through from one another. And now TENSTAR and MNM, we're seeing exactly the same thing. No one willing to take that first bit of aggression, and then when they finally do, really goes one or two ways. Zanoxo getting the pick onto Relaxing, so that's the Gemini Replicator off the board. No more intel, really gonna have to rely on those Dronaroonies, Dino.
Dronaroonies indeed. They don't have many of them left though. They've only got 5 available. I do believe that's 4 deployed and 1 in pocket, or 1 on one of the dead players, as they don't have a lot of time, and yet again this is looking like it's going to be an issue for MNM Academy. Akari is going to send one of those firebolts in through the drone hole, trying to apply pressure onto Jonker so he can't challenge the hatch, which may allow a jump into library, but there's 30 seconds to go, Grace. They don't even have library control. What what are MNM supposed to do here?
Well, indeed, again, this is the thing. Time is of the essence. You really need to set up this execute and then kind of commit to it, but the setup really isn't there. Yes, Eco getting Zenoxo, that certainly is going to help, but there we go. The immediate trade by Azir. Azir with another one onto Nerf. Akari, what can you do? Get shut down by Jonker is what he will do.
Just MNM look. I don't want to say lost, but like they don't have a plan. They don't. They kind of go, right, we need to take library control. We're just going to sit outside library window for most of the round. Like a lot of teams you see bring that Hibana on the attacks. They can destroy those shields that Azami creates, so they can then throw nades on in deep. I mean, they don't have Wamai, so you've only got to deal with the Jaeger. You can chuck in a flashbang, chuck in a nade, have someone jump in. We've seen a lot of the time players coming in through the big door of main lobby and being able to get an angle on up towards the player positioned on that library balcony. But MNM Academy just aren't doing any of that. And it sort of feels like they're waiting to win the round, but not knowing what they need to do to get the round to that point.
Yeah, I think it's I feel like they probably have an idea of what they want to do. It's then just actually going through those motions and getting the steps, and you know, even they get a lot of nice control and then they kind of just get into this weird stalemate almost. And it's again this idea of like, I understand kind of being a bit more patient with it and being a bit more passive at times, where maybe you just don't really want to make a push until you've got all the information you need and you're fully, you know, certain where a player might be. But unfortunately, you know, if you are attacking, you don't get the privilege of being able to kind of take your time as much as the defense do, because that timer is ticking against you. At least they're able to bring the EMP zone. That's going to make a little bit of an opening of the breach nice and easy. So as expected, that is going to get open nice and early for them. It's just, again, I want to see this added layer of pressure coming through from MNM, where they can start to kind of split up this defense of TENSTAR. I mean, already Dea is making Zenoxo kind of spend a lot of time around this kitchen area.
Yeah, I mean, the adaptations have been made from MNM, and that they're opening up a secondary angle, a secondary bit of pressure, but they are now going to go back over towards the trench. They are bringing relaxing on the thatcher this time, so they don't have to deal with any of those mute jammers or electroclaws. They can just get these walls open straight away. None of that faffing about this time around, as they is going to be throwing a Hail Mary grenade, I guess, upstairs. I don't know if there was a call or a bad call or a late call or something. He was expecting someone to be upstairs, but a bit of wasted utility there. As this is again, like, MNM Academy have all of this control. They aren't doing anything to challenge into kitchen. They can't actually push into wine cellar right now.
This is it, and it is just a case of maybe, oh, there we go, we're actually pushing in now. I think they are just taking the initiative to just get a bit bolshy here. Relaxing, lurking, ready for the kill. There we go. Dea falls, but Relaxing does... Oh, sorry, Leader falls. Jonker gets to pick... Jonker falls too, as Eco gets to pick there, but ultimately, again, well, there we go. Akari falls. Nerf is downed, and Relaxing and Eco, they have it all to play for right now. Relaxing does get to pick onto Jegs, though. That's going to allow a little bit of breathing room. If they can try and stick this plan, it might help them a little bit just to force that timer in their favor.
That's exactly what they're going to do, as Relaxing is going to follow up with the kill onto Az. The diffuser goes down, and Zenoxo with a great shot onto Eco. Seems to be aware that Relaxing is going to be inside of blue. The diffuser's position giving it away, and then so do those shots. The swing, the peaks, getting so aggressive as Relaxing. He didn't need to. He could have played. He could have hidden for the time. But instead, Zenoxo, he's been so good, been such an effective fragger since he's joined the side of TENSTAR, and he's going to get another round for them here.
Absolutely. And again, really nice retake there to just kind of have the patience, but it's also, again, this idea of you need to take the initiative sometimes. If that timer is working against you, whether you're on attack, whether you're on defense, it is up to you to be making those moves. It is up to you to take that gunfight. And that's exactly what he did. Again, maybe, as you say, a bit of hiding there on the side of MNM would have been the right call to do. Just play around that timer a little bit more, as you do have that timer in your favor. But for the most part, MNM allowing another round to slip away from them, even though they did get the objective secured. So they're going to, again, be quite frustrated at that, probably. Last round on this attack, though. Maybe things will mix up on the defense.
Maybe, but I mean, Chalet is an attacker-sided map. And TENSTAR already have the advantage coming out from this half. So even if MNM Academy get this round, with then, on paper, looking at TENSTAR then going into the more favourable side for the next rounds, and might be quite a dominant scoreline in favour of TENSTAR if things stay the way they are. For what we really expected was going to be another one of those barn burner games, potentially seeing all 15 rounds.
I think this is the thing. I think, it's kind of expected to be another pleasant game for both sides. I think we were expecting to see both teams kind of show up wonderfully, but this attack from MNM has been a little bit rocky, and I do think that I kind of expected them to be a bit more confident with it, is how I'll put that. I don't know, maybe they are feeling not very confident. I don't know, obviously I'm not in their comms, so I can't really tell if there was any issue there, but there we go. Matching the stats there. Cost already on Jonker is 60%, with a KD of 3.5. So again, just putting in a little bit of a shift there, trying to get some of these kills under his belt. But given that we're only on round 6, that is a significant showing so far, and it's something that I only expect to continue.
Attackers have located.
We're going to see an early engagement here. Xenoxo, the proxy alarms are going to give up the position of relaxing, and he's going to back on down. We did see an effective push come through the other day from, I believe it was Heroic when they were playing Chalet. They just opened up into Garage with a 4-man rush and just walked on into the Bar Gaming site. But the site isn't Bar Gaming, so that's not going to be an option here for MNM, as that nade is going to go on through, did a little bit of damage to Jegs, but it's Eco to actually get the opening kill here, eliminating Azza from the round, and that's a huge pick, getting rid of that Azami. That means no more of those kunai knives to go out throughout the rest of the round.
Absolutely not. Again, starting to gain this control here underneath, maybe start to work some nade action. They do have 2 on Dea, 1 on relaxing, so they can start to get rid of some of this positioning if they want to sell it for their XQ. And we've seen the rotation out to Solar Window, which is going to start applying that additional angle of pressure as well. I think that was a nade coming through there, but didn't quite land on anyone. Dea gets to pick onto Yonker as well, and that's going to certainly, again, give more breathing room to the attack. We now have 5 versus 3 players. It's just, again, this issue of just setting up now and going for that collapse Dino. This is what they need to do. Time is of the essence, and they certainly have lots of time to work with this time. So, in theory, you would assume that MNM can secure this round firmly under their belt.
Yeah, but they still have to go up against Leader with 2 smokes in pocket. Relaxing is going to make it a little bit easier for them, as he is able to get the frag onto Jegs. Xenoxo, who's almost involved in engagement at the start of the round, and he might actually be in the very last engagement of this round, as he tries to fire some shots out towards on the balcony, but there's no one there to receive them, and Akari is going to eliminate Leader, meaning that Xenoxo is now left at a 1 versus 5. Some tags coming on through. There gets put on incredibly low health, but it's not enough for the killing. Might actually be able to stop the plant here, but it's going to be Akari there to protect his teammate and protect the flawless round for MNM. A good way to close out their attacking half. A nice little, upwards beat. But now they are going to be going on to what is generally considered to be the harder side to play on this map.
It's going to be interesting to see what TENSTAR bring to the table going into this. For now, it looks like a pretty standard-ish lineup. They do have the use of the Thatcher as well. They are choosing to bring that Thatcher as it's left on the table. They're also going to bring that Twitch out as well, so that's a lot of ability to get rid of any utility that might stand in their way. Pretty decent for them, and of course then the standards of having that Thinker and the Zofia and a cheeky little bit of Habana. As we say, those X Kairos in the way, you can get quite flexible with it nowadays. Can be very useful, again, relieving yourself of the issue of dealing with a lot of these more barrier style utility. Again, you know, we've got the Azami there, there's also the castle barricades as well. So it's certainly going to be very useful.
I'm actually going to see Eco setting up inside of Library as the smoke. He's going to be rocking the FMG 9 as well, which... sacrilege in my mind, you know. Shotgun SMG 11, baby. I'm a purist. But anyway, we are going to see TENSTAR start to get set up on their attacks, and they're already using some of their utility to get rid of these castle barricades nice and early on.
Early on, indeed. This is the thing, again, time is of the essence, and so usually pretty good at working their way through their motions anyway, so I am expecting them. Well, that Twitch drone was shot out, so again, that can't really do much at dealing with this utility, but they do have a lot of nades still in pocket, and of course those X-Pyros if they need it as well.
That was both of the Twitch drones, though, from Xenoxo getting destroyed very early on. Leader is going to be able to get the kill onto Eco, and that's the smoke dead. That's the risk you run when you have the smoke playing upstairs in Library like that. There's not a lot of room to move, and the kills can very easily go against you if they try and rotate into a different position. As Dea and Leader, they seem to be vaguely aware of one another. Leader's getting the pings coming on through, but he's not able to land the shot straight away, and it's going to be relaxing there to assist his teammate and get that frag. But Jegs is ready and waiting with the trade immediately. Azza not able to secure the return as just running out of his line of sight a bit too quickly. That does leave the player count still in favor of TENSTAR with a minute to go.
And this is it, you know, 9 times out of 10 know there's going to be someone there in back connect. I'm curious to see if we'll see the smokes get utilized to kind of cut off those lines of sight and maybe go for a bit of a forced plant. But again, TENSTAR, they do have the time to work with, so maybe they'll try and go for a few more picks. In the meantime, again, MNM trying to hold down these angles. Well, there we go. Xenoxo taking out Nerf, and it's going to free up a little bit of breathing room if they do want to go for this collapse, and certainly that's going to help too. Jake's taking out relaxing. It's all left down to Akari. Can he find the heads of these players of TENSTAR? They know where he is. They have his number. There we go. Xenoxo with the final kill, and that's the first attacking round for TENSTAR on the board.
And look at the night and day difference that we had between MNM's attacks and TENSTAR's attacks. TENSTAR, they were applying pressure onto that Library very early on. They were working the angles, making sure that the utility wasn't able to build up throughout the round. And then once they got that opening pick onto Eco, they capitalized on the space and progressed, you know, into the areas. And then they did have a nice idea with having Leader go for that flank. It was picked up and called out, but the trades were just coming through immediately all the way through the round. And if you can keep that up, well, you're just going to win because you're always going to have that player advantage.
Absolutely, and you know, we said that the cost and things like that of the TENSTAR side were going to keep creeping up, and there we go. Xenoxo currently on 71%, putting in a little bit of a shift at the moment in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's been putting in a shift all season long. Well, all season long since he joined.
Yeah, legit. I think this is it. Like, TENSTAR, they're a team after everyone's hearts, really. And I think, you know, some of these players, especially with these new pickups as well, it's just working. And I think, yeah, they did have a bit of a rocky start to the season, but things are really nicely starting to fall into place. And it's like they're back on form again. It's a nice evening of people being back on form, and it's been a nice, you know, the last 2 weeks, it's been a nice little chance to see everyone get back on form, and things are going to get just so sweaty going forward. I'm so excited for it, to be honest, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what we love to see. Teams trying their absolute hardest against each other. That just creates even better siege and even better action.
Now again, just look at this long line of sight. That is some next level verticality being utilized. But again, that thing works both ways. So you've got to be kind of careful when you're opening up the map like that. But again, not really getting any picks on either side just yet. A little bit of patience on the side of TENSTAR. Make sure they get that intel. The util coming through from Zonoxo as well to try and push people back into that closet area as Azir starts to apply that pressure to the bathroom as well. Akari, there we go, stunned, but still holding the fort down as best as they can, not willing to go for any swings just yet, waiting for TENSTAR to start to make their approach. And oh, there we go, Jake's making their approach there, Akari falling, opening pick going in favor of TENSTAR, Dino.
Yeah, and this is where that trading ability of TENSTAR is going to start to come out in full force. It doesn't matter now, really. Well, it might not matter now if MNM Academy get a pick back because of just how well TENSTAR are playing at the moment and getting revenge for their fallen comrades, as we are going to see 3 players from MNM Academy all within about 5 meters of each other, and Nerve just playing directly down below. This is giving so much space over to TENSTAR. It doesn't seem that they're entirely aware of quite how much room that they have. The droning not coming through at this point in time, but they are starting to mount pressure up inside of Trophy. If Azza could get a good bit of timing here, it could prevent the flank coming up from the basement from the smoke. Really create a lot of space for his teammates to be able to work their way on in, as Jonka's going to be moving on in, trying to go for the plant. He's going to stick it. They know that he's there, but no one can really do much about it. Eco's going to attempt to get aggressive as Dea's going to get the kill. The cover just vanishing into the night, as that's going to be 2 quick kills going the way of MNM, and Dea's going to follow up, and Eco as well. I was going on about how good TENSTAR were with their trades, and there's been absolutely none here in this round. Zenoxo left up in a 1 versus 4, and the time is just not there for him.
That was it, a very heavy reliance, you know, but unfortunately that pig did come in through Trophy, and then at that point you've not really got that cover from that rotation at all, and they're just going to come and shut down that plant. It's an unfortunate one, but MNM were really good to prevent that execute from being a successful one. They've got another round on the board that should put the wind under their sails a little bit. They should try and start to kind of think to themselves, yeah, more of that actually, lads. Let's try and pull this back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we do see more of that coming through from MNM Academy, as TENSTAR, they just kind of... They were almost set up right, and then no one was looking at the right angles, and then it all just fell apart. I think is sort of the quick way to summarize how that round ended up. But as they are going to be attacking back onto this barring game site, MNM Academy not choosing to go to the basement just yet, it does look quite positive here for MNM, as their last attack on this objective was nothing short of convincing.
Yeah. Already getting stuck in with that X-Kairos though on the side of TENSTAR, really starting to deal with this utility nice and early, so Jex can get an early line of sight into that library area. Doesn't quite manage to notice anything just yet, but at least that pressure is there. Eco very, very close to this window. This could be a little bit of an upset, and that drone potentially would have spotted that. Well, that one certainly would as well. So they know Eco is in this corner. Potentially we might see a nade come through. Flash is going in to burn out anything that might prevent a nade from being impactful, but there we go. Nades coming through willy-nilly, and for now clearing some utility, but well, there we go.
And I didn't even get that second Azami, trying to bounce it on through to destroy the shield, but Akari's too quick with it. That shield is still going to stay up, continuing to use more of these Hibana pellets. Gain the line of sights that they need as Dea. Oh, Azza might be in for a very bad time here if he doesn't check this.
Well, there we go. He definitely is going to know, and rightly so. Daya does not want him to have his number, so he is rotating safely away from that spot before any nades can come in his direction. Jake's really starting to apply the pressure. Has to go for the jump in to try and go for this kill. There we go! Akari falling. Nice shot, Jegs. Opening up a little bit of breathing room so TENSTAR can start to make their approach more and more and get this library control. They are going to have to deal with the players at the top of main stairs still, but for the most part, that's a lot of control in their favor now. Eco in box, ready and waiting. There we go. Jegs has something to say. Shuts it down before anything else can happen. Relaxing. Trying to go for the refrag, but isn't really successful, and certainly not when Zanoxo is going to remove your head like that. Daya repositioning again, trying to hold them back, but oh, there we go. Zanoxo falling, actually, Dino. Goodness me.
I was shaking my head a bit when I saw them use their last nade on a bulletproof cam that probably could have just been dealt with, but I mean, it worked out. They then just proceeded to swing the next two players who had no idea what was going on, and now it's a 4 versus 2. 25 seconds to go, and we saw MNM Academy in this exact position in round number 1, but they weren't able to make it work, losing to the time, and Azza's not looking like he's going to let that one be the case, as he's going to get the first, and Leader on a little bit of an alternative angle is going to get that second one, and well, now it is match point for TENSTAR, 1 round away from getting the full 3 points here in this one.
Absolutely, and they're going to be feeling pretty happy with themselves about that. But again, just so yeah, these attacks have been pretty clean. They're getting the intel they need. They're utilizing what they need to clear the setup that is presented to them by MNM. Admittedly, sometimes not going too well. They're a little bit squiffy in parts, but the one thing I find interesting is the fact that MNM really didn't want to give up the top of that, blue stairs, did they really? They were like, no, we're holding it down. Anytime someone fell, a player of MNM would come and reposition. And I'm kind of thinking, I wonder how that round would have gone if they actually chose to kind of fall back to site a little bit more and just kind of prepare themselves for the collapse and hold those angles and hope to get those picks off, or even just deny a plant, play time a little bit. I'm not sure if it was the right choice really to keep repositioning there. I think there's definitely a time where you have to kind of be like, yeah, we've lost that top control. We just have to kind of accept that, grin and bear it, and wait for this collapse and shut that down the best we can.
Yeah, the current strategy not paying off for MNM, but they might not have a chance to revisit it in this one, as, like I say, it is match point for TENSTAR. They are going to be attacking onto the basement this time around. Azza is going to be picking up the Nook. It was Zanoxo on that honor last go, in the last round. Jonka moving on over from the Hibana to the Thermite, and they're only going to have the 1 hard breach, which to me suggests that they are really focusing on this snowmobile take. Leader going to deploy 1 of those EMPs, and not going to see a second one following up to try and deny any Kai tricking. Is going to get rid of the mute jammer as well, and here's that nice little half wall angle that you can get set up between Wine and Snowmobile. It's going to see MNM probably wait this one out as much as possible, not wanting to be too aggressive when this much is on the line.
Oh, there we go. Leader opening things, relaxing. Another one onto Eco as Azia gets that nice little pick there. We'd love to see a little bit of Nook action on a Wednesday evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, no real repositioning just yet. As Leader gets the pick onto Daya. Oh no, Dino. Oh no.
Leader's
half
just
the round gone.
Garage. He's just sitting outside a snowmobile with the 2 times on an L85, and it's unfair. They shouldn't be challenging him. They should know better, but they can't help themselves. And now these last 2 players just getting trapped inside of the site. Nerf having the hold down blue and main stairs. Any timings could catch him off. The call from Leader's going to come on through, and Jeg's not able to make the shots fall in their entirety. Nerf is going to stay alive, but he hasn't got a kill so far in this game. This is the round that he's going to need to step up and do it, but it's not going to be the case. Jegs is going to eliminate him, and now it's Akari left 1 versus 4, as Jegs is going to close out the round and close out the map as TENSTAR. We were thinking that this would be a close one between these 2 teams, but TENSTAR really putting their stamp on this one. and a deserved 3 points to them.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think from the way that the team were talking, the way that Kenny was talking, we knew they were going to put the pedal to the metal. The way that they've shown up since coming back after that break has been just so on point. It's again, like they've had their life breathed back into them again, and maybe the cogs are starting to turn a bit when it comes to the new pickups as well, and things are just working really nicely. And I think also a big part of it is just some of the mistakes that MNM were making at times, especially in regards to, the control they wanted to take and the timing behind that, and again, just not really committing fully to the collapse when they maybe should have, or at least attempted to go for it. And then again on that defense, there was, the last few rounds where they were just giving pretty much like, not free, I won't say free kills, because I think, some of these fights could have gone one or the other way, but it was more the fact that you have this idea where you have this library. It's again this fat library hold that I was getting so frustrated over, because they kept sending people to deal with that pressure that was falling into library, and it was kind of like, I really just want them to kind of pull back and just hold those angles, wait for that collapse, and maybe stop it in its tracks again, burn out that timer. But they were just throwing people at TENSTAR who had the numbers advantage, or sending one player towards them at a time when they have more players there. A little bit stinky from them, to be honest, but for TENSTAR, really good showing. They are just, they are so on point at the moment. It's just great stuff, Dino. It's really happy and pleasing to see.
Yeah, I mean, Jegs, especially as a player, I want to highlight, he had an exceptional performance yesterday against Viperio 86, and has come out today and again been the leader for the team, sitting with a final scoreline of 11-5. So great showing from him. But to break down the final game of the evening, we are going to throw it back to the desk with Simon, Demo, and Snurleaf.
Well, didn't go the way we may have thought. TENSTAR coming out on top, looking dominant. Snurleaf, kick things off for me here. What a performance.
What a performance by the player that we highlighted before, like you just said, Jegs, and a worrying sign for MNM Academy, considering that they're having a bit of a downward spiral, whereas teams such as Coalesce has not looked sharper earlier this season than they are currently doing. So now only 2 points ahead of Coalesce, whereas TENSTAR is joining Ambush up at 24 points, and all of a sudden from the second and down to the fifth spot, there's only 3 points at most separating these teams. So it's really tightening up at the top 5 here.
Absolutely, and Zenoxo put in a stellar performance tonight, Demo, and it just shows that he's really starting to gel with his teammates. But that whole team from top to bottom is just looking incredible right now, isn't it?
Yeah, everyone finished positive in rating, so you can't really go against that. It was a full team performance from TENSTAR, whereas I don't think MNM really showed up today, maybe apart from relaxing. I would say everyone else was just an underperformance from MNM Academy, and that's 4 losses in a row. It certainly seems like a bit of a step back from where they were at the end of the first split.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. And we're going to hear from TENSTAR now. We are joined by Kangaroo again. Welcome back, Kangaroo Kenny. Dude, I mean, look, it wasn't the shift that you had to put in last night, but they did make you work for it at one point.
Yeah, I think it is what it is. I think MNM's map pool does not suit against us. They literally lost the ban phase no matter what happened, so it was always going to be a tough day for them. They put up as good a fight as they could, but as soon as it was Chalet, I think we were always confident on being able to take it.
Now, Grace the caster, she said that TENSTAR has a team that are after everyone's hearts. You're developing something special over there. I mean, the last 2 games have been super well organised. You've been gritty and you've gone for the attack. It didn't quite go all 15 rounds this time, but surely you're happy with what's going on at Team TENSTAR right now.
Yeah, it is really good. Since the split, I cannot praise enough how and what Yonka and Zenoxo, not only in-game, but out of game, have brought to the team. And Yonka, previously being on G2 and the wealth of experience he has just been able to really steer us in a good direction. And I think the biggest difference between Split 1 TENSTAR and Split 2 TENSTAR is our organization and the amount of rounds that we are now not losing in good teams win rounds when it's not their day. I think yesterday was not our day at all. Demo said like we shouldn't have won that game, and 86 by all means should have won the game yesterday, but that's where like the grit and the clutch factor from us and the experience on Yonka, Zanoxo, and being able to really help and just elevate the whole roster has really showed this split as comparison to last split.
I absolutely love how passionate you sound whilst talking about your team. It's incredible. What are you going to do to celebrate tonight?
I got work tomorrow, so not much celebration. Friday's our day off, so we'll be able to celebrate then.
Nice.
Down the pub or whatever.
Sounds good. Well, enjoy those celebrations. You've had a good week, and may it long continue.
Thank you very much, Simon. Take care.
Anytime. So there we go. Plenty to say there, Demo. It's all good over there at Team TENSTAR.
Yeah, I think they're happy with getting those performances over the line. They have not lost a game since they came back. You know, this is kind of the opposite of where MNM are. TENSTAR have been able to win 4 in a row. So yeah, they've had a great 2 weeks. And let me just check to see who they actually have next, because, you know, they have had some pretty tough opponents. So next Playday, they're off because they would have played Navi, so automatically 3 points in the bag again for TENSTAR, so that's 5 in a row.
Yep.
And then afterwards they have Coalesce, which again is a side that I know has surprised us, but you would still expect TENSTAR to go in and put a performance against that team.
I think the 28th, you mean? The 28th, they're playing Ambush next Playday, aren't they? TENSTAR Ambush. June 28th.
Oh, apologies, I looked at the wrong one.
Did Demo just get something wrong?
No, because I'm looking at the score, and basically Playday 17, where they play Navi, is just below Playday 13. So it's like into the same eye line. That's what that was.
Yeah, the website mucked up. Demo was right. That's what it. TENSTAR Ambush, next one. So that's gonna be a big one, because they're now even in terms of points. So that's gonna be a massive matchup.
That is going to be a tasty matchup for sure.
Yeah, and then TENSTAR has. So next week is actually going to be really tough at TENSTAR, because there's Ambush and that's Coalesce, who's looking sharper than they ever have. So that's also going to be a big week for Coalesce. So
all eyes on TENSTAR, you know.
Yeah, if they can ride that one off, it's really looking good for them, though.
Well, let's have a look at the standings and let's see where we're left after today. But this is what's taken place in Playday 12. Incredible matches. We said at the start of the show, this was just going to be another one of those, explosive from start to finish, and we kicked it off with an absolute belter. Ambush coming up against Coalesce. What a game that was. Demo, wasn't it just something special?
Yeah, one of those games again where I would say that the stronger team actually lost. I think Coalesce played better Siege throughout that game, but Ambush end up winning 8-7. So that's kind of where you're at with that one. 86 Victus, you know, what a great performance from 86 to bounce back from where they were yesterday. Really strong stuff from them. Hungry, rightfully so, getting the MVP. A complete turnaround. You look at where he was yesterday to where he is today. What a leap in performance. And then, of course, we had the more weaker games, as we're seeing 7 frees across each board. No real surprise from Heroic. And then TENSTAR, yeah, just a whole team performance there at the end.
Plenty of MVP-style performances, though, today, Snurleaf, wasn't there? I mean, obviously, Hungry coming out on top with that one, well-deserved, but we've seen some really good individual performances today.
Yeah, we saw Nick really help Ambush clutch out there, and I think Demo really hits the nail on the head that Ambush aren't pretty much going to be very happy with how things were for the team, but they were relying a little bit on some individual performances or individual gunfights being won. I'm not saying that the rest of the team was just, you know, sitting on their hands, as Demo likes to put it, while someone else was just gunning out, but it would a little bit too much reliance on individual performances by some of the players on Ambush in that matchup, and they're actually a bit lucky to win there. But other than that, Heroic, I think, was a pretty, you know, Benja's always Benja. He's going to net close to 20 kills every day of the week in a league such as this. But yeah, and TENSTAR team performance, so a couple of MVP performances for sure, but all in all, a nice little evened out match day for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's take a look at the standings now. I think we've got that one to come up. And here we go. Still got Heroic holding top of the table. 86 moving up. Again, there's some big difference there. SSP hitting bottom of the table now. during today's game. So, Demo, it's an interesting time right now. The table is heating up big time, especially around that middle.
Yeah, middle is really where we're looking to, that gap from Coalesce is now just 2 points between them and top 6. So MNM, like we've mentioned, they need to do something next week. They cannot be the same performance for MNM because they will start slipping out of that top 6. With how Coalesce have been on the up and up, you wouldn't be surprised to see Coalesce overtake them. So yeah, a lot of pressure on MNM. Coalesce can just keep maintaining their course and they should be fine. Ambush, I think, has certainly had a bit of a fall from grace over the past couple of play days. They were actually, I think, 3rd place going into the second split, so Steam dropped to 5th now. Is that a case of maybe just TENSTAR have appeared? But yeah, you look at TENSTAR. Where were they on Playday 9? Were they were a good 6 points or something, I think, away from top 4. So to see them now pull it back into 3 points away from top 2, yeah, they've done very, very well.
Yeah, Snurleaf, lots of changes on that standing board today. It's been an amazing week this week. Lots of great games, lots of amazing results, but it is heating up over there, isn't it?
It's really heating up, and we could see it all over the board, I was going to say. It's just... I think the places to look out for is, of course, the 2nd to 5th spot. I think Heroic is just going to keep cruising out through the rest of the season in terms of the group stages here, and just who's going to end up in which seed is going to be really exciting. And then the last one is going to be, of course, between MNM Academy and Coalesce. That's going to be a very, very spicy rivalry coming up for the rest of this half, and I think those are probably the narratives that we're going to be looking at and hoping... And of course, we'll be hoping to get their first, let's say, technical win, or not technical win, but their first actual win on the server, and try and make sure that they don't get auto-relegated, whereas SSP is just going to try and keep themselves ahead of Riddle for the rest of the season.
Absolutely. Well, you two are joining me for the debrief, but that is the end of our games for today. This has been a pleasure to host this for the last 2 days. Gentlemen, thank you so much for having me. We're going to have some fun in the debrief in a short while, so don't get going anywhere. It's Ask Me Anything. So head over to Rainbow6_UK on Twitter or drop your questions in the comments. Anything goes, no holds barred. We'll be right back after this.
The best way to improve is constantly playing with each other, like in and out of game, just being together, learning each other's personalities, learning how each other tick.
Getting everyone on the same page in terms of how they see the team identity, what sort of situations do they want to play passive in, what sort of situations do they want to play aggressive, because everyone sort of has their own ideas and their own ways.
Maybe put the pressure on a little bit in terms of saying, you're kind of letting the team down. You need to step up, otherwise you're gone. Then you give them that period of time to improve, and if they don't improve, you need to get rid of them. Because no matter how good they are, if they're unmotivated, you're not going to get anywhere with that player.
It's one of those maps that you don't really want to, it's quite ranked, it's quite, gun skill orientated. So you don't necessarily want to just take teams to it without really knowing how good they are on it first.
You bring your soft breacher, your entries, your hard breacher, and then you'll see what else you want. So it really could be, if you've got a good shield player, bring a Montaigne. If you've got a good Ying player, bring a Ying. It's really flexible.
When stuff isn't working, trying to figure out why it isn't working and being able to come up with a solution. It's kind of like, if there's an issue, then I need to be the first person trying to come with a solution and being able to work it out.
We watch films sometimes. If we knew we had a very late game, 10 or 11, we would purposely stay up, a bit late, and then we'd watch a film or something. And we do some other things, whether it's just cheesy games online or Deal or No Deal or stuff like that.
In terms of pressure, it's definitely easier to be a coach because, you're not in game. It might be stressful to watch, but you're not in game. You don't have to deal with actually playing to win those rounds. So I definitely think it's more stressful to be a player in that sense.
I've got a really expensive moisturizer up in this basket that I use every day.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills coming.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Grimf steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCs. What?
Welcome to the debrief to Rainbow Six. It's the National Premier League. We have just had 2 incredible days of full-blown action, and we're just going to relax now, guys. We're going to do an Ask Me Anything. We're also going to have a special guest join us in just a short while. But gents, after the last 2 days, how are we feeling? Demo first.
I think it's been good to see the teams that maybe didn't do as well. In the first split, primarily, I think TENSTAR and Coalesce have been the 2 sides I think have had the most improvement from where they were. Are we surprised about Heroic? Let's be honest, we're not. They're gonna win the league. You know, I think we kind of
yeah.
We said it was between them and Navi. With Navi dropping out, it's just gonna be them, isn't it? Like, it's not even gonna be a contest. Every side will fall against them. Victus, a little bit shaky since coming back. I'll be honest. Is it down to the new player? Do we still need more time to obviously fit in Upor, who I think's been playing pretty well, but clearly there's something there's something missing. It feels like there's something missing. I think today it was probably the first time I've ever seen Oscar have a bad game, which I think is not a good sign for Victus.
Yeah, maybe that's why the Stan account didn't get created.
I mean, Kenny was in the Twitch chat earlier talking about how Oscar went negative against them because they spent the entire finals chasing him, trying to make sure he didn't get kills. So maybe that's the second game that he did bad.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, we've got a special guest to bring in, guys, who I know that you two will be loving and wishing and hoping to ask a bunch of questions. So let me introduce Hungry to the group. Woo. Let's see his face. There he is. Dude, welcome to the show. What a performance.
Yeah, well, hello again, guys. Yeah. How are you guys doing?
Congrats on the MVP. Well deserved. You put in a real shift tonight, and you really deserve what that was. I mean, how did you feel going into that game?
More relaxed than yesterday, I would say. I think I put too much pressure on my shoulders yesterday, and it worked out today. So yeah, I'm happy.
Snowleaf, I know you'll probably want to ask some questions whilst we've got Hungry here. An impressive showcase, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of pointed it out yourself earlier. So I got 2 questions. So one is, what's up with you going on a Finca today as compared to yesterday? And 2, for anyone going to the major in Berlin, do you have any recommendations?
I mean, for today, Astro wanted to play Yana, so I switched to Finca. I normally play Yana there, and yeah, it's a good position on a window. I'm just holding angle, nading. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Normally it doesn't really matter what operator you play on which role. You just need to feel comfortable.
So, I mean, when you can have the LMG with nades rather than the Yana with nades, that's just a cover pick.
Yeah. I mean, Astro prefers the Yana. I don't know. I feel like nobody in our team plays really the Fink LMG. Also, Astro says he means she finds the spear better than the LMG. I don't know.
Maybe that's where they're a tier 3 team. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Then we'll probably have some choice words.
Don't start him off, please. I thought you guys were going for it earlier.
No, we played it out over chess. He beat me twice. We're all good.
I do have a question for Hungry. So obviously yesterday, which is really what I want to focus on, because that game yesterday, I assume you watched it back. I'm sure everyone from the team watched it back. It did feel as though you should have won that. Because I seen there was 2 occasions where you had the man advantage. I think there was one whenever Jags clutched in bunks, where you got the 2 kills, one guy pushing the kids, one guy pushing for a trophy. And then I think it was around whenever Grubby got the kill on the guy in Big Tower, and then he solo pushed Attic, and it was a 5v3. Those are 2 rounds for me that really stuck with me that you guys should have won that. You know, after looking at how you lost that game yesterday, where you probably should have, what was the mindset going into today?
I mean, talking about yesterday, I mean, there was like a lot of situations where we should have won, especially the round you said when Ruby sort of pushed Ethic.
Yeah.
I remember like Vito was outside main door getting 1 kill, and then there was one guy in split meeting, and I called Vito to, like, for 30 seconds, like, nade this guy on ping, and it was like a buff Zulu. He was just standing there holding vertical, and if he would have naded this guy, we would have won the round. But it's like, it's super messy communication. Yes, it was super messy communication yesterday. And yeah, I don't know. It happens. Everyone can lose sometimes. Even the best teams lose. We learn from that. We, like, for us, we didn't really got a bad feeling out of it, because we should have definitely won this game. We were, I think, most of the rounds we had the advantage, and we played super well. It's just me. I was just focusing too much on my teammates, because, like, I don't know, I had the same stuff in Penta when I was focusing too much on my teammates about, like, shot calling, and put too much pressure on myself about thinking what my teammates are doing, what should we do as the next step, and then I forgot about myself. And yeah, today it worked out. So yeah.
Can I shoot a quick question then to make up for my kind of Mimi one earlier there? But you talked, I believe you mentioned in an interview that it felt natural to come into this team in this lineup with the 86, if I remember correctly. And would you mind, as a pro player, sort of just expand what you mean, like when it felt natural? Because you said just now that you had a little bit of communication issues, or not perhaps communication issues, but you putting too much pressure on yourself. So what does it mean for you to come down to a tier 3 team after playing a pro level? Like, what are the things that feels natural in the sense of joining the 86?
So, I had some offers from tier 3 teams, and instead of, like, trialing with everyone, I was asking for VODs, how they scrimmed. And 86 was probably the best team in the VODs, how they communicate, how they play, and they, like, Curly is a really good IGL, and he shot scored really well. And I think that's what was natural for me, because everyone in the team understand their role, how they should play, and they can communicate to each other. It's like a lot of tier 3 teams not really communicate with each other, or they're just having a really bad communication and not really going off the plan by shot calling something. But 86 had it. So 86 for me felt the most natural. And obviously, I took 86 as a, like, big project, was doing when I joined, like, some coaching stuff, some performance coaching stuff. And, like, I think I shouldn't, like, really put too much pressure on me and on the team. I think I'm expecting more than it's needed. I think I should give more, like, space to the team, and to, like, the time will tell, right? We will work hard as a team, and we will try to improve, but it needs time. Like, that's
You're
why
already looking strong, though.
Yeah, we do. I also like the scrims are really good. Like, I think we're just losing maps and scrims, which we never played before, but we're winning 10-2 against tier 1 teams, because I think, like, a lot of, there was a conversation, a discussion on Twitter about tier 1 teams, that EUL or that EU teams don't look strong right now, or they look weaker than other regions. And I'm pretty sure that's, like, one of the main reasons is a lot of pro league teams getting exhausted. I think they're scrimming in the wrong way. They're training in the wrong way and stuff like that. I think there's a huge part for improvement, or huge room for improvement, even for like T1 teams. Yeah.
Now it can help shape the next generation of pro players, so that's a good one.
I mean, it's a long run. It's a long run to T1. First NPL, and then Challenger League, and everything can happen depending on the format. Yeah.
And you talk about that communication breakdown that you had yesterday. What's the What's the ethos coming out of that to learn and then go into what you guys did today? Do you sit down, assess what needs to change quickly to get back in and get back on that wheel and start grinding out and be more successful on the communication side of things?
Wait, can you repeat that?
So, in terms of when you mentioned that the communications had a breakdown yesterday during the game, obviously wasn't as clean as you may have liked it, but obviously going into today, it was clearly a lot better. What was the process from learning from yesterday's game to going into today to make it more successful and a lot cleaner on comms?
I think it's just the pressure, like I said before. I think it was a huge part was me yesterday, that I was too stressed. And I think everyone else is doing a good job. And today we try to listen more to each other, which is which has a huge impact. If you like try to listen to your teammates, you get a lot of information and then you can make a lot of plays out of it. But if you like under pressure and then just like tunnel vision on something, you not really listen to each other and then you just store out and do solo plays and then not gonna work.
Demo, any more questions before we head off for our AMA?
Nope, I've got nothing.
Snowleaf?
Nah, we've got more questions coming up in the AMA anyway, surely, so.
Perfect. Right, well, thank you so much, Hungry, for joining us for this chat. Let's get to our AMA, where you can ask us anything, and we'll get those questions up first. So, I totally screwed that up. Right, okay.
No. That's okay.
So, for Hungry, do all the ladies still slide into your DMs since you changed your name? Yeah, did you? Do you still get the ladies in your DMs, Hungry?
Yeah, no comment on that. But it's not the same girls, the same bot girls like before when I was on the old name.
Let's go. Let's swiftly move on to our next question, which should be coming up just about now.
No,
Hungry.
it's the same one.
That's the
It's
same,
Same question.
It's so good it had to be said twice.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think what it was is production were just really, they were after a solid answer. I think from you, Hungry.
I think they're just looking for a way to get girls to slide into their DMs. To be honest with you, since Hungry surely clearly has a way with the ladies. There you go. Okay, go on, Simon. This is your job.
On Viperio 86 would be most likely to survive a zombie apocalypse?
Feels if Hungry can answer that one probably the best.
Yeah, I was going to say. I was going to say.
I was watching a lot of Walking Dead. So it might be me, but Grubby said in TeamSpeak it's gonna be him. So we're gonna fight this out. I don't know.
The survivor of you and Grubby is going to be the one to survive the zombie apocalypse.
No. That would be a battle I'd want to witness. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I mean, just I don't know how many seasons they ended up with The Walking Dead. Like I started reading the graphic novels, and I was so excited for it. Like what feels like 50 years ago, and now I'm oh my god, they're still going on.
I think they are, aren't they? I got to season 5 and I dropped off shortly after that. To be honest.
Yeah.
Let's get our next question.
Other zombie shows are available.
They are indeed. Lots of them. Who's your favourite player within the MPL? Hungry, you can go first on this.
So apart from my team, I would say Benja, because he's my friend. So yeah.
Okay. Can we redo it? Can we do it without including heroic?
Okay, so the caveat is no heroic, right?
Well,
okay.
for Hungry at least, because that's a cheap one. That's a cheap one. I'm sorry to throw you under the bus like that, but
let me see. I would say so. Apart from Yonka, then I would say Sinoxo, because like he's really trying to improve himself. Like he's asking for advice and stuff like that. Like he's a hardworking guy, I think. Never played with him in competitive
as well.
Yeah. See, I love Benja, but I think that's just such a it gives us more for the answer. There you go. Zenoxo and a reason why, rather than Benja because he's my friend. There you go. Thank you, Hungry. I'm throwing you under the bus, and you're taking it like a gentleman. No wonder the girl slide into your DMs like that. You're so nice.
I can see our production manager just cancelling your microphone in a minute, Snowly.
Demo, I want to hear your favorite player.
I have a lot of love for Grizzly. A lot of love for that guy. I think a very underrated player inside of EUL. The work ethic from that guy. Guy plays the horrible roles. You know, there's always one player gets stuck with the roles that your team literally sets you up to die. You know, there are certain players who have these roles where your job is to literally do all this work to not win a gunfight, and he has to play that role. And I have a lot of respect for players who have to play that role. Big reason why I have a lot of respect for Neo, for example, in MNM, because he plays that same role where he just gets put in the ground every single time because it's just those terrible positions and those terrible operators that you have to play. And yeah, I think Grizzly has just been so solid, very, very flexible as a support player. He's the one who always sits there on the cams, has to sit on the flank drones. A lot of love for Grizzly.
And I would have loved to say, like, since I was going to throw Hungry on the bus and say no heroic, I would have done the same to you, but you're actually going to kill me if I do that, so I'm not going to do that. So
there you go. You just get the stoic look. Who would you choose, Snowleaf?
Kilius.
Kilius.
Always.
Yeah.
Like if you paid any attention to the Nordic Championship, my love for Kilius is no secret.
Today, by the way, and you did.
Yeah, no, like I'm not. He's not. I'm not saying he's the best player in MPL. I'm saying he's my favorite player in the MPL. Because he's such a.
Let's get the next question in before you two start arguing again.
No. He'll just invite me to chess and he'll beat me again. It's all good.
Who has the largest object within immediate reach? I mean, all I've got is water, really. I mean, I guess.
I can't pick mine up because it's branded. I can't pick it up because it's branded, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
I've got an air conditioner here.
Some statue. I don't want to break it. It seems really expensive.
Okay. Hang on.
Yeah, I got a bottle of water.
All mine's got a label on it, so I can't do anything.
That's why
can you even see it?
Why are we seeing this man's room?
I don't know. I was going to show my air conditioner because I can't really see.
Okay.
I can't really lift it. I have a massive air conditioner. This is the remote. If you don't believe me. Oh wait, the camera's all fudged up now. Oh well.
Well, there we go.
There you go.
There we go. So everyone, I mean, you know, just Demo has nothing but a bottle or a can that he cannot show.
And it is within my immediate reach because it's literally my arm's length.
Does my
so
backdrop
I'm not cheating.
count? Because it's like quite.
It's nice.
Bloody hench.
Pretty, and it's
well.
big,
Will be the backdrop for me. It's as big as my air conditioner. My air conditioner's much bigger.
Yeah, but you can't reach that.
You guys won.
So
I can't. It's literally arm's reach. What are you talking about?
No, we're not saying that.
I'll fucking take. Sorry, I actually swear again. Demo gets the best out of me every single time. There's the fine coming out. There we go.
Apologies for Thomas, everyone. Apologies for him.
Yeah. Demo does this to me. Well, he gets this out of me every time. I'm not going to blame Demo for my unprofessionalism. Yes, next question.
Who's the best ranked player? Hungry.
It's from Grubby. It's from Grubby.
He's looking for self-clout, so he is.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say Grubby because he played horrible this season and ranked. The best one. I would go with. Oh shit. It's either Sport or Benja. It's.
I was gonna say Sport.
That's a good call. Good call.
Why? Okay, so that's actually going to reignite like the age-old Nordic discussion. Why would Spoit be better than Benja or the other way around, like in ranked? Like what?
Because Spoit's only just became a pro, whereas Benja's been in the game for a while. So Spoit had more ranked hours. And I mean, do you dare say that Spoit's better than Benja? I mean, or is that,
no. I'm not. Cool. I mean, I've had that discussion so many times in the past.
We'll find out after the end of the stage to see who places where.
I'm going to throw myself under the bus and say that when we were casting the Nordic Championship, I, at the time, thought of Spoit as a more complete player than Benja when he was like 16, 17, because I felt like Benja was a bit of a one-trick pony, whereas Spoit was more versatile, whereas now the tables have turned a little bit. I actually think Benja has become more versatile.
Yeah, but it's only Spoit's first... Like, Spoit's played one day of EUL. Like, you still have to give this guy time. You know, Benja's still... I mean, I think Benja's hit the ground running extremely well in the UL. You know,
He hasn't-
he's been very
he hasn't even
consistent the
stopped
past
running.
2 seasons. So, but yeah, I mean, you just have to give Sport time, see what happens with him.
I mean, Hungry, you said that Benja's your friend. Like, how long have you known him? Like, in terms of his play style, like, have you seen him change or evolve as a player? And I mean, even as a person over the last couple of years. Like, I don't know how long you've known him, but that's what I'm asking.
I think it was before G2 picked me up. We were like, we had a pickup team and scrimmed some T1 teams. And I scrimmed with him. And it was Turco, Trico, and next one. And then all the stuff happened with next one. And then we didn't scrim anymore. And then I got picked up by G2. And I was still playing with Benja ranked a lot of times. And then he was like playing with Chaos or like trying with Chaos. But then got the offer from like Heroic, and yeah, I was pretty happy for him. I mean, like I would say like he changed as a player. Yeah, definitely. He was more the ego player in ranked, I would say, before, or like in scrims. I think he's more vocal now. Heroic.
Yeah, that's the Benja that I remember from the Nordic Championship. Like when he was 16, 17, was definitely like the jump out player who kind of played for himself, which is why it was amazing to see his evolution. And I think Fresh talked about it as well, like how Benja just started reaching out to players and analysts and asking for advice on how to improve. And you've seen that mentality change in Benja definitely over the course of the years. Especially like just go look at really like old Nordic Championship VODs and then compare it with the Benja you see today, and you'll see a massive difference in just play style and maturity. 100%.
Yeah. Right. Next question. Last question. Who can do the best farmyard animal? I swear to God, what is this?
I mean, I feel like I can sit this one out because I've already done a donkey live, so I feel like I'm good on this one.
You play like
I think production are trying to do this as a send off.
I mean, I'm not. If you think like I'm not that low in my career, I'm not falling for that. Like, I'm sorry, but you just.
So I don't know if you should just try and get.
Demo isn't old enough yet to let go of his pride. I was good at like
It's hard when you're 12 years old though.
I'm sorry, but if you're like in your 30s and you're sitting here doing farm animal impressions, like it's nothing to do with age. Like you need to, seriously look at yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I had the same mentality when I was your age, when I was a teenager, and I was just like, no, you know what? One day I was just like, I don't care anymore. It's all good. The only thing that matters is myself and how I feel about myself, and I feel great.
Well, right now, I don't know if I should be excited or nervous about the response to this question, because either our producer is trying to just absolutely bait me out here, or I'm actually going to get something really nice said. But we'll see. So I'm not even going to ask the question. Gentlemen, you can read that for yourself so it doesn't sound like I'm ego tripping.
Has it been a breath of fresh air having Simon on the show? And I would say absolutely. Absolutely. Demo, you've been casting with
He's not Ian,
the
so he gets a plus in my book. So it's nice to not see him.
That's the bait that production just threw out there. So now they have a recording of Demo saying that. So when the next time that Demo and Ian are doing this together, they can just roll it out. But yeah, no, I think it's been good having you on, Simon. It's nice to have a little bit of a switcheroo every once in a while just to get some different talent doing it. So it's been fun. It's been fun, and I appreciate that there are more boomers here than just me and Ian. That's what I appreciate.
Yeah,
people who can relate to my life struggles of just sweating,
just getting up in the morning and sweating on a daily basis uncontrollably. Yeah, I get it. Trust me.
Demo's going to get there at some point.
So I'm being told by production. Okay, so we're going to wrap this up. Guys, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. Hungry, thank you so much for joining us on this special debrief episode. It's been an explosive couple of days. Snurly, thanks for joining us on this adventure. Demo, as always, the man behind the content. Thank you again for delivering your expertise, as usual. Lovely. So yeah, we'll be back next week.
That's just that much.
We'll be back next week. Don't forget to hit us up on Twitter, Rainbow6_UK. Obviously, you can rewatch all of the highlights and the matches in full right here on our Twitch channel. But until next time, keep it locked right here on the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League.
One look at the patience. He just has to send away two of the lineup. 1, 2. Oh, Doki! What a play! That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now.
Now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella striker, and they're not ready for with the Ella SMG. He's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires. Running on the second shot. He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge slam. Picks up goal.
That's surprising that no, didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Ryan has just walked his way through. He gets two.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rodka's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there.